Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. We're pretty much going to be watching day 5. We do have one witness from day 4 of the Alicia Andrews trial to catch up with. It's going to be another law enforcement officer. It's going to be Drabek. So we're going to catch up with him. We're going to start day 5 and catch up with what's live right now. And I think we're going to get Detective Ramos today, who, it's the lead detective. He's going to have all of the stuff that we've been waiting for. So I'm really excited to see his testimony, and we're going to get some crazy text messages, something really damning that shows a plan, shows Alicia making the plan. Can't wait to see that. So we're going to get right into it. I've got captions ready. Good morning to the early birds. We got FFS, Love Amy E, J Money, Slim Life NJ is here. I messed you up yesterday, but you're here today. We're going straight through. No power issues, no utility issues. Hey to G's Louise. Hey to Wanted 850. And we've got Aaron in the building. So good morning. Good morning. Yeah, hoping the same. And as I always say, the weather seems to hold up. I mean, the internet seems to hold up when the weather's actively bad. It'll be after the bad weather subsides, something just decides to conk out and then we lose internet. So, but it is what it is. Thank you guys for understanding yesterday. And let's get this bigger for you guys. There we go. And you guys know the drill. Let me know if volume is good. We'll do the boost with the half. And we should be queued up right to the next witness.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. State who's your next witness.
Detective Christopher Drabek.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Please state your full name for the jury.
My name is Chris Drabek.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Are you also a member of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit?
I am.
How long have you been employed with JSO?
Going on 9 years, since May of 2017.
And are you also assigned a specific gang or gangs in the unit?
Yes.
Who are you assigned?
I'm currently assigned a criminal gang called 21st Street and another criminal gang called Rat Chasing Family.
So not any of the ATK, 1200, or 6 block gangs that were referenced specifically in this case?
No.
Are you familiar with those gangs?
Yes.
Do you work alongside the detectives who are specifically assigned to those gangs?
I do.
And were you familiar enough with those gangs and in your workings with those detectives to create the chart that we previously admitted as State's Exhibit 89 in this case for the gangs?
Yes, we facilitated the charts together.
Did you maintain a relationship with the lead detective from the homicide investigation from Tampa?
I did.
And was that Juan Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
From what point at learning about the death of Charles Jones did you begin working with the Tampa Police Department?
The morning they called me on June 23rd.
And what was the nature of that call?
So originally my supervisor reached out to me because he was notified first, and my sergeant provided me with information of contact info for a Tampa Police Department detective. And I reached out to that detective, and they supplied us with information relating to the death of Charles Jones, and they were inquiring about why this may have occurred.
Did you have any knowledge that Charles Jones was going to be in the Tampa area before you received a call about his death?
Yes, we did observe posts on his social media where he was advertising his trip down to Tampa prior to him going in reference to him celebrating his birthday.
How do some of these rappers or even gang members actually tell people about their events or their appearances?
Social media.
And in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see some flyers that were posted to Mr. Charles Jones' account?
I did.
What is the screen name for the account itself? Did he use his legal name or the moniker of Foolio?
He used his rap name, Julio, Foolio.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 95B, 1 through 10, and 95C, 1 through 4.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to view Charles Jones's Julio Instagram account in advance of him coming down to Tampa?
Yes, I routinely would monitor Julio's Instagram account prior to this.
Even though he was not one of your assigned gang members, you would be monitoring his account?
Yes.
Why is that?
Just, I think it's imperative for detectives assigned to the gang unit to have information and knowledge about gangs, especially a person as prominent as Julio was. Even though I'm not assigned to 6 Block Gang, it is important to have working knowledge outside of my assigned gang, so I am able to assist in the event that I was called upon, for example, this instance. So.
And in this particular case, after you were notified of the death of Charles Jones, did you have an opportunity to visit his Instagram page as well?
Yes.
And is what was depicted in States 95B indicative of the recordings or screenshots that were taken from that account after the homicide?
Yes.
Was Mr. Charles Jones's Instagram account public?
It was.
So you were able to access it by just searching the name, essentially?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit States Exhibits 95B and 95C.
Any objection? Okay, 95B and 95C are admitted.
As it relates to the flyers that went out for Mr. Jones' birthday, I'm showing you 95C. Is this the flyer that you mentioned was posted that notified you, at least, that there was going to be some kind of club appearance in the Tampa area?
Yes.
Do you recall when this post made it to social media?
I know it was sometime prior to June 23rd. I believe it was a week or so before.
And did you have an opportunity to see from the flyers at least the location, exact location of where Mr. Jones was expected to appear?
He's advertising the club teasers.
Was the information that you had regarding 6 Block members being in Tampa only limited to Mr. Jones, or did you receive information that additional members would also be present at that time on June 22nd?
There was an additional post that he had made in reference to his travels down to Tampa, and we did see another person in that post, and it was Robert Howard.
Showing you C2. Is this the post that you're talking about?
Yes, the gentleman on the right with the yellow hoodie,
Give
that's
it
Robert
up.
Howard. He goes by the nickname Kenny Caps. He's a 6 Block Gang member.
And you have this knowledge in advance of the actual trip down to Tampa, is that right?
Yes.
Now, both of the appearances that were annotated in the post that he was giving, did you provide any information that you can recall about rivals or about his arrival to Tampa?
I did not communicate with Tampa prior to this.
In your review of the Julio Instagram account after the homicide, is this when you first looked to the account what you would see in opening it?
Yes.
And were you able to actually look back to view in B2 here additional posts that were made by Mr. Jones?
Yes, he had quite a few posts.
Was there one post in particular that became relevant to your case or investigation?
Yes.
And can you show us which post that is that's depicted in this?
Starting from the top, at the top in the middle, you have the teasers flyer that he had posted. If you go one post below that, so directly in the middle, it's a image of his face. That's an Instagram reel he posted.
What's an Instagram reel? If you could describe that for the jury, please.
It's a video posted on his Instagram account. But more specifically, this appears to be a shared Instagram reel that was originally posted on a separate social media application called Triller. And Triller is similar to TikTok. It's just videos.
As a part of your review of this account, were you able to actually click on that reel itself?
Yes.
What information does the reel give you when you actually select it or click on it? Like, what information are you provided? Is there a caption? Is there likes? What do you see when you get to access these?
So when you click on the post, you obviously watch the video, and then just below it there is a caption notated by the user of the account, who is Julio, and that caption reads, "They thought I checked out that last time. We don't celebrate foot shots," with some emojis.
Are you familiar with the earlier attempt on Charles Jones's life from October of 2023?
Yes.
What was the injury that Mr. Jones suffered as a result of that incident?
In October of 2023, Charles Jones was shot in the foot during an attempted murder on his life.
As it relates to this particular investigation, did your involvement also include the impounding of a device related to Alicia Andrews?
There was a cell phone device seized from her, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review some of the contents of that device upon its impound and extraction?
I did conduct what I would describe as a preliminary review of the cell phone device, so I wouldn't suggest it was a full review of the download, but I did look at it.
Does the Sheriff's Office also have digital forensics analysts that will actually help to go through that data with you or for you?
We do, yes.
And did those individuals provide you tips or information about items of potential evidentiary value that can be found on these devices?
Yes.
showing you what has been marked for identification as 76B5 through 7. Do you recognize these extractions from that device?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 76B5 through B7.
Any objection
Yes, I'm going for some of the relevance. Okay.
as to which one? Just 5 through 7.
All of them, I guess.
Okay, come on up.
Sidebar. Big shout out again to J Money dropping those gifts. I also dropped a link in the chat that will help you allow gifted memberships. It looks like it's just for my channel, but with YouTube, when you allow gifts one time, you should be eligible to receive them on any channel. They're good for 30 days, so live it up, live it up. And make sure you say thank you to J Money. Sidebar.
Okay, so 76B 5 through 7 will be admitted.
In publishing 76B5 was there a screenshot from the post that was referred to on the reel from Charles Jones's Instagram account retrieved from that device.
Yes.
And this is the device that was identified to the defendant, Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review the actual original post from States 95C?
And Ms. Ismer, I'm sorry for the record, what exhibit did you just show this witness?
This is 76B5.
Thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to review both the images that were retrieved from Mr. Jones's social media account, meaning the reel that was posted to his account, against the screenshot that was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to compare them against each other?
Yes.
In viewing 95C previously admitted and 76B5, were these images accurately retrieved, the items on the left from Mr. Jones's Instagram and the item on the right from Ms. Andrews' phone?
Yes.
Was the content as it relates to Ms. Andrews' device limited to the 2 days that you had, or that device had been active?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain the device setup date for that new device?
I believe it was June 26th.
On June 27th, did you seize that device from Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
What? So she gets a new phone, this phone gets activated, and this device, they get it from her, off her person, on the 26th. So Foolio was killed on the 23rd, the Sunday, June 23rd. Uh-oh.
Were there additional
At
items
least
of
it's
potential
after.
evidentiary value retrieved from that device from Ms. Andrews?
Yes, ma'am.
In 76B6, were you able to identify the individuals depicted in this image saved from that same device?
Yes, I do.
And who is the individual depicted to the left?
That is a gentleman named Xavier Harrison. He is a ATK gang member who goes by the nickname Fat Zay.
And who is the individual, if you know, identified to the right?
That is a gentleman named Torgon Williams, and he is also an ATK gang member, and he goes by the nickname ATK Red Dot.
Has ATK Red Dot been referenced or mentioned in some of the social media videos that were drill raps or disses posted by Six Block?
He has been referenced in music historically, yes.
Lastly, in states 76B7, do you recognize any of the individuals depicted in this image from the extraction?
I do. The gentleman on the left is a guy named Gerard Adams. He goes by the nickname Spaz, and he is associated with the 1200 group gang.
Is Spaz also related to any of the other co-defendants in this particular case?
Spaz he's deceased now. He was murdered, I believe, back in 2018. But he is related to Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy.
Did you have an opportunity to see and interview Davion Murphy?
I did.
And are you familiar with how he looks?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen a photograph from the arrest of Davion Murphy?
I have.
And have you had an opportunity to review the Ring camera footage from the Airbnb in Tampa?
Tampa did share videos with us recovered from the Airbnb. I did review them, yes.
to Sheriff Chuck
Showing
for
you
gifting
states
5 gifts.
38A and B as well as 90C. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the individual that you know to be Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 38A and B as well as 90C.
Any objection?
Okay.
Okay, admitted. You said 38A through B and then,
90C.
okay, thank you. It's admitted as well.
Publishing 90C, sir, is this the image that you were referring to when you mentioned the arrest photo?
Yes,
And sometime
Just
after
changing.
Mr. Murphy's arrest, did you have an opportunity to interview him?
I did. I interviewed him shortly after this picture.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes.
We've seen some images from an interrogation room with Mr.
Where he
Murphy
threw up the
here.
signs.
What
Guys, if you missed yesterday, because there's 2 Murphy brothers, I think this is the same Murphy that in the interview room with the detectives, he looks up at the surveillance cam and he throws up what they're saying is the sign, the hand sign for 1200. He's just looking right at the camera in the interview room.
was Mr. Murphy captured making any kind of hand signs during the course of that interview or thereafter?
He does throw up what's recognized as the 1200 hand gang sign.
Just, why not? YOLO.
Are you familiar with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And does Rashad Murphy have any nickname that you are aware of?
He goes by the nickname Ghost.
He makes himself pretty visible.
During the course of your investigation, do you have contact with Detective Ramos and agree to assist by writing several search warrants?
I did assist by drafting quite a few search warrants.
Did your involvement in this case actually begin on the day of the homicide with the assistance that you provided to Tampa?
Yes.
When you saw or received the notification that Mr. Jones had died, did you do any follow-up work in reviewing the social media accounts of members of 1200 or ATK?
Yes.
And after it was relayed to you that Mr. Jones had died, were there members of both groups taking responsibility for this homicide?
They were doing what we commonly see when a prominent gang member is murdered. They were trolling on social media by posting laughing emojis and other related celebratory posts.
So when you are actually notified, is that by Detective DeJesus from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
In starting with your involvement, did you have any information about a possible suspect vehicle?
They did share with us at some point early on that there was potentially a black Chevrolet Impala involved.
And in that initial call, were you able to relay any information about potential leads from incidents that you had investigated or seen on social media in the weeks leading up to the homicide?
Yes.
What information was it that you were able to obtain in your day-to-day duties related to the homicide or leading up to it?
During the conversation I was having in the first day that they were reaching out to us, I did share with that detective that I had screen recorded a conversation that Julio Foolio was having approximately 2 weeks prior with another person named Isaiah Chance on Spaces, which is formerly known as Twitter. It's an open chat room where people can enter and speak to each other.
Is it a video of the person speaking when you're in Spaces, or do you just hear voices?
It's just their voice. So they log into Spaces, which is previously Twitter. They'll log in with their accounts and join these open chat rooms and just communicate. So you're only hearing their voice as they talk to each other.
Did you actually document that Spaces communication between Isaiah Chance and Charles Jones?
I screen recorded it and preserved it, yes.
And would that have been on June 6th of 2024?
Yes, it would have.
Without telling me the contents of it, were you ultimately made aware of a communication between Sean Gathright and Rashad Murphy on the same date regarding the Spaces conversation?
I was made aware of that, yes.
In the hours after Charles Jones's death, did you see posts made to social media by Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the handle associated to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account?
Yes, it's Gutazay with a bunch of G's.
And do you know the social media handle for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, it was Ghost187.
Had you, in your review of Isaiah Chance's Instagram account previously or since this homicide, documented any interaction on social media between Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy?
Can you ask that again?
Yes. Was there a social media post to Isaiah Chance's Instagram account tagging Rashad Murphy?
Yes, there was.
And would it have been tagging his handle?
Yes, his username.
During an earlier interview that you had with Mr. Murphy, did you make any kind of observations that were unique that you actually relayed to Detective Ramos as it relates to this investigation?
Yes, when he was signing his constitutional rights form, which is just a form we go over with people prior to interviewing them on a criminal investigation, there's a portion of this form where they have to sign confirming they acknowledge all of their constitutional rights that have been advised to them. And I observed he was signing the form with his right hand, and it was I couldn't read it. I asked him if he was okay. And then it occurred to me later in the interview that he was doing that on purpose because one of the shooters in this investigation is left-handed. And I was able to obtain a separate interview where Rashad Murphy was read his rights and he signed that form with his left hand. So it was apparent when he was signing the form in front of me, he was signing it with his right hand. I couldn't read anything he was writing.
So in the earlier interview of Rashad Murphy, would that have been before the death of Charles Jones in an unrelated investigation?
Yes.
What
Overruled, go ahead.
were you able to observe the hand that Mr. Murphy signed his documents with?
He signed
Overruled, go ahead.
it with his left hand on that occasion.
Then, during the course of your investigation or assistance to the Tampa Police Department investigation for the homicide of Charles Jones, was Rashad Murphy interviewed?
Yes.
And did he utilize a different hand in signing those forms?
He was attempting to sign it with his right hand.
On June 26, just a few days after the homicide, did you learn of any particular developments out of Gwinnett County, Georgia, that were relevant to the investigation?
Detective Ramos did share with us that Rashad Murphy had been taken into custody in a county in Georgia.
Was Rashad Murphy taken into custody by himself?
No.
Was he accompanied by another individual?
He was with a lady named Charmaine Stiger.
Do you know Charmaine Stiger to be the mother of Mr. Murphy's children?
She is.
As a part of that arrest, was Ms. Stiger and Mr. Murphy's cell phone seized?
It was.
And as you're assisting Tampa Police Department, if items of evidentiary value are seized in conjunction with the Tampa investigation, do you take those items into evidence and then ultimately provide them to the detectives in Tampa?
Yes.
On the same date of June 26th, did you learn of a development as it related to the Chevy Impala that Detective Jesus had mentioned was a potential suspect vehicle?
Yes, there was further communication that black Chevrolet Impala had been dropped off in a separate county in Florida by Sean Gathright, and he switched it for a gold Toyota 4Runner.
So the black Chevy Impala, may I confirm that was located in Polk County?
That sounds right.
Was Sean Gathright ultimately stopped in a vehicle stop in Duval County in that 4Runner?
Overruled, go ahead.
He was.
And was that also on June 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to a search of that vehicle, were you notified of the findings or the items that were located within the gold 4Runner that Sean Gathright was stopped in?
I was notified.
Within that vehicle, was there a cellular device that was taken into evidence?
Yes.
Was there also a new phone in a box?
Yes, there was.
Was there ballistics evidence that was impounded?
Yes.
And did that include spent shell casings from the interior of that vehicle?
Yes, there were spent shell casings in a box inside of the vehicle he was driving.
Did you relay the findings to Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware of whether each and every one of those exhibits or items were impounded at that time?
They were.
By June 27th, the Thursday after the homicide, did you develop sufficient probable cause with other members of JSO to execute a search warrant on the residence of Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of potential or any potential items that you were specifically searching for based on a lack of evidence at the original homicide scene?
So Tampa did share with us through the video surveillance at the incident scene, as well as their information regarding the crime scene, that there appeared to be a lack of shell casings from where the shooters were shooting. In their opinion, based off that fact and the video evidence, they believe that the shooters were equipped with brass catchers on their rifles.
Were you notified at the execution of those search warrants that brass catchers had been discovered inside of the safe in SeanGathright's residence?
Yes.
Were you also notified that several items of spent and live ammunition were located?
Yes.
What about firearms specifically? Were there firearms located inside that residence?
There were multiple firearms.
As it relates to the 2 rifles that were obtained or seized, did you transfer custody of those rifles to the Tampa Police Department?
A detective within the Crime Gun Intelligence Center did, but that was done.
Upon the execution of these search warrants, was it organized that the warrants would be executed simultaneous with each other
That was the goal.
to have them executed at the same time?
Yes.
Is that a tactic that is typically enacted?
Overruled, go ahead.
That was a plan decided by our commanding officer, our lieutenant. He wanted both search warrants executed at the same time.
Are you familiar with the circumstances of the warrant execution at the Isaiah Chance residence?
Yes,
Was the goal of having both warrants executed simultaneously actually accomplished?
it was.
Was there any delay at the Chance residence before the warrant could be executed?
Objection, that would be
Overruled.
cause for making an uncharged crime.
Overruled, go ahead.
There was a significant delay for the occupants of Isaiah Chance's house to come out.
Who were the occupants of Isaiah Chance's residence?
Overruled, go ahead.
Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews.
Upon the execution of the search warrant, once they actually exited the residence, upon the execution of the search warrant, is this the day in which the device from Ms. Andrews, from which we've seen the extraction reports, came?
Yes,
In addition to the search warrants for the physical electronic devices that you helped or obtained, did you also obtain a search warrant for iCloud?
there were additional iCloud warrants completed.
Would that have been for Mr. Chance, Davion Murphy, and Ms. Andrews?
Yes,
After obtaining those warrants for iCloud, do you send those out, or is that an immediate return? How do you get that information?
the search warrant is drafted, signed by a judge, and then ultimately sent to Apple, requesting the digital data associated with that account. And then at some point following that, it's typically 2 to 3 weeks, Apple will provide a digital return, which we can download the files and review the accounts that way.
The actual Axiom iCloud returns, would that be something that was reviewed, extractions, reviewed, reports created by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes,
While you were waiting for the return of those search warrants, did you have an opportunity to utilize something called cell phone mapping?
yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's taking the digital data provided by cell phone carriers that is related to the location data for your cell phone device, and we are able to map it and observe approximate locations of a cell phone device at the desired search time.
Were you involved in reviewing the data for the cell site from Rashad Murphy's device?
I did.
What, if any, information did you learn from that data?
We observed that Rashad Murphy traveled to a Walmart on the Jacksonville South Side area and was there for a short period of time and then left. So we knew the date and time that he went there. It was the day before, it was June 21st of 2024. And so we traveled to Walmart, made contact with one of their associates and requested to view their video surveillance.
You also have an opportunity to save the video from the Walmart visit.
I did.
Show you with marked states 99 and 100.
Okay.
The item contained on the disc of the Walmart recording, are you the person who made the recording from the Walmart?
Yes.
And is the item in 100 a fair and accurate representation of a screen grab from that recording?
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 99 and 100, Your Honor.
Any objection? Be admitted?
You were able to get a recording from the video surveillance from Walmart, right?
Yes.
And from that were still shots created of Rashad Murphy inside in states 100.
Yes.
Did you provide this information from the June 21st, roughly 11 p.m. visit to Walmart to Detective Juan Ramos?
I provided him the video, yes.
Had you had an opportunity at this point when you received this cell site data to review the videos from the Julio Foolio murder?
I had observed the video of the murder prior to obtaining this, yes.
And was there a reason that you provided these particular images to the detective?
Yes.
What was that?
The clothes that Rashad Murphy is wearing in his trip to Walmart appears to be the same clothes that he's wearing when he kills Foolio.
Were you also able to see the device that Rashad Murphy was using in his Walmart trip?
Yes, he's using the cell phone device that's ultimately seized in Georgia.
For the surveillance footage that you saw from Walmart, was Mr. Murphy by himself?
He was walking around the store by himself.
Did you also obtain the receipt from the transaction that Mr. Murphy had at this time?
Yes.
All of this information ultimately being provided to Detective Ramos.
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was it confirmed by you that arrest warrants had been obtained for all 5 of the defendants by July 27th of 2024?
Yes.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Oh, did he not want to cross this guy?
All right, Detective Drabek, you are the lead in JSO for this case. Is that correct?
I would say I helped the most, helping Tampa facilitate this case, yes.
You spoke to Detective Ramos from Tampa Police Department the most. Is that correct?
I'm not quite sure how much he spoke to the other detectives within our unit. I know it was significant. I know my communication with Ramos was quite a bit. I don't know how that pales in comparison to the others.
All right. Well, you gave Detective Ramos most of the information from JSO, right?
For the most part, yeah.
All right. And you are in charge of what gangs in Jacksonville?
21st Street and Rat Chasing Family.
All right. Are any of those two gangs associated with in any way ATK or 1200 or 6 Block?
No.
They're like completely separate.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did 6 Block have any other rival gangs outside of ATK and 1200?
I would say that those two were the most noteworthy.
Most noteworthy, but were there other rival gangs to 6 Block?
Not that I can think of.
All right. I want to move to a different topic. You said that there were celebratory posts from people in ATK, maybe even 1200 after Foolio died. Is that correct?
There was a tremendous amount of posts following his death.
A lot of people made posts celebrating the fact that Charles Jones was dead.
Yes.
A lot of people wanted him dead, apparently.
Yes.
All those people were not guilty of killing him, though. Is that correct?
No.
Alicia Andrews did not make any celebratory posts about Charles Jones's death. Is that correct?
Correct. Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Not that anyone is aware of, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's an exhibit that we were just looking at. It's 76, states 76. B. 5 through 7. I'm going to show you these one by one, starting with 5. This is a document. It says, you see at the top it says Cellbrite? Oh, hold on. You see at the top it says Cellbrite?
I see that, yes.
All right, and Cellbrite is a cell phone reader software. Is that correct?
Yeah, Cellbrite's an application investigators use to review cell phone extractions.
All right. And so this Cellbrite report here is an extraction of, or at least a portion of an extraction of Alicia's phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this little photo here, that's a photo of Julio, Charles Jones?
Yeah, so that's a thumbnail of what the data to the left is referencing.
All right. And this thumbnail, that thumbnail was created on June 26th.
I can't say yes or no to that.
Is that what the extraction says? That it was created on June 26th?
That's what the extraction
But you're not
notates.
sure that's how, if that's the way to correctly read that or interpret that extraction?
Sure. The best way to describe this is that this is, from what we know, because the device was activated on June 26th, it appeared that the user of the cell phone device was backing up their prior iCloud. So if you were to buy a new phone, you would transfer your data through your iCloud download. So it's transferring your contacts, a lot of your old media files. So I can't say for.
So I think this answer is worse for the defense. Why do I think that? Like 15 minutes ago when we first saw this on direct examination, I was like, oh, well, at least it was after, right? After the shooting could have just been like, it could have been a bit celebratory, like, yeah, stupid, he posted this video, we got him. Or it could have just been, this is crazy, he was just alive. I can't believe that happened. But if this is true, and if the defense doesn't press him on this, how does he know this? This is just speculation. But the jury's hearing it. If she's getting a new phone after the 23rd, why is she getting a new phone? And then two, she probably doesn't realize she's backing this up through her iCloud. She might think that it's off the device because she's got a new phone and she forgets that iCloud does this thing, which could mean she had this before they go down to Tampa and suddenly end up in the same place that he's at.
Certain when this post or this image was captured originally, but due to the transfer of data on June 26th, that's why it's timestamped that way, so I can't say when it was captured.
All right. So essentially, someone who had this device downloaded, I guess, their iCloud onto the device.
Yes.
And then, potentially, this thumbnail that you see of Julio came from that download. Potentially.
Yes.
So we don't know when this picture of Foolio was actually viewed and downloaded to the device or to the iCloud.
That's fair.
And this is the thumbnail with a bigger picture of it.
Yeah.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews, so let me tell you, you don't know if Alicia Andrews accessed this photograph?
It's her iCloud account, though.
I can say that the device she possessed, the iCloud that is downloaded onto that device and where this image came from was from her iCloud, but specifically, did she personally view it? I can't say that.
You're aware that her boyfriend used to use her phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Another extraction, another thumbnail. You see that? This is 76B6.
Yep.
Same sort of thing. June the 26th is the creation date. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is the picture of, you said, red dot, right?
The gentleman to the right in that image is
I'll show you.
Torgon, ATK Red Dot.
Okay. And the fact that this photograph is in Alicia's phone, what relevance does that have to this case?
Well, Fat Zay to the left, he was in music videos with one of the defendants.
He was in the music video with one of the
Eight-
defendants?
Yeah, Isaiah Chance.
Oh, was he in a music video with Alicia Andrews?
No, you're just asking the significance. And then also ATK Red Dot, he just plays a role in a lot of the historical Jacksonville gang war.
All right. Do you have any communication between Red Dot and Alicia Andrews?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if she even knows him?
I don't know that.
Do you know if she knows the bigger individual in the photograph, Alicia Andrews?
I don't know that.
Another self-right extraction report. All right, June 27th, you see that date?
I do.
And the thumbnail there, you see it?
Yes.
That thumbnail is of an individual named Spaz.
To the left, yes.
Spaz is on the left. Who's on the right, you know?
I believe that's Corbin.
Corbin,
I believe so, yeah.
another individual who died. This is,
Yeah.
that's the one that was, that Charles Jones was rapping about being kidnapped and found in a field with his bones.
Yeah, it's the circumstances around his death, yeah.
Do you know if Alicia Andrews knew either of those two individuals?
I don't know that, no.
But that's what was pulled from her phone, those three thumbnails, correct?
Yeah.
You also mentioned that you got the iCloud return for Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what I mean when I say iCloud return, or when you receive the iCloud return, that's everything that was in Alicia Andrews' iCloud, you got a copy of it.
It was provided, yes.
All right, like over 100 gigabytes worth of data?
I don't recall how large the data was.
All right, but it was a large file?
I don't recall.
You remember it took a long time to download?
I don't remember.
All right. And you don't recall finding anything noteworthy in that iCloud?
No, those data files were provided to the Tampa Police Department for review.
All right, so you didn't look at them at all?
No.
You searched, or at least you were involved in the search of a few different homes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually search, or were you present during the search warrant of Sean Gathright's home?
I was present when we made contact with his mother. I read the search warrant to her, but I was not present during the actual search of his home,
Where was his mother when you read the search warrant to her?
outside of the house.
And you read the search warrant to her before the search?
So it was previously discussed, we were facilitating two search warrants at the same time, one at Isaiah Chance's house and also one at Sean Gathright's house. Once both scenes were secured, I went to Sean Gathright's house, made contact with his mother because I had previously met her before, so I had a rapport with her. I read the search warrant to her, which is a common practice we do before we enter someone's home. And then upon reading her the search warrant, I, for lack of better terms, passed off that search warrant to other detectives. And then I traveled back to Isaiah Chance's home to help facilitate the search of his house.
Okay, so you searched Isaiah Chance's home, but not Sean Gathright's home?
Yes.
All right. Who actually searched, which detective searched Sean Gathright's home?
The affiant, Detective Parker.
All right. So he'd be the one to ask about where the items inside the home were found?
Or the crime scene detectives.
All right. Do you know if the firearms in Sean Gathright's house, the ones that were in the rifle, that were in the safe, do you know if those were found in his mother's room?
I was informed that the safe was his mother's room.
So the rifles and the shotgun, those are in his mother's room?
Correct, in the safe.
His mother is former military.
She is.
She also had access to a bunch of ammunition, is that correct?
I did learn that there was an abundance of ammunition inside of their home.
All right, so the arsenal of weapons and ammunition that were found in Sean Gathright's home, were you ever able to determine what actually belonged to Sean Gathright from what belongs to his mother?
No.
But surely, out of all the pictures, you've seen the pictures from the
Yes.
search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
So out of all the pictures, you're not able to say what actually belonged to Sean Gathright
No.
and what belonged to his mother.
Correct.
And Alicia Andrews' home, that was never searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. Why not?
Well, law enforcement is held to a standard of having probable cause in order to search a home. Absent having probable cause to apply for a search warrant that would then be signed by a judge, you would simply ask for consent to search a home. I do not believe that probable cause ever existed to search the residence of Alicia Andrews.
So there was never even probable cause to search Alicia Andrews' home.
As far as I'm aware, no.
All right, not even till this day.
Correct.
There you go. That's good for the defense. End it there.
You mentioned on
That could have been your
Direct
little mic
in
drop.
October 2023 shooting of Charles Jones, correct?
Yes.
An attempt at his life,
Correct.
and that crime has gone unsolved.
There's no, yes, there's been no arrest on that case.
All right. And there's also no probable cause to arrest anyone for that case at this point,
Correct.
2 years later.
Yep.
Certainly, Alicia Andrews is not a suspect in that shooting, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any indication that she even knows about that shooting?
I don't.
Do you know of a woman named Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes.
Oh,
One second.
Aaliyah's the one that dated Young Ace's brother. And was inside the lobby when the shooting started.
Showing what's in evidence is State's Exhibit A4C. Now, you're not the gang detective for ATK, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. But do you know who Young Ace is?
Yes.
All right. That would be this individual here,
Yes.
the so-called leader of ATK.
I don't know if he's the leader, but he's certainly the more well-known
prominent
prominent. Yeah.
Okay, safe to say. All right. So you're aware of his brother, this is Trayvon Bullard.
Yes, sir.
Nickname is Quan.
Yep. 2 times.
All right. And
2 times.
Trayvon Bullard and Quan 2 times. He dated at one point
They just gave him a new name. Or is that like really how he goes and they just didn't put that on the PowerPoint?
Aaliyah Albritton, correct?
I was made aware of that, yes.
All right. And Trayvon was killed. Do you know who killed him?
There's been rumors, but no one's been arrested.
All right. No one's been arrested, but 6 Block takes credit for the killing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Charles Jones himself rapped about Trayvon's killing
Yes.
and has made disrespectful music towards the death of Trayvon. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you speak, by any chance, did you speak to Aaliyah in this case?
No, sir.
All right. When you were investigating, you were aware that Aaliyah was with Charles Jones when he was shot and killed?
Yeah.
All right. And that was despite the fact that Aaliyah dated someone that Charles Jones rapped about killing.
Okay.
You're aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Did you investigate Aaliyah for any potential motive for killing Charles Jones in this case?
That is a fair question. You're using the term investigating. This homicide occurred in Hillsborough County, right? So the
She was
duties
there.
of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office gang unit specifically was to assist Tampa Police Department in their investigation. At no point, were we referencing Aaliyah Albritton for an interview. So no, she was not talked to on our behalf.
So
Would
fair
you
question,
have-
fair answer. You are in Jacksonville. This murder happened in Tampa, right?
Yes.
So you're not
What would you have
responsible
done?
for any investigation really in Tampa, is what you're saying?
The legal jurisdiction of a homicide occurring in Hillsborough County has no implications for law enforcement in Duval County.
But just in the simple terms, you're not responsible for the investigation in Tampa.
No.
That's Detective Ramos.
Correct.
Another individual, he's the lead.
Right. And he's employed in Hillsborough County.
Understood.
What would you have done?
All right, so Alicia has an iCloud and
Miss
a phone.
Andrews.
Two different things.
Miss Andrews.
Sorry, Miss Andrews has an iCloud and a phone. Two different devices that would provide two different extractions. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also, in addition to the iCloud, you reviewed Alicia Andrews' phone, correct?
Portions of it.
Portions. All right. In the portions that you reviewed, there's no agreement in the phone that shows Alicia Andrews agreed to kill Charles Jones.
No.
No message showing that she's involved in some conspiracy to kill Charles Jones.
No.
No indication that Alicia Andrews knew Davion or Rashad Murphy prior to the killing of Charles Jones.
Not from her device.
And nothing in her device that would show or indicate that she had any sort of relationship with Sean Gathright prior to the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
You listened to several jail calls in this case, right?
I spent a large amount of my time on jail calls
How many jail calls do you think you listened to?
over the course of my career.
No, just in this case.
I would estimate 50 to 100.
All right. And you began listening to those jail calls in the early stages of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
To try to figure out maybe if there's someone in jail talking about who killed Charles Jones.
Yes.
You did get some information pertinent to this case through listening to the jail calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. That information led you to Isaiah Chance.
It was just another piece of evidence. I don't know if that led me to him, but
Well, there was some evidence from the jail calls that you uncovered that made you believe that Isaiah Chance might be a suspect, correct?
yes.
All right. But never anything in the jail calls that led you to believe that Alicia Andrews was a suspect, right?
Correct.
No mention of Alicia Andrews in any of the calls?
None.
You've watched several music videos with all this gang activity back and forth?
Yes, sir.
Alicia Andrews is not in any of those videos, correct?
Correct.
She's not seen holding any weapons in any of these videos?
Right.
She's not seen throwing up any gang signs in any of these videos?
I already said she's not in the videos.
All right. She doesn't have any photographs online, throwing up any gang signs, correct?
Correct.
Alicia Andrews is not a documented gang member, is that correct?
Right.
She's also not even a gang associate, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Very briefly.
That was good. That was a good
You were asked about some jail calls that you reviewed in Duval County. Were those jail calls that occurred immediately after the death of Charles Jones?
Yes.
And were those jail calls between gang members or their family members identifying Isaiah or Isaiah Chance as the person who committed the murder?
Yes.
Were any of those jail calls with Isaiah Chance or Isaiah talking about committing the murder?
Like how he committed it?
No, specifically to Isaiah Chance. Made to Isaiah Chance, or were they made between other gang members?
Other parties?
Specifically as it relates to the search warrant executed on Sean Gathright's residence, you were asked about the safe in the mother's room.
Okay.
Did you also intercept a jail call as it relates to the safe that was located in the house?
Say that again?
Did you locate a call that was made by Sean Gathright to his mother about a safe located in the house?
It was Isaiah Chance.
To Sean Gathright's mother?
There was a jail call
What?
following a search warrant between Isaiah Chance and his mother.
And what was the nature of the call? What were they talking about?
He was inquiring if the law enforcement had found something, and she told them on the phone that we had not. So we went back out there to search again.
And pursuant to the details of that call,
Well, let's run that back because did the prosecution just mix up two parties and the detective corrected? Because to me, that would be outside the scope, maybe, unless it falls within the scope of the jail calls, but
jail calls that occurred immediately after the
objection.
death of Charles Jones.
Yes.
And were those jail calls between gang members or their family members identifying Isaiah or Isaiah Chance as the person who committed the murder?
Yes.
Were any of those jail calls with Isaiah Chance or Isaiah talking about committing the murder?
Like how he committed it?
No, specifically to Isaiah Chance. Made to Isaiah Chance, or were they made between other gang members?
Other parties?
Specifically as it relates to the search warrant executed on Sean Gathright's residence, you were asked about the safe in the mother's room.
Okay.
Did you also intercept a jail call as it relates to the safe that was located in the house?
Say that again?
Did you locate a call that was made by Sean Gathright to his mother about a safe located in the house?
It was Isaiah Chance.
To Sean Gathright's mother.
There was a jail call following a search warrant between Isaiah Chance and his mother.
And what was the nature of the call? What were they talking about?
so this is from Isaiah Chance to Gathright's mother. See, I struggle when people don't say a name and they start saying he or she when multiple people are being talked about. So Isaiah Chance calls Gathright's mom. Or Isaiah Chance calls Isaiah Chance's own mom. Because they're talking about the safe in Gathright's house.
He was inquiring if the law enforcement had found something, and she told them on the phone that we had not. So we went back out there to search again.
And pursuant to the details of that call, was the item that was described located in that location still?
No.
You were asked about the contents of Ms. Andrews' physical device. That is the download for which you had access and could review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it also correct that that device was active for less than 24 hours?
Yes.
So from the time that that device was turned on for the first time and the time that it was seized by law enforcement was less than 24-hour period?
Yes.
And that would have been between June 26th and June 27th?
Correct.
Now, you are not able to date, based on the impound of the items that were collected and the upload of the iCloud, you are not able to date most of those photos because they would just reflect the date that the iCloud was downloaded to that device, correct?
That's correct.
Are you at least able to date the image that depicted the reel from Mr. Jones's Instagram account based on the records from Instagram and publishing states 95C 3?
So we do know that that post was made to his account in February of 2024.
So at some time between February of 2024 and when that phone was impounded in June of 2024, that item was preserved or saved to the device.
Yes.
You were asked about probable cause to search the residences associated to this case. Was there sufficient evidence by way of cell site data that put the devices at both Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance's residence, as well as video footage that put all of the suspects or some of the suspects at those locations?
Yes.
Did that assist in allowing you to get probable cause for those locations?
Yes.
Was there direct evidence that the defendants in this case had been to Ms. Andrews' residence for you to apply for a search warrant of that residence?
No.
And when you specifically indicate that you had been to Sean Gathright's residence, have you had an opportunity to review the surveillance footage, which is depicted in State's Exhibit number 98 from the security footage at Sean Gathright's residence?
I've seen those videos, yes.
Are you familiar with the security cameras that are affixed to the outside of his residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with that Victoria Lakes address at his home?
Yes.
Is that residence located within Duval County?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. As a part of your review of the video surveillance from Sean Gathright's residence, are you able to say that it fairly and accurately represents the exterior of that home?
Yes.
And lastly, from your involvement in this case with the execution of the search warrants, as well as the work of the crime scene detectives and other officers from JSO, have your contacts with Mrs. Andrews always been at Mr. Chance's residence as it related to this case? So for the execution of the search warrant, the impounding of the devices, et cetera.
Yeah.
Did any of those contacts happen at Mrs. Andrews' residence, which would allow for a potential for probable cause to search there?
No.
Well,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay,
That was a
this
good
one is being
cleanup.
excused.
I think the defense did cook on their cross, but that's a great point. And unfortunately, I think for Miss Andrews is if you want to rely on, and I don't know how they're going to get this in or how much they're going to lean into it. The defense does have several witnesses on their list that I'm sure they're going to try to get to some characterization, someone testifying that Alicia Andrews might have felt under the control and that she had no choice, and that Isaiah Chance, maybe they won't be able to mention what Alicia Andrews told them about abuse, but they can hint to it in other ways. But you have this witness now say that, well, look, the reason we didn't execute a search warrant on Alicia Andrews' home is because Alicia Andrews was always wherever Isaiah Chance was. I don't know. I'm also still confused about the safe because, and I appreciate that you guys think that they're talking about Isaiah Chance's own mom, because I'm confused. But the way she worded that, they went back to where the safe was. You were asked about a safe. The safe that this detective was asked about was the safe in Grandma's home. We keep calling it Grandma, but it's Sean Gathright's mother. So if in our questioning, we're referring back to going back to that safe you were already asked about. In my head, it still only makes sense that it's Gathright's mother's safe, the mother that was in the military. And that would mean that Isaiah Chance is close enough with Gathright's mother, and thus close enough with Gathright. They're calling and making sure things are good. They didn't find that thing in the safe. So I think that was bad questioning by the prosecution. They really need to tighten that up. And again, whatever confusion we have, I would imagine you've got 12, well, yeah, it's capital case. So 12 jurors sitting there like probably thinking the same thing. So, and then let's see. That was the end of day. Well, there's like a little bit here. Let's just make sure
Potentially to recall, I don't know.
before we go to day 5.
Okay, all right, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, we worked a little late, but as you can see, when we get a witness on the stand, we try and wrap it up. So we will be in recess overnight, and just remember my previous admonitions. Don't be listening to any news accounts, social media accounts related to this case. Don't talk to anybody about it, and don't do any independent investigation or research. See you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All right.
Alrighty. I don't think they do any housekeeping.
Line up to.
All jurors are out, Judge.
Okay, very good. Okay, everyone have a seat. All right, what's the lineup tomorrow?
Judge, it is going to be Amara Drew, Louis Beth Fortes Rodriguez, Detective Juan Ramos, and Detective Benjamin Ayers.
Okay. All right. And then, are those your 4 last witnesses? Okay. So conceivably, you could rest tomorrow.
Conceivably, but I believe Ramos is going to be somewhat late.
Okay, so we'll see. Okay.
Judge, if we don't, can we get a lineup from the defense?
I mean, if you do rest.
I mean, if we do, yeah,
Yeah.
we get the first 3 or 4 witnesses, and then check on calling tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow. In the event.
It would be Robert Howard. So if you can go out tomorrow, I mean,
Do you want him transported tomorrow? I can.
what I'm comfortable in my head is not having to sit back all day long. I
Right.
might not matter to anybody else, but if the state thinks that they're going to rest tomorrow, if that's actually possible, then yes, I would have to come.
Okay. I'll have him brought over.
Are we able to make that decision at noon, Your Honor?
I don't know. How much advance notice does the sheriff's office need to transport
It's
them?
probably best for him to be transported in the morning,
Yeah.
and then by noon, if we know we're not going to get to him, then we can
Send him back. Okay, let's
Because in
do
the
that
afternoon,
then.
It's going to be busier with traffic.
Yeah.
and
All right, let's get him transported over here in the morning. If it looks like we're not going to get him on, then we'll send him back. But,
I'll make sure he's here in the morning when I get here.
yep. Okay. All right, and then anyone else, or is that it?
Everyone is pretty much studied for Wednesday. I'll take Anthony Lava, Joel Jordan, Kayla, Tom Williams.
Okay.
All right, they wrap it up.
Okay. Very good. All right, see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m.
All right, so let's go to tomorrow, which is today. We'll go over to day 5. We're going to be skipping the lunch, so we should be caught up by the end of the stream. After all of the mess this week, guys, we did it. I shouldn't speak too soon, should I? Get some captions. Oh, and they're on a break right now.
Okay, very good. Let's see, is Mr. Harmon here? Oh, there he is, okay. All right, state's here, defense is here, Miss Andrews is present. You guys ready to go?
We just need a moment, Your Honor, to put this evidence together for the first one.
Okay.
Oh, tech struggles.
Okay, very good. State, you ready to proceed?
The only thing's gonna be, it's probably, it would be okay to have the rifles brought over here.
Sure.
And then Judge, I learned today was I'm gonna ask at some point, when I'm polishing the rifles, to have them removed from the bags.
Okay. Okay, you ready to go?
Just need the rifles brought over.
All right, if you bring the rifles over,
Yes, Judge, I'm
please,
just gonna
Deputy.
unlock them and then.
Oh my goodness.
Are these, are the bags marked with these? She put 56 and 57.
Hopefully.
And then we took the locks off and we didn't waste time doing it. Oh, good. Appreciate it. You're welcome. All set.
I'm so nosy.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
I don't know when Law and Crime started, but this was like 50 minutes, 5-0, from when their stream started that they're bringing the jury in. Ooh, and looks like we might get fireworks today. Ooh.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. All right, on the overnight recess, did anybody watch, listen to, read any news or social media accounts related to this case? Talk to anybody about anything related to this case or do any independent investigation about this case? Okay, very good. Thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Amara Drew.
Will you have a seat, raise your right hand, please, face the room.
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
Amara Drew,
Can you spell both names, please?
Amara-Drew.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE for short, in their firearms section.
Okay, and FDLE, is that a statewide agency, law enforcement agency here in Florida?
It is.
Does that agency maintain crime laboratories throughout the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there one here at the Tampa Bay Regional Center here in Tampa?
There is.
Now, that laboratory, is it contained within a larger complex?
Yes, the investigations is also housed there.
All right. Can you tell the jurors, first of all, your educational background?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science from Westchester University in Forensic and Toxicological Chemistry. After completing my school education, I completed on-the-job training in the field of firearms and tool marks examination, which I successfully completed.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors your work history?
So I started working in the firearms field in April of 2019 with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms unit. After employment there, I was employed with the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory, again in their firearms unit. And then I joined FDLE in June of 2023, again with their firearms unit.
So with both the laboratory in Idaho and the laboratory in North Carolina, are those laboratories similar to FDLE that accept evidence from law enforcement agencies?
That is true.
All right. And so this is a public-funded, publicly ran laboratory in both of those states?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you first about your time at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory. How many years were you there?
I was there from April of 2019 till July of 2020.
Did you receive training at that laboratory when you started there in the area of firearms examination and identification?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors about that training?
So my training included readings, practical assessments of comparisons of cartridge cases, functionality of different types of firearms, the assembly, disassembly, serial number restoration, and all of that was written tested, practical tested, which ended with a competency test and a mock trial, which I successfully completed all of that.
What positions did you hold in that laboratory?
I was a contract grant employee in their firearms unit.
And did you conduct actual casework?
I did.
In your casework there at that laboratory, did you work with firearms that were being submitted by law enforcement agencies and firearm components such as fired cartridge cases or projectiles or jacketing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion during that time period to work on guns such as the Glock manufactured pistol and AR platform weapons?
I've worked with those firearms before, yes.
Moving on to North Carolina State Crime Lab. First of all, what part of the state were you in? What part was that laboratory located in?
It was located in Hendersonville, so the western side of the state near Asheville, North Carolina.
What years did you work there?
I was employed there from July of 2020 till May of 2023.
Did you receive any training, additional training when you arrived there?
When I arrived in North Carolina, I did an expedited training program with more practical assessments and written tests to show that I was competent in the type of examinations that I said I was trained in Idaho.
Were you able to meet their proficiency standards?
I was.
Did you conduct actual casework there?
I did.
When you left that laboratory, is that when you came here to Florida to work at the FDLE?
That's correct.
And your job here at FDLE, has it always been in Tampa?
Yes,
So you started here in Tampa and you're still there in Tampa?
that is correct, yes.
Is there a laboratory maintained by the FDLE in Jacksonville?
There is, yes.
Same type of laboratory as here?
Yes, sir.
In the laboratory here and the laboratory in Jacksonville, you work in the firearms section, correct?
The laboratory here in Tampa, I work in firearms, but
I'm sorry, here in Tampa.
Yeah,
and
but
in
Jacksonville has a firearms section as well.
And they maintain other disciplines in those laboratories, is that correct?
That is correct.
Such as DNA analysis and other areas.
Correct. Each
think-
lab has multiple disciplines.
I believe the DNA laboratory is known as the biology laboratory.
Yes.
So let's talk about your time here at FDLE. When you came to FDLE, did you have to undergo any additional training?
Upon my employment with FDLE, I went through an assessment period to show that, again, that I can do the type of examination that I said I was trained to do. And then upon completing that assessment, I did 6 months of supervised casework within my training period as well. And then I successfully completed all of that and was released for casework.
Can you explain what supervised casework, what that term means?
So supervised casework means that I have hands-on actual cases under a qualified examiner that has already been released at that laboratory. So it's real casework, and they're going behind and verifying that we are conducting the examinations as we are supposed to and accurately.
Do you, while you're employed at FDLE and have been, do you continue to receive additional and annual training?
We do.
Do you keep abreast of current trends and new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis and identification?
I do.
Do you, as an analyst, undergo proficiency testing at the FDLE on some periodic basis?
We do, yes.
Can you explain that, please?
So every year we get an annual proficiency test. So that's an external test we receive from a company in the field for comparison examination. And that is done every year. So we are tested on whether or not we can come to the accurate conclusion on doing microscopic comparisons. And then throughout our 4-year cycle, we are also tested on our serial number restoration internally, or that's externally, I apologize, and then internal proficiency competency testing for other services we offer, like function testing, measuring barrel and overall length, and our database entry.
Have you ever had any problem with your proficiency testing?
I have not.
Have you met all proficiency standards while employed at FDLE?
I have.
Is there, well, first, let me go back. Is the FDLE laboratory itself, does it hold certifications as a laboratory?
Our laboratory is accredited, yes.
Accreditations.
Yes.
And are those accreditations that are set by an external agency or agencies?
They are.
And is there an auditing process that the firearms section undergoes and that the laboratory undergoes?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain that?
Yes, so we are on a 4-year accreditation cycle. So there's an external body that comes in and does a big audit for us every 4 years. There are smaller ones throughout the 4-year cycle as well to just make sure we're still following our standards. But the big one comes through and they go over all of our standard operating procedures, our training manuals, our casework and stuff to verify that we are conducting our examinations the way we say we are in our SOPs, as well as that our SOPs align with the international standards that are set forth.
SOP, standard operating procedure.
Yes, sir.
In addition to that auditing process, are there internal FDLE auditing that occurs?
There is, yes.
Does that involve other laboratories?
It does.
How does that work?
So our internal audits happen every year, and analysts, firearms analysts from our other regions will come to our laboratory and audit us to make sure us as a Tampa Bay laboratory are following the operating procedures as well.
Do you participate in the auditing of other laboratories within the FDLE?
I am trained to participate, yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms and tool mark examination, analysis, and identification?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately 15.
In what jurisdictions?
There's probably about 8 to 9 in North Carolina and the remaining here in Florida.
How many total times have you conducted comparisons and analysis of firearms or firearm components?
I've worked hundreds of cases. So there's thousands of comparisons and hundreds of firearms I've examined.
Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Drew for voir dire.
Any questions?
No.
Proceed.
So you've previously described where you work here in Tampa. Can you tell us where the laboratory is located here in Tampa?
It's located about 20 minutes from here, near the Buck Stadium.
It's on North Lois?
Yes.
And would it be just to the north or northwest of Hillsborough Community College?
Yes.
Or it may be known as Hillsborough College now, I'm not sure. When evidence is brought to that laboratory in that complex by law enforcement agencies, such as the Tampa Police Department, can you explain to the jury how that evidence is taken into the laboratory?
So when an agency brings evidence to our laboratory, it comes in through our evidence intake section. We have evidence technicians there that will accept the evidence, log it into our LIM system, which is our laboratory information management system, with what the items are coming in, the description that the agency has provided for said items, and that's the initial entry into our system that is tracked so we can follow where the evidence is within our laboratory. Once it comes into the laboratory and it's given its FDLE case number, and each item in the case is given its own item number, it is stored in the evidence vault until it is checked out by an analyst.
All right, and so you said vault, is that a secure area?
It is.
And so now you've mentioned a FDLE number. So when a piece of evidence or pieces of evidence, items of evidence are brought to the laboratory and submitted, is there an FDLE number that is created and assigned to that case?
That is correct, yes.
And is that a unique number to that case?
Yes, each case gets its own number.
The individual items of evidence as they are brought in, are they assigned an item number, an FDLE item number?
They are, yes.
And does that item number, does it, in your generated reports, is it associated to an agency exhibit number?
It is, yes.
And so the agency is required when they bring that in to fill out some type of a form that is generated by FDLE?
That is correct. We
Is
get
that-
that information on what's called a case tracking form.
Case tracking form, and I believe an evidence submission form?
That's not something I would see. That comes in the evidence
Okay.
intake section. The form I see is the case tracking form.
So they have to assign to it an evidence or a exhibit number of their own?
That is correct.
Okay. And if there's some discrepancy in their exhibit number that they provided, how do you go about resolving that?
If there's an item discrepancy issue, we will reach out to the agency to verify that what we have is an item discrepancy, and we will return the evidence unworked until they can fix that item and return it correctly so their description and item numbers match up.
If that occurs, is that noted in your report that you generate?
That is correct, it is.
When you conduct analysis of firearms or firearm components such as ammunition, do you in fact generate a report that indicates your results?
I do, yes.
Does that report contain the unique FDLE number?
It does.
Does it contain the submitting agency's report number
It does.
for that case?
It does.
Does it commonly contain a description of the offense that it's related to?
Yes.
Does it sometimes contain the name of a victim if it's a crime involving a victim?
If provided by the agency, yes.
Also in the report, does it indicate who the officer is that's submitting the agent or the evidence
Yes.
and the date that it was submitted?
Yes.
In this case, did you in fact conduct analysis on multiple submissions from two different agencies and produce multiple laboratory reports?
I did, yes.
So I'm going to go to your FDLE number 2024-030-7688 laboratory report dated December 26, 2024.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Your Honor, may she refer to her notes or her report? If you want to have your report in front of you while you're testifying, that's fine. If you refer to it, please let us know.
Okay.
So in that case, who was the submitting agency?
This case was submitted to us by the Tampa Police Department.
And was evidence received or submitted to the Tampa Bay Laboratory here in Tampa on September 18th of 2024?
Sorry, I'm referring. I apologize, there's two reports in this case. One of the submissions was received on September 18th, 2024.
I was going to ask you to hold that open because you may need to refer to your notes. I was going to ask, who is the submitting officer?
So for the one submitted on September 18th, the submitting officer, I believe, is Juan Ramos.
And was that in reference to a certain offense?
Yes.
And was that offense described generally in your report?
Yes.
Was it described as a death investigation, Hillsborough County, June 23rd, 2024?
It was, yes.
Okay. Now, on that report, you have the unique FDLE number you've indicated to us, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The agency number is documented?
Overall, go ahead.
Is the agency number documented in that report?
The agency number is, yes.
What is the Tampa Police Department agency number?
The agency number provided to me was 24-365605.
What was the item that was received by FDLE?
In this case, I received a fired cartridge case.
And in your report, did you assign an FDLE item number to that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does have an FDLE item number.
What is that number?
In this submission, it was FDLE item 7.
And what was the agency's accompanying exhibit number for that item?
The provided agency exhibit number was 1847503-5.
Did you conduct analysis on that cartridge case and
I did.
examine it?
I did.
Okay. When you conduct an analysis of an item such as a shell casing, in this case, how do you go about obtaining that evidence, or how do you end up bringing it or transporting it to your lab?
So after the evidence comes into our lab, it gets stored in that evidence vault. When I'm assigned a case by my supervisor, I will then take the file with the case tracking form that I received and bring it to the evidence window, where I will then check the evidence out from one of our technicians, and it is digitally tracked in that lab information management system, LIMS, that I mentioned. And once I go ahead and digitally sign for that evidence, I will then take it to my personal lab space, where I will either begin working on it or store it in my locker until I'm ready to work on it.
All right. When the item is processed into the evidence section, is there some type of a label that's generated and placed on the packaging that the item is in?
There is, yes.
And, okay, first of all, I'm going to move to published states 14, Your Honor.
Okay?
Now, when you receive items such as firearm components, ammunition, fired cartridge cases, or projectiles, are they commonly submitted in packaging that is similar to what I'm holding up in states 14?
Yeah, that is a common type of packaging we receive.
A paper evidence envelope?
Yes, it could be that, a plastic bag, a brown paper bag.
So publishing states 14, do you see the FDLE label?
Yes, I do.
Is it the yellow label?
It is.
What is this number on the top here that where the pin is pointing?
So that is the given case number, FDLE case number that is assigned to it when it enters the laboratory.
And the number 7?
That is its given item number from FDLE.
And this line below the number 7?
So that is our barcode because we digitally transfer everything via the system. So that's how we scan our evidence to be able to transfer it.
And on the label, does the label indicate the submitting agency?
It does.
And in this case, who's the submitting agency that's indicated?
Tampa Police Department.
And is the Tampa Police Department's case number also included?
That is correct.
Is that just below where it reads Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And then the item number below that, would that in fact be the TPD exhibit number?
Yes, that's the agency exhibit number.
Below that packaging, there is some writing there that appears to duplicate the FDLE number.
That's correct.
Is that your handwriting?
That is. I will mark evidence when I begin to work it with the agency case number, or apologies, the FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
This is your initials above my finger?
That is.
When you retrieve the evidence and bring it to your laboratory, how do you go about opening an item such as this?
So when I receive the evidence, I will take it to my area. I will verify that the information on that label and on the packaging matches what I have on the case tracking form. Once I verify that I have the correct evidence, I will then proceed to open it. I will cut the package open, trying to avoid any seals that are existing on the packaging, and verify again that I have the correct evidence, and then I will fill out the appropriate worksheet for the type of evidence I received.
Okay. So in this case, publishing states 14, we see evidence tape up here that reads evidence. But we also see tape here that appears to have a DLE. Do you recognize that evidence tape?
Yes, I do.
And do you know where that came from?
That would be the seal I placed on it.
Okay, and are those your initials?
They are.
And the date?
Yep, that is the date I sealed the evidence.
All right, so this is when you finished your analysis and conducted all the work you did on this case, you placed it back into that envelope
Correct.
and then resealed it.
Correct.
So this is the area where you had opened the envelope,
That is correct.
and you used that area to avoid the tape that was already on the envelope?
I try to, yes.
All right. Now, when you're confirming that the information matches your submitting forms from the agency, are you using their labeling to do that?
I'm using their labeling, our labeling, any information provided to try to verify that I have the correct evidence.
Before opening the package and before beginning your analysis, do you don some type of protective gear?
Generally, we will wear gloves to protect our hands from anything that potentially could be on the evidence.
Now, in stage 14, there is a smaller envelope contained within. I want to ask you about that, so I'm going to publish this item. And I'll ask you first of all, do you see any markings on that smaller envelope that you recognize?
So that's my initials and date in my handwriting from where I sealed the envelope.
So this is evidence from FDLE or evidence tape?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're initialing it and dating, it appears that you're putting part of that on the tape and part on the envelope.
That is correct.
Why do you do that?
I do that to verify that if there is any, tampering or whatnot, you can still see that I marked it at some point, so I try to do on both the tape and the envelope.
And then on the other side, do you do the same thing?
That's correct.
Removing the item and publishing. Do you see something on that cartridge case?
Yes, those are my markings that I marked with the associated FDLE case number, item number, and my initials for that item.
Okay. For now, I'm going to leave it published. What is that item?
That is a cartridge case that I received.
All right. And has it been fired?
It has, yes.
How do you know that?
There is a firing and impression and other marks on it to indicate that it has been fired.
Can you describe for us where that marking is it indicates? You said a firing pin mark?
So the firing and pin impression is that D shape that you see that kind of looks like it sinks into the cartridge case a little bit. That is where the firing pin strikes, and that is what we refer to as the firing pin impression.
All right. So I want to ask you about this. What part of the cartridge case is this that we're looking at?
So this is the head of the cartridge case. It is the part that would be seated against the breech face of the firearm.
And is that commonly known as a head stamp?
The head stamp is the markings that are on that, where you see the MXT and the other writing is considered the head stamp.
So the indentation in the middle of that cartridge case, that is something that is left by some component of the firearm?
That is correct.
And that would be the firing pin?
Yes, that indentation is from the firing pin.
All right. Now, on the top of the cartridge case, I really can't point to it because it's so small, but it reads MXT. What does that stand for? What is that there for?
I believe it's Max Tech is the manufacturer of that ammo. It is just the company that makes that cartridge case.
So it's a way of branding the cartridge case?
That is correct.
You've described the cartridge case in your report as a 9mm Luger, is that right?
That is correct.
Caliber.
That is correct.
All right. On the head of the cartridge case, we see the indentations 9X19. What does that stand for?
So that's 9x19. That's indicating that it is a 9mm, and the 19 is indicating the case length. It's just another name for 9mm Luger, but it means the same thing.
On heads of cases like this from different manufacturers, do you sometimes just see 9mm
You can, yes.
or 9mm Luger?
You can, yes.
All right. So all of those stand for the same thing?
That is correct,
All
yes.
right. And do you know what the 23 is on there?
I do not remember that.
Okay. Possibly something proprietary to that brand?
It could possibly be the year. It could possibly be the year it was that specific cartridge lot was made, but I'm unsure exactly what the 23 means.
Now, you talked about this being manufactured by Max Tech. Are there other companies that produce handgun ammunition?
Yes,
Are there other companies that produce 9mm ammunition?
yes.
Can you tell us some of those companies?
There's Remington, CCI, Spear, Sig Sauer, Federal, PMC. There's a lot of companies that make 9mm caliber.
Winchester, is that one of them?
Yes,
Or Fiocchi or Fiocchi, depending
Yes.
on how you pronounce it?
Sustain the objection, rephrase.
Yes. Are Winchester and Fiocchi, are those manufacturers of ammunition?
those are also manufacturers, yes.
Do those companies make 9mm ammunition?
They do.
So not an exhaustive list, but there are, would it be fair to say there are several companies that manufacture 9mm ammunition?
Yes.
So I'm going to move on to another December 26, 2024 laboratory report that you produced. And this is going to be in reference to FDLE number 2024-040-3556. All right, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, what was the agency number?
The associated agency case number provided to me was, again, I'm referring to my notes, 24-0318206.
And what agency was the submitting agency?
This was from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Was that item or items, were they submitted to the FDLE laboratory in December?
Are we referring to which submission?
On that report, does the report indicate that the evidence was submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Okay.
The one submitted on December 10th, 2024? Is that the,
Just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. Okay. Yes, December 10th.
okay, yes.
Okay. And was that by a C.G. Morris?
It was, yes.
And what was included in that submission?
This submission contained 2 fired cartridge cases.
What was the full description given in your report?
I described them as 2 fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases, and they were designated as items 9.1 and 9.2.
All right. And generally, what was the FDLE item number for those?
They came in as an item 9, FDLE.
And what was the agency exhibit number that was accompanying that?
The agency exhibit number I received was 8-50.
Were those items at some point transported from the Jacksonville laboratory to the Tampa Bay laboratory by FDLE personnel?
They were.
And were they placed into the evidence section at the Tampa laboratory or brought directly to you?
They would go through the evidence section.
And at some point, so you have to check them out to conduct your analysis?
That is correct.
Okay. Publishing states 58. Would you agree with me that this is another evidence envelope?
It is, yes.
Do you see the FDLE label?
I do.
And is that in reference to the submission we're talking about?
It is, yes.
Does it have the unique FDLE number?
It does.
Does it have the item number?
It does.
Does it have the submitting agency
Yes.
and their case number?
Yes.
And the item or exhibit number from the agency?
Yes.
And just like with the other packaging, do you see your FDLE number, the item number, and your initials that you wrote on this package?
I do.
And is there a date or, no, I'm sorry, is there an item indicated below that?
Yes.
So you have number 9 and then you have 9.1 through 9.2?
That is correct.
We've got
Do you see
some
your
familiar
FDLE
faces in the building. We've got
where you
Jeff
reset
JK in
this
here.
back?
We've got
I do.
Belle.
And you did
Good to
that
see you
after your
guys.
work was completed?
That is correct.
Also another old face. Hey, KW. We've also got Nem, who's, you know, you've been around, but hello, hello.
Thank you. I'm just going to hold on to it. State Appendix 58, Publishing Contents. I'm going to try to line these up so you can see the markings. Do you recognize the markings on these cartridge cases?
The one with the blue, right? No, yes, both of them, that is my handwriting of the associated FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
And so this consists of two fired cartridge cases?
That is correct, yes.
All right. All right. Now, what we're looking at would be the head of each of those cartridge cases?
That is correct.
Is that correct? All right. On this, the heads of both of those cartridge cases, first of all, do we see indications that those were fired?
Yes,
All right, in the same area?
yes.
Now, the area where we see that fire pin impression, what is that area of the cartridge case?
So that is the primer of the cartridge case. That's the area where the firing pin strikes, and that striking causes an ignition or an explosion, which ignites the powder that is housed in the unfired cartridge, and that burns, which expands and projects the projectile out.
All right. And so the powder, the gunpowder would be, in the cartridge case, would be above the primer?
Correct.
And then it would be in contact with the primer?
It'll be inside, seated on the inner part of the cartridge case, but yes, it'll come on contact to the inner part of the head of the cartridge case.
And was that the same true for the cartridge case we looked at in item number 14?
That is correct,
Case
yes.
14, okay. And again, we see indications here that a firing pin has struck that primer on both these?
Yes.
Now, on these heads of these cartridge cases, do we see head stamps indicating the manufacturer?
We do.
And where is that, or can you describe it to us?
The manufacturer of these would be the FC, which is federal.
Okay, so FC Federal Corporation or Company?
Yeah.
All right. Now, is the caliber designated on these cartridge cases?
It is, yes.
And is it different than what we saw in the other cartridge case?
It's the same caliber, but written differently. So on this instance, they're written as the 9mm Luger.
Okay, so 9mm Luger on both.
Correct.
Okay. Did you conduct analysis of these two items?
I did.
Did you do comparisons of the items where you compared them to each other?
I did.
And what were your findings or results?
For the items 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases, I identified them to each other.
What does that mean?
That means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. And then, did you compare them to item 14, which was the shell casing that we looked at earlier that had the MXT on it?
Would that be the item 7 from FDLE?
Yes, I'm sorry. I need to refer to your report. This would be your FDLE report number 307688, item 7.
Yes, I did do a comparison between 9.1 and 9.2 from the FDLE case number 24-4-3556 to that item 7 cartridge case in the other case.
And what were the results of your comparison?
I concluded that they were identified to each other,
And what does that mean?
meaning that all of them were fired from the same firearm.
Were you able to determine with all three of those exhibits whether they demonstrated in any of the markings on the casings class characteristics consistent with being fired by a certain brand of pistol?
I was, yes.
What were your findings as to that?
I determined that those cartridge cases displayed class characteristics similar to firearms by Glock, but among possible others, but generally Glock.
Okay. And that would include your item 7 in states 14 and your item 9.1 and 9.2 in states, I believe it was 58.
Yes, sir.
Sure, yes, 58. All right. Did you indicate the results that you've just testified to in both of those reports?
I did.
And is that in a cross-reference section of the report?
Yes.
All right, now I want to move, and I know you generated several reports dated January 9th of 2025, is that correct?
I'd have to verify the dates. Yes.
All right, so I want to go first to your FDLE number 2024-030-7688. And this is Tampa Police Department agency number 365605.
That is what I have, yes.
All right, and that would be the same submitting agency and report number and FDLE number as your item 7 came from, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Under this report, did the FDLE Tampa Bay lab receive evidence on August 21st of 2024 and also on December 19th of 2024?
That is correct.
And who submitted that evidence?
It looks like both were submitted by Juan Ramos.
All right. And were there FDLE item numbers generated in that report? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9.
That is correct.
All right. So I want to start with your item 1. What was the description that you placed in your report for item 1?
I noted item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket.
What was the description for item 2?
I noted 1 bullet core.
Item 3
1 bullet core.
and item 4.
1 fired bullet jacket.
Can you explain to the jury what a fired bullet jacket is?
So a fired bullet jacket is the outer coating of a traditional bullet. It kind of can be thought of like an M&M, like the candy coating on an M&M, and then you have the chocolate core. So that candy coating is what's similar to the jacket. So it's that outer area of the projectile.
All right, M&M's.
I want to go back real quick, if you can, with your 1 through 4 items. So item 1, FDLE item number, was there an accompanying agency exhibit number?
There is, yes.
And what is that?
I was provided 1847587-8.
And for item 2?
1847587-13.
And for item 3?
1847587-14.
And for item 4?
1847587-15.
And you've indicated that items 2 and 3 are 1 bullet core per each item. What is a bullet core?
So a bullet core is that inner portion of a projectile, typically lead, but it can be other materials, that is covered by that jacket. So back to that M&M analogy, it would be that chocolate inside.
Now, items 5 and 6, I want to talk to you about those. Were those firearms that were submitted in this case from Tampa Police Department where there was a labeling discrepancy, like we talked about earlier?
There was, yes.
How did you remedy that?
It was remedied by reaching out to the agency, indicating that their labels did not match the information provided on the box and what was in the box. The items were returned to the officer to remedy the situation and fix their labeling.
Did it appear that the agency's exhibit number for those had been inverted?
Go ahead.
Yes.
So did Detective Ramos come back and resubmit under the appropriate agency exhibit number?
That is correct,
Those
yes.
two firearms?
Yes,
Okay. And then those became 8 and 9?
that is correct, yes.
All right. So let's go to item 8. What is the Tampa Police Department agency exhibit number for that?
The item 8 is 1849583-2.
And what is the description that you provided for that item?
Item 8 was Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF-15, with the serial number D00000123, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, not examined.
Okay. Is it common or uncommon to receive test-fired bullets and cartridge cases with submitted firearms?
It depends on the agency.
Okay, but that's something you have seen before?
It is, yes.
When you receive a firearm from a law enforcement agency and they've test-fired the gun for whatever purposes, you're not going to do anything with those test fires, with the bullets and the cartridge cases?
No, we will generate our own test fires for examination purposes.
Okay. So let's move on to Exhibit 9, or I'm sorry, your item number 9. Can you give us the accompanying agency exhibit number for that?
1849583-1.
And the original submissions were the last 2 digits, the 2 and the 1. Were those the item, or the numbers that were inverted on the agency exhibit numbers?
That is correct.
So it was simply just changing those 2 numbers and resubmitting?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so for your item 9, can you give us your description of that item?
Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15, with the serial number 20189-158, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, not examined.
Same thing, test fires?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. That caliber, 5.56, is that commonly called either 5.56 or 5.56?
Yes, it can be, yes.
And the NATO designation, is that the official caliber, 5.56 NATO?
That is.
And is that how you mark that or indicate its caliber?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And the Anderson manufacturing rifle is in 300 blackout caliber. Is that a caliber that is or can be chambered in AR-15 platform rifles
That is correct.
or firearms?
Yes,
Okay. And is that something you've seen in your work?
I have, yes.
Are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
So I want to go back to your items 1 through 4. The 2 fired, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong report. The 1 fired bullet jacket under item 1, the 1 fired bullet jacket under item 4, and then the 2 that you've indicated were 1 bullet core, and that's items 2 and 3. Did you examine and analyze these items?
I did.
Did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results of the comparison?
I determined that the item 1 and 4 fired bullet jackets were inconclusive to each other, and that the items 2 and 3 bullet cores were no value.
Okay. Why were the bullet cores of no value?
So bullet cores are generally of no value because they are not the part of the projectile that's coming into contact with the firearm. It, again, is covered with the jacket coating. So during firing, sometimes the jacket and the core can become separated. So the jacket part is what would be of value, and the core is just of no value because it's not the part coming in contact.
Going back to the items 1 and 4, the fired bullet jacket, excuse me. You indicated they were inconclusive to each other. Were they also inconclusive to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle?
That is correct.
Now, what does the term inconclusive mean?
The term inconclusive means that there were similar class characteristics, and those are the features that are determined prior to manufacturing. So for a projectile, the number of lands and grooves, which are the grooves of the rifling, which helps with stability of the projectile, that number, the width of them, the direction of twist is all determined prior to manufacturing. So those are their class characteristics. So in this instance, they were the same. However, the individual detail, the finer, more specific detail that we would use to potentially ID or eliminate a projectile to a firearm was very limited, and I just didn't have enough, there's not enough information to come to a more definitive conclusion.
So the lack of definitive specific information would be on the jacketing?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be items 1 and 4?
That is correct.
All right. So you could not eliminate them as having been fired by the same firearm or eliminate them as having been fired by item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 rifle?
Correct. I couldn't eliminate or identify. I couldn't come to any conclusion.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, they all share in common the class characteristics.
That is correct.
So if you could generally, just for folks who may not know, can you describe or explain what rifling is and where it's located on the firearm?
So rifling is the grooves cut down the barrel of the firearm. So that's the part of the firearm that the projectile will travel down, or the bullet will travel after it's been fired. And they're grooves cut in a kind of helical twist motion to allow stability of the projectile during its flight path.
So the number of those grooves, the width of the grooves, and the direction of the spiraling can be different per firearm.
It can be, yes.
Right. And these two jacketed items, or the two jacketing items in 1 and 4, and the rifle all share those in common.
They did.
The same direction, same number, and same width of the rifle, of
Yes.
the rifling grooves.
Yes.
Okay.
Their class characteristics were consistent.
All right. So I want to go kind of center in on item 4, the bullet jacket, one of those two items. Were you able with that bullet to determine its caliber class?
I was, yes.
And what was its caliber class?
I determined that the item 4 bullet is a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
Would the 22 5mm caliber class include 5.56 NATO caliber?
It would, yes.
So what is a caliber class? I guess I should ask you that first.
So a caliber class is a class
So this was, if you guys were in the chat yesterday, this is why I always love the chat, because you guys know more than me about firearms. We were like, oh, there's different ammunition, but the chat had pointed out, well, certain types of ammunition, certain types of firearms can fire different types of calibers. So here, this is what we're getting into here, that explanation of how they could have come from the same shooter, same firearm.
class of projectiles or ammunition based on the diameter of the bullet. So for this, the diameter is approximately .222, like that 22 caliber size projectile. So all of those are based on the diameter of the bullet itself.
Let me go ahead and walk through this. I'm going to publish several of our exhibits under States 33. I'm going to start with 33A. Do you see this on this envelope, the FDLE label that's associated to the submission and report we've been talking about?
Yes,
And does it have that unique FDLE number on top?
it does.
Does it have the submitting agency?
It does.
And that's the Tampa Police Department?
It is,
Does
yes.
it have their accompanying agency case number
It does, yes.
and their item or exhibit number?
Yes,
All right. And again, you're writing in indications of your item number.
that's correct.
So here, this is item 1. This is one of the fired jacketed, fired bullet jackets.
That is correct.
Opening up the envelope and removing the smaller envelope. Do you see any markings on there you recognize?
I do, yes.
And where are they?
In that, at the top part, in that pinkish red color is the abbreviated version of the case number, item number, and my initials.
And do you see your FDLE evidence tape and your markings?
I do.
So that's item 1. I'm going to go to your item 4. Do you see the label for item 4 in the submission?
Yes.
And again, FDLE's unique number and the item number?
Yes.
Submitting agency and its case number and its evidence, its exhibit number?
Yes.
Do you see writing that you recognize?
Yes.
And is it the pink or purplish colored writing on the top?
It is, yes.
And this is going to be your item number 4, the other fired bullet jacket.
Yes.
Your item 3, do you recognize the item 3 label?
I do.
And is that based on the same things we talked about on the other labels?
It is, yes.
Just for expediency. Going to the interior envelope. Do you recognize your writing on the top in the purple or pink?
I do.
Again, this is going to be your item 3, which is labeled as a bullet core.
Yes.
Your item 2, the other bullet core, do you see the label?
I do.
Moving the smaller envelope from inside. Do you see your writing on that envelope?
I do.
I'm thinking I should have had you do this, probably.
Guys, he's trying to get the gloves on. What just fell off the table? Did something just fling or am I imagining things? I don't know what I saw. Yeah, something just, just goes boop.
So stage 33, D is in Delta, your item 4, I'm showing it in the inside envelope. Do you recognize your handwriting on that?
I do.
Ron, do you all have bigger gloves? Just I don't want to lose this item. Oh, yeah. But I've already got this one. So did you leave in there? Just thank you.
Oh my gosh.
This
We don't
is
have
for
that much time to
fire
skip
safety.
because we're going to skip lunch, but we were spoiled being able to watch this on 1.25. This is 1.25 right now, but we don't have room to skip things.
Your analysis.
Yes, that's the area we use for our comparison purposes.
Okay. And are there striations of some type or lines on the jacketing?
So you'll see in there's areas that kind of look like it dips down a little bit. In the kind of the thinner area that looks different, that will be called a land, and that's part of the rifling. And then the part that looks a little bit more raised and larger would be the groove, which is the other part, an area of the rifling.
In this item 4, you were able to determine its caliber class. Was that in part because you had the diameter of the base of the bullet?
Yes.
Okay. So you've indicated earlier that 5.56 NATO would be within that caliber class.
It would, yes.
What are other calibers that would fall within that caliber class?
Other calibers would be the 223 Remington or 22 long rifle short Winchester Magnum.
Were you able to determine if your item 1, the fired bullet jacket, was fired from the item number 9, the Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm?
I did draw a conclusion on that, yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
I concluded that it was eliminated from the item 9 firearm due to a difference in class characteristics.
And what class characteristics were you looking at?
So in this instance, the difference in the GIMP widths, so that raised portion that we saw on that one, that width was different between the item 1 fired bullet jacket and the rifling in that firearm.
And the 300 blackout, is that a gun that is designed to fire 5.56 ammunition?
It is not.
Is it considered 300 blackout caliber to be within the 22 5mm caliber class?
It is not.
Does it fall into a different caliber class?
It does.
What caliber class does the 300 blackout fall into?
It falls into the 30 caliber class.
All right, so we're going to move on to your item 8. That would be States 56. If I can have the witness step down, Your Honor. You want to wear gloves too? I'm going to hand this to you, your item 8. And again, this is going to be,
The firearm is clear.
okay, you've cleared it and checked it?
I just said yes.
Okay. That's going to be the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber auto-loading rifle, semi-automatic rifle.
The semi-automatic, yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you, first of all, semi-automatic, what does that term indicate?
Semi-automatic indicates that with each pull of the trigger, a single round or single cartridge will fire, meaning that as the firearm is charged, loaded, ready to fire, if you pull the trigger, one will fire. You will release the trigger, another round will be loaded into the chamber during that cycle of fire, and the trigger must be pulled again for it to fire again.
Okay. And this type of firearm is fed from a box-style magazine?
Yes.
And you're pointing to an area, is that known as the magazine well?
That is yes.
Is that where the magazine would be placed?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, was this firearm submitted to you with a magazine?
It was not.
Did you test fire utilizing magazines that you maintain within your laboratory?
That is correct, yes.
And did it function the way it was supposed to function?
It did, yes.
The way it's designed to function?
Yes,
Does that firearm have an external manual safety
it does.
lever on it? Okay. So if you want to stand over here to get closer to the jury, just as long as you point it in the safe direction, I know it's clear. I would like for you to demonstrate to the jury how that firearm would be loaded and charged and ready to be made to fire it.
So with this type of firearm, you would take and you would load the unfired rounds of ammunition into the magazine, which would then be inserted into the magazine well here. Then we would take, this is called the charging handle. This would be pulled rearward, opening up, strip a cartridge from the top of the magazine and load into the chamber, which is in the inner part right here. Once this is fully closed with a round in the magazine, the firearm is ready to fire as long as the safety is off. And then you will pull the trigger, the firearm will fire, the pressures will send the bolt area here rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case from the firearm, and the forward motion will then again strip another unfired round from the magazine and load it into the chamber.
When you fire the gun, the bolt you're talking about, or the bolt carrier group, does it impact this top portion of the stock of the gun?
There is an inner part in here that contains a spring that the gas pressure from this firearm, as the gas travels down and back up the top part of the firearm here, it will condense the spring, and as it's fully condensed to the rearward, then that pressure from the spring will push it back forward to reclose the bolt carrier group to ready the firearm for another round.
When the firearm's fired, does it eject the fired cartridge case?
Yes,
Where would that come out?
it would come out from the port right here.
Okay.
As it's open, it will come out the port here.
All right. Now, turning the weapon around, and maybe I can hold it for you and you can show the jury. Can you show the jury where the safety lever is on this?
So on this firearm, this is what is considered the safety lever.
Go ahead.
This is the safety lever, so in this condition it is safe, and as it is switched, it is in the fire condition now.
Is this an AR style rifle or AR platform rifle?
That is generally what it's called, yes.
Okay, all right. You can just keep your position there, and I'm going to show you states, your number 9, which is states 57, I believe. make sure. Yes. This is going to be your item 9, states 57. Oh, and I did want to ask you, when you finished your work on this case, did you place a zip tie through the magazine well and the ejection port?
Yes, we place a zip tie there to indicate that it is in a clear manner upon return.
Okay. And obviously that's the trigger, correct?
Yes, that part of the
Okay.
firearm is the trigger.
All right.
Thank you, Slim Life NJ. Yeah, Slim Life said, great coverage as always, thank you. Was in need of a good trial. Yeah, I miss watching trials when I'm not doing YouTube.
And the firearm is clear in this one as well.
Okay. All right.
I don't know, I just like
This
watching
is your
them.
item 9, correct?
Even if I don't care
That
about,
is correct.
Okay.
The
And I didn't ask you
situation
on the other
underlying
firearm,
it.
But did you leave individual markings or markings of your own on here where you indicated your FDLE number and maybe other markings?
Yes, I indicate the associated agency number and a number of my initials on the firearm.
Okay.
It should be in the same location on that firearm as well.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this firearm, is that also an AR platform weapon?
Yes.
Same type of fire mechanism?
Yes.
The magazine feeds in the same way,
It does, yes.
in the same area?
Yes.
And it ejects a shell casing when it fires like the other weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Does this weapon have a stock on it?
So it does not have the traditional stock. It has just the buffer tube.
Okay. And does this weapon have the same manual safety as the other weapon?
It does have the same type of safety here on the side of the firearm as well.
All right, let's get up here if we can. Is it okay, Your Honor, if I get a little closer to the jury? Sure. Okay. If you want to walk over here, Mr. Ruth. So we see a similar lever here. Okay, so when it's in this horizontal position, is it in a safe position like the other firearm?
It is, yes.
And then you indicated to push it up to 90 degrees to fire?
That is correct, yes.
All right, now, does this weapon have another function?
Yes.
Okay, and if you push that lever all the way 180 degrees, it goes to another position?
That is correct.
All right. So I'm going to talk about the standard fire position.
Okay.
All right. Is this, in that mode, is it a semi-automatic firearm?
It is, yes.
And that would be the same function as the other rifle?
That is correct, yes.
One round is fired for each trigger pull.
That is correct.
All right. When the lever is pushed into the 180-degree position, does that result in a different type of firing system?
Yeah, so in that position, during my testing, I determined that it has what's called a binary trigger, meaning with the pull of a trigger, a round will fire, and then the release of the trigger will fire another round of ammunition.
So in essence, when you pull the trigger and let it go, you're getting 2 rounds.
That is correct.
What is this item?
So that is what's considered a cartridge case catcher. It's an attachment that can be placed on a firearm in order to collect the cartridge cases as they're ejected from the firearm, because it sits right over where that port where they would eject from.
Is it commonly called a brass catcher?
It can be, yes.
Have you heard that term?
I have, yes.
All right. And are these devices that you see, are they common?
I've seen them a handful of times in my casework.
Okay. And how many times have you examined AR-style platform firearms?
Probably about 100 times.
Okay. And you've only seen this a handful of times?
That's correct.
Okay. This marking here, "Don't tread on me," is that something that you have seen on other firearms?
That's just additional marking on it. It's not relevant to what we do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You can return to the witness stand. So item 9, the weapon we were just looking at with the brass catcher, did you also test fire that firearm?
I did.
And did you utilize a laboratory magazine?
I did.
So no magazine came with that?
That is correct.
And that firearm, what is its chamber caliber?
For that firearm, the item 9 was the 300 blackout caliber firearm.
And is that what you fired at it?
It is.
Did it function the way it was designed to function?
In the sense of, yes, it fired semi-automatic in the upward position, and then this one had the additional area for the selector switch.
Okay. So let me ask you, with both of these weapons, are they designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
There.
And that's what you basically talked about earlier, where if the primer is hit by the firing pin, it ignites the powder, and then the expanding gases of that ignition, and that pressure sends the bullet down the barrel.
That is correct, yes.
So I want to go to your January 9th report, and this is going to be FDLE number 2024-040-3556. Okay. And in that report, who was the submitting agency?
For this case, it was the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And did you also document in that report the agency number?
Yes, it was provided to me.
And what is that?
The agency number for that case is 24-03-18206.
And were there items submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on July 9th of 2024
There were, yes.
by that agency?
Yes.
And was one of those items your item number 5?
Yes.
And what was that described as?
One fired bullet.
And was there an agency exhibit number associated to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
3-13.
Now, did you examine item number 5,
I did.
the bullet? Did you determine its caliber class?
I did.
And what caliber class is it?
I determined that it was a 30/7.62 millimeter caliber class.
And that's the caliber class you've previously described as containing the .300 blackout caliber?
Yes.
Did you compare it to item number 9 in the report that we were just talking about, your FDLE number 7688?
I did.
And did you come to any conclusions about that item?
I did.
And what was that?
I concluded that the item 5 bullet was identified to the item 9 firearm.
Okay, that's the Anderson Manufacturing .300 blackout weapon?
Yes.
With the binary trigger that we were just looking at.
Yes, sir.
And that Jacksonville case, was it an offensive death investigation out of Duval County?
Overall, go ahead.
Yes, I am provided that it was a death investigation in Duval County.
Okay. So now I also want to go to another January 9th, 2025 report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 7633. This would be a submitting agency number of 23-060-8083 from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Can you tell us in that report what the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office report number is?
For their agency?
Yes, their
Yeah.
agency number.
Yeah, their agency case number provided to me was 23-0608083.
Was that an offense in reference to a victim by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, that information was provided by the agency.
Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that by a detective or by a C. Drabek?
Yes.
Were those items later transferred to the Tampa Bay laboratory where you analyzed and examined them?
Yes.
And was there an FDLE item number 1 under that FDLE case number?
There was.
What was the agency exhibit number for that item 1?
1-4.
And what was the description of the item?
I described it as 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, and 3 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9.
All right. So going back to the 22 5mm caliber class, does the .223 Remington caliber fall within that class?
It does.
Is .223 Remington caliber suitable for being fired in a 5.56 NATO chambered weapon?
It is.
So the .223 Remington caliber would properly be fired in the exhibit number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO rifle.
The caliber could be fired in that firearm, yes.
Okay. Were these cartridge cases screened?
They were.
How so?
So for screening, we will go ahead and look at the cartridge cases under our microscope, which is a comparison microscope, meaning we can see the items at the same time under the same magnification. So when we put them on there and we're screening them, we're looking for, do they have the same class characteristics? So those predetermined features by the manufacturers, as well as is there any, similarities or significant differences? If there was any significant differences in that individual detail, they would be screened separately. If we notice similarities or no significant differences, they would then be screened together.
Publishing states 50A through P. And I'm showing you a label. You recognize this label is associated to this report and this submission.
I do, yes.
Do you see the FDLE individual unique number on the top of the label?
Yes.
And the item number we're talking about?
Yes.
And the submitting agency?
Yes.
The submitting agency's case number?
Yes.
And its exhibit number that accompanies it?
Yes.
And your individual markings on this package?
Yes.
So that packaging contains your item numbers 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, the 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases,
It also includes the
1.6, 1.7, and 1.8.
1.9, but yes.
I'm sorry, 1.9, which are the 3 fire 223 Remington
That's
caliber
correct.
cartridge cases? All right. And you said they have similar class and individual characteristics.
That is correct.
So I'm going to go to now another January 9th report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 4099 with an agency number of 24-03-90-999, submitting agency Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
All right. Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that by an individual, C. Drabek?
Yes.
Did you receive several items that were labeled as FDLE item number 2 under that FDLE case number
I did.
from the Jacksonville laboratory?
Yes.
And was the agency exhibit number accompanying that 1-12?
It was.
What was the description of those items?
So I just described them as 5 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 2.1 through 2.3, 2.5, and 2.8, and 4 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.9.
Were those items, those cartridge cases, also screened?
They were, yes.
And were you able to group them in any way?
Are we referring to the item 2 cartridge cases?
Yes.
So I concluded that items 2.1 through 2.9 were microscopically screened together based on similar class and individual characteristics.
Is that the same finding you made in the report we just talked about with item 1?
Yeah, I concluded that items 1.1 through 1.16 were microscopically screened together based on class and individual characteristics as well.
When you say screened together, what does that mean?
So that means we are not doing a full microscopic comparison to a full ID. We're stating that all of the class characteristics are in agreement, and we're noting some similarities and no significant differences.
States 49A through I. Do you recognize the individual FDLE number and your item number on states 49A through I?
I do.
And do you recognize the submitting agency, the case number from the submitting agency, and their department item or exhibit numbers?
I do.
And your individual writing on that package?
Yes.
And there's also a label from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
It indicates .223 caliber casings from black box. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 50A through P, your item number 1, we talked about a few minutes ago on your January 9th report. There is an agency label on that exhibit too, isn't there?
That is correct.
All right. Did you conduct analysis where you cross-referenced these two cases?
I did.
And did you indicate your findings in both of these reports?
I did.
Did you do some type of comparison between item 1.1, which is a 5.56 NATO cartridge case, to item 2.9, which was previously described as a fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge case?
I did.
And what was the results of the comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case from the case 2024-040-7633, that's FDLE case number, was identified to the item 2.9 cartridge case submitted in FDLE case number 2024-040-4099.
And can you tell us what that means, identified?
Identified meaning that these two cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And that firearm would have been chambered in 5.56 NATO?
That's correct.
All right. With both of these cases dealing with items, your item 2 and your item 1, did you also compare the 2.9 cartridge case, which is a 5.56 described fired cartridge case, to the item 8 rifle submitted in FDLE number 7688 by the Tampa Police Department?
I did do that comparison, yes.
And item 8 is the Black Forge NATO, a 5.56 NATO caliber rifle we were looking at earlier.
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
For the 2.9?
Yes.
So the item 2.9 cartridge case from 4099 was eliminated to the item 8 rifle in 7688.
And did you do the same type of comparison with item 1.1?
I did.
Okay, to the same rifle?
Correct.
Item number 8.
Correct.
What was the results of that comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case was eliminated to the item 8 rifle.
So item 1.1 and item 2.9 were fired from the same rifle, but not from the number 8 item, the number 8 Black Forge NATO rifle.
That is correct.
5.56 NATO. Okay. We have 1 moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Passing.
Your Honor, I'll tender the witness.
Okay, Ross?
All right, right before we do cross-examination, today is not the first day that there's been this question of why does this firearm testimony matter if Alicia Andrews didn't fire a gun, right? The state's not even alleging that she fired one of these firearms. There's no DNA on any of the guns. Some of the guns weren't even tested. So if she's the one sitting at the defense table right now, why are we hearing all this? Part of this comes down to Florida, what I would say is a very expansive legal definition of who can be considered a principal to a crime. So in count 1, we have the first degree murder with use of firearms being alleged. It's also alleged that the co-defendants were doing what they did as part of furthering gang activity, although they're not alleging that Alicia Andrews was participating in any activity to further the gang. Count 2 is conspiracy, so before the fact. But count 1 includes anything that someone might do to aid or abet. And typically we would call that an accomplice. And different states have different statutes relating to accomplice liability. In Florida, the accomplice can be charged as a principal. So whether they actually did the crime themselves, they can be charged as if they did. So let's read that statute quick, because I think, and again, this is not my opinion. I'm not opining on what I think the state has presented thus far and if they've met all of these elements. This is just the information for us to conceptualize why we're watching this testimony when it's Alicia Andrews' trial and not the trial for the co-defendants. So under Florida statute 777.011, we've got principal, accessory, attempt, solicitation, conspiracy. So principal in a first degree. And again, normally, I think across the country, you would think principal as the one actually doing the thing and the accomplice is the person helping them do that thing. But legally, the lines are blurred, right? They're one and the same in Florida. Whoever commits any criminal offense against the state, whether a felony or misdemeanor, or aids, abets, counsels, hires, or otherwise procures such offense to be committed, and such offense is committed or is attempted to be committed, is a principal in the first degree and may be charged, convicted, and punished as such, whether he or she is or is not actually or constructively present at the commission of such offense. So you see all the ors going on here, very expansive. We recently watched the trial of Michelle Jackson. That was the deputy coroner and body transport, like love affair murder trial. And Jackson was on trial. She was considered the person who probably actually planned it and pulled the trigger. But the state alleged that her lover, the deputy coroner, Christopher Dantel, helped her cover up as an accessory after the fact, and also allege that he was there when the trigger was pulled. And in South Carolina, we had to look at how they define accomplice liability, and they look at it more in like this idiomic way. Like they put a philosophy behind it that the hand of one is the hand of all, right? If you're there, if you're present, if you are there when it happens and you don't tell somebody, or if you're there and know it's about to happen, even if you don't pull the trigger, it's one and the same. So I think this has been really confusing, but this should help answer the question of why we're hearing all of this with Alicia Andrews on the stand. And they could get here, again, count 2 deals with conspiracy to commit, right? So they've got to meet those elements. But when we're talking about aiding and abetting, this could be if she's commanding someone to commit the offense. And I think that's what a lot of people are waiting to see. Well, did she make them go do this? Is there some grandmaster scheme where she's pulling the strings? It could be that she provides advice on how to get this done. It could be that she provides intel. It could be that she helps conceal it before or after the fact, helping to delete evidence or helping to transport. It could be that she purchased things that were necessary to carry out the crime. So we haven't seen evidence that she had anything to do with these guns, like purchasing it. But the state seems to be trying to make the point that she helped get some of the other things that they had. Maybe the phone devices, maybe the travel plans and the expenses surrounding those travel plans. And again, those are the possible pathways that the state could use to get there. This is not me opining on whether or not the state has actually proven those things yet. But just the context, you guys, just the context. So we'll get back over. We're going to get cross-examination. Amara, what was her last name? Amara Drew. So there we go. And I agree. I agree that either way, I think this has been kind of drawn out listening to all of that. They were speaking really slowly. We had it sped up. Probably still not the greatest presentation for the state to bore the jury. If the jury, like a lot of us, are sitting there wondering, do we really need all of this, particularly for Alicia Andrews? So I'm just giving you a why. Also, I want to give a big shout out again. Thank you, Slim Life NJ, for the super chat. J Money dropped another 10 gifts. So let's get some W's in the chat for J Money, making everybody green today. We are up to 20 gifted memberships. We're growing the gang, guys. We're growing the gang. So big thank you here. We've also got Mike the Mob saying this is not on her. It's about selling the next case. She's a victim herself. And I'm wondering, so the defense has a witness list, right? We don't always see the defendants put up a case in chief, in large part because the defense can use cross-examination to start to make some of their arguments. And it's the state's burden. The defense isn't required to put up any witnesses or supply testimony. But here they filed a witness list, and we heard yesterday when we finished up day 4, they do plan to call certain witnesses. We're going to hear from Mr. Howard. They want to call a detective that the state hasn't called yet. It seems like we might have Sean Gathright's mother called back to the stand. Her name was redacted, but they've said her address since, and now her name is in the court filings with no redactions. So maybe you guys will finally get a name. I'm still going to err on the side of broadcasting it. But I really think that there could be an opportunity for the defense to point out, look, there was never, probable cause to look at other things. They got Alicia Andrews' device because she happened to be there when they arrested Isaiah Chance. I think the state did sort of clean that up, but at the same time, it was a really powerful moment when the defense got the detective Drabek to say, at this point, still, there's no probable cause today for a search warrant to be taken out for Alicia Andrews' residence, wherever that may or may not be. The implication being that her residence wasn't the same as Isaiah Chance's. So, but there's a standing order that the judge said maybe she'd reconsider. And I'll let you guys speculate there. My personal opinion is I don't think the judge is going to move off her rulings without a strong reason to. She's ruled before trial kicked off that The defense can't get into hearsay testimony from the witnesses they call. That would be self-serving hearsay statements from Alicia Andrews of her telling her friends who are on the witness list that she had a toxic relationship, an abusive relationship with Isaiah Chance. The judge said she'd reconsider if the door was opened or if Alicia Andrews herself agrees to testify. So if we get to that point where one of the witnesses the defense calls is starting to get into that, I think we're going to see a ton of objections from the state. I would not predict that the judge would lean towards reevaluating her ruling. Again, unless Alicia herself takes a stand. And that is what it is. That's just me judging what I've seen from the judge. So there we go. I think there's a ton of interesting stuff here to see how this plays out. Let's see if this cross is quick or drags on a little bit like the direct. And let's see.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So you, in this case at least, you're responsible, or were responsible for analyzing different casings and cartridges to figure out whether there was any match to any other case. Is that accurate?
Correct. I was asked to do the microscopic comparisons of the submitted evidence.
All right. In your work at FDLE, do you do any other types of analysis?
Meaning in a different discipline or within firearms?
Within, like DNA analysis, fingerprint analysis, anything like that?
No, I only do firearms.
Okay. So you wouldn't be the person to ask about whether there was any DNA or fingerprints on any of these weapons or the cartridge?
All right, we're going to rewind this because I'm going to restart. So too easy, or maybe it's too easy. Says, I can see if they charged accessory, they overcharged because she didn't flip. And again, separating Florida statute versus my own opinion. My own opinion is the jury could be sitting there thinking the same thing. However, the statute allows an accessory to be charged as a principal. So by the statute, this is not overcharging if they can sufficiently allege that she was an accessory. However, that doesn't mean the jury won't be sitting there thinking exactly what you're doing, thinking either way. And if they were to read through instructions on who can be considered a principal in the first degree and still decide, well, we don't like this, jury nullification could come into play. So my pause here, my only explanation is it's not technically overcharging. It doesn't mean that they can prove. We'll see what we think if they meet all of the elements that they're alleging. But this statute allows for an accessory to be charged with this first degree murder. And this is Florida. This is Florida. So different across different states. So I know I interrupted right as we started cross. Let's cut back a little bit. Sorry for that interruption. But part of why it's interesting to watch trials in different places.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So you, in this case at least, you're responsible, or were responsible for analyzing different casings and cartridges to figure out whether there was any match to any other case. Is that accurate?
Correct. I was asked to do the microscopic comparisons of the submitted evidence.
All right. In your work at FDLE, do you do any other types of analysis?
Meaning in a different discipline or within firearms?
Within, like DNA analysis, fingerprint analysis, anything like that?
No, I only do firearms.
Okay. So you wouldn't be the person to ask about whether there was any DNA or fingerprints on any of these weapons or the cartridges or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right, that's somebody else in your department or in your office?
Yeah, there's other sections that would do whether DNA or fingerprints was present.
All right, so you're just trying to determine whether the evidence that you recovered, that was given to you, that was submitted to you, actually matches some other evidence out there in the world?
Yes, I'm just trying to determine if, these cartridge cases came from the same firearm and or the submitted firearm or not, and same for projectiles.
Okay. And you were able to determine, I guess what you were testifying to, you were able to determine that these two firearms, these rifles here, that these two rifles that were found in Sean Gathright's house, they were used in some other October 7th, 2023 shooting?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
These two rifles, what are they connected to?
So I concluded that, sorry, let me refer to my notes, I apologize. That the,
Judge, I would object to the question as phrased. What are they connected to is vague.
I'm going to sustain the objection, rephrase.
What is the purpose of these, of showing these rifles to the jury?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. Sustain the objection.
What is the purpose of showing why there's a safety on this firearm, on
Objection.
these rifles?
Sustain the objection.
I don't even know what the objection is at this point. There's no legal basis, it's just an objection.
It's
Objection to
irrelevant.
the speaking.
It's
objections
irrelevant
by
and it's
counsel.
improper question.
It was elicited in front of the jury.
Mr. McClymon, I'm not going to argue with you. If I allow the witness to testify, then that makes it relevant and material. Okay?
And if it's relevant, then I should be able to
Objection, Your
cross-examine on
Honor.
it.
I'm going to sustain
Can we
the...
come
The
sidebar?
jury.
No.
So I can't argue, I can't come
Objection.
sidebar.
Mr.
This is
McClymon,
improper for him to do
please
this in front of the
stop.
jury, Your Honor.
It's improper.
It's disrespectful, too.
I asked to come sidebar.
And the answer is no, we don't need to sidebar it. If the witness was permitted to testify something, that makes it
Look at the
relevant
witness's
and
face.
admissible.
Look at the witness's face. Oh, let's screenshot this. Hold on, let me hide this little caption. Oh, that is great. How
We don't need to
awkward.
sidebar it. If the witness was permitted to testify something, that makes it relevant and admissible.
I'm not arguing that, Judge. I just want to talk to her about what she testified to.
Listen, I've sustained the objection. Ask your next question.
And I gotta say, if there's an issue with speaking objections, allow the sidebar so the jury can't hear the speaking objections. Like, to me, that's a simple solution. You can still maintain the decision you're gonna make at sidebar. And if someone keeps pressing for a sidebar and it gets excessive, then say, hey, these sidebars are getting excessive. I'm limiting them. That's it. But like the first request on these sidebars has been shot down multiple times here.
These rifles that you were displaying earlier, they fire certain bullets.
yes, they're chambered to fire a specific caliber.
The caliber is what?
So of the item 8 rifle, it is chambered to fire 5.56 NATO caliber cartridges. And the item 8, which is the Anderson, is chambered to fire 300 blackout.
All right. The 300 blackout firearm bullets are in which firearm? You said item which one?
The 300 blackout is item FDLE item 9.
Is that the one with or without the breast catcher?
I believe that's the one with the brass catcher.
With the brass catcher rifle, and then the 5.56 bullets are fired through the rifle here that does not have a brass catcher. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to try to make it simple. In this shooting, the one for Charles Jones on June 23rd of
I don't know why they're muting
that
us.
shooting.
I don't know which case you're referring to. I have
Well,
many reports.
There's only one June 23rd shooting for this case, right?
Okay, so this is, sorry, I apologize, sir.
So in this case, the one that we're here for today, the one that Alicia Andrews is on trial for.
Objection, Your Honor. Inappropriate phrasing.
So go ahead and just answer the question if you can.
I don't know what count we're really
In this
at.
case, are these rifles connected to the shooting? In this
Objection.
case,
Vagueness.
Oh my god.
Rephrase your question.
were these rifles used in the shooting?
So I determined that the projectiles I received, items 1 and 4 in this case, were inconclusive to the item 8 rifle, which is the 5.56 rifle, meaning I didn't have enough detail to say whether or not it was ID'd to that firearm or not.
Okay, that's for that one rifle. The one.
Correct.
Now, what about the other rifle?
For that rifle, I was able to ID it to a projectile in one of my cross-reference cases.
But not in this case.
No.
No further questions.
Redirect?
So going to counsel's question about whether that rifle was utilized in this case, you didn't have enough evidence to make that determination, correct?
Yeah, based on the evidence I received, I had the 2 bullets that were inconclusive to the 1 rifle, and the 2 no value items, and then the 1 item was eliminated based on class difference, but that's all the evidence I received in this case.
The one item, the one rifle was eliminated.
The item 1 fired bullet jacket was eliminated to the item 9 rifle.
The blackout, the 300 blackout.
That is correct.
Okay. As to the other rifle, the 2 jacketed projectiles you had, you did not have enough, but all of the class characteristics met up, correct?
Objection, leaving. Counsel's testifying.
I can rephrase. Did all the class characteristics line up?
Yes, the class characteristics were the same between the items 1, 4, and that rifle.
So you can't say if it was used or not.
Correct.
It's possible it was.
That is a possibility.
Overruled.
And counsel's testifying.
Overruled.
have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Okay,
so
very good. All
we
right,
have one
it's a little bit
sustained.
late. We'll take our morning break, even though it's getting close to lunchtime. So take about 5 minutes and we'll be back.
All rise.
Oh boy. Oh boy, chat. Just so silent. Are they gonna say anything after the jury leaves?
Very good, thank you. Who's going to be your next witness?
It's going to be Detective Ben Force.
Okay, very good. We'll be back in 5.
And Your Honor, before the jury comes back in, we can address the messages that we were working on redacting as well. If we can have the break and then address that before the jury's back in.
Yeah, have you shown them the
I'm
redactions?
going to talk to that right now.
Okay, very good.
I found the hard drive, gentlemen. I found the hard drive. No way.
Oh, they found the hard drive. Well, dang. Good time for a break. I feel like this is a good recall to one of these moments. Oh boy. Just let them have a sidebar once in a while. Holy moly. And remember, this judge said that I don't think she's used to having trials cameras in the courtroom.
Okay, very good.
And also, I think this is a great time. Thank you, Paulette. Look at this. Look at this. All of that spice. Paulette's like, right now I feel like this is a tough one to predict. Paulette comes in here, so it's a tough one. And then all of a sudden, the state, the defense, and the judge are all like talking loudly, starting to yell at the same time. Like, just chaotic. And I think it's going to get worse when Ramos is on the stand. Ramos is the lead detective. Ramos is the one that can deliver, if he's got it, what I think most people are looking to see, right? People are either taking it at face value, they're accepting it that, hey, apparently Alicia has text planning this thing out. She concocted the plan. I think she's guilty. Others are like, I don't see it yet. I don't see how should be held liable for this whole scenario. She might not have known. She might have just been along for the ride and had no idea that these others were going to go do this thing. And even if she did, I don't think the state's proven that yet. Well, Ramos is supposed to be the guy with the goods. He's supposed to take the stand later today, and I can't wait. And I think that's going to make or break really where I stand on, do I think all 12 jurors will go in one direction or another? Sure, the defense is going to put on the case. But we've got to see what the lead detective has. It's always good to see you, Paulette. Thank you. Yeah, the page picture. Got to bring it up whenever I can, Let's see. Okay, yep. So I think when we get to a lunch break in this, guys, I think we'll do the Sean Grayson closing arguments. That's the Sonia Massey shooting trial. Both sides have done their arguments, and now jury is deliberating. If we get a quick verdict, we're going to cut right over and look at what the verdict is. But I think we'll be able to catch up. And during the lunch break for Alicia Andrews, we'll read those closing arguments. We'll read ABC's tweets. So definitely excited to read those.
All right, Ms. White, are you arguing this
Yes,
issue?
Your Honor. So we obviously review our objections and just honestly just highlight a couple things about the fact that this is just character evidence. Specifically, there's conversations where Ms. Andrews is saying, I won't do this to you, I wouldn't do that to you. And that's kind of what this goes back and forth. Any conversation that is, I believe maybe what the state was suggesting is related to gangs is not on behalf of Ms. Andrews. It's on behalf of someone else who again is not charged in this case. And outside of being alleged to have been a gang member is not connected to this case at all, specifically these charges. So we reject again based on that information. But if the court is going to allow it in, we believe for context purposes, everything should come in. Everything about the romance and I just want to be a good person and I don't want to be involved in this, all that information should come in before the jury as well, even though we believe it's not relevant.
Okay.
And proper character evidence.
So sounds like they want the whole thing to come in.
We don't want to.
No, I know, absent your objections, but if you're forced to choose between a redacted version or a complete version, you would opt for complete, correct?
Correct. We don't believe that the state should be allowed to cherry pick information.
Well, they were cherry picking, they were doing what I asked them to do.
Well, I mean, as far as redaction,
Right.
they shouldn't be allowed to place only into evidence the information that appears to be negative towards Ms. Andrews.
Sure, okay, so then I'll overrule the objection, the whole thing come in.
Your Honor, I just need, you just have Mr. Ramos, I can let the witness know about that.
Sure.
But if we can please, if there's any objection to the other items, address that first.
Okay, what
Yes.
other item?
So there is a 75C12.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to write it down.
Through
or you just want-
16.
Through 16.
That are being added, Your Honor.
wait, 75C
12
12 and 13.
through
16.
12 through 16, okay, what are these?
Would y'all like to take it from the finish first?
Well, state, just tell me what they are, and then I'll hear what the objection is.
additional interactions from Ms. Andrews' devices.
Okay. Can I look at them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the objections? Let's-
Well,
Okay, let's start with C12. And let the jury know, we just had something come up, and I'll be with them shortly.
Your Honor, may I get a finish, like, zero point zero first?
Sure. Okay, C12 is, looks like photographs, thumbnail.
Correct, Your Honor.
So those are screenshots, I believe, or maybe photos of Ms. Andrews and two individuals that I don't even believe the state will be able to establish who they are. I don't know how they're gonna establish that. I would let them, talk about why they want to get them in, but from our perspective, again, they have absolutely nothing to do with this case. And you're gonna see a pattern between 13 or 12 to 16, that this is again an attempt to introduce improper character evidence by the state to, I don't know, I guess the argument is that alleged that she has knowledge, and I just don't know how far this is gonna go, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I'll let the state answer, but it's something to do with the alleged gang sign? Is that what this is
That is
relevant
correct, Your
to?
Honor, and the date at which that photo was taken or was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device as having been captured on that device predates when she gave her statement of when she knew this co-defendant, Mr. Chance, and several questions were asked on cross-examination yesterday regarding whether they knew whether Ms. Andrews had the phone when the photos or screenshots were taken that were introduced versus her co-defendant. These would have been before the co-defendant's involvement.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what we were asking. There were specific photos that the state was referencing, and the question was whether or not that witness could testify as to whether Ms. Andrews had the phone at the time those screenshots were taken. So it's not about every phone that was backed up, every picture that was backed up on an iCloud device. That's not what the question was about. There were, I believe, 3 specific photos that we asked the question about whether or not that witness could say Ms. Andrews took these screenshots or she was the person who did it.
Well, Detective Grayback, he was questioned about, is the phone, I guess her phone, I don't know, I heard this, that it disappeared, was no longer available, something along those lines.
That device has not ever been recovered.
Never been recovered. So then she gets a new phone on, I think it was June the 26th, correct?
Forgot
And
about
then
that, Mom.
the download happens on the 26th, correct?
Correct, from iCloud to
From
device.
iCloud.
Which is
Did
the
the
device
new-
that disappeared, Your Honor. This would have been information that would, the iCloud was taken.
Right.
So, yeah.
Detective Grayback was questioned about his knowledge and if he knew who downloaded those photos originally and when they would have been downloaded. And there were specific questions on cross-examination noting the date of June the 26th, and definitely the implication was, and I think actually, Mr. McLymet asked the detective if he knew if there was any evidence that Ms. Andrews at times lent her phone to Mr. Chance.
That was asked.
That was
Correct,
asked.
Which has been testified to by the state's witnesses. That's a known fact.
Okay.
No one's disputing that. It was the state who implied that because she had only had the phone for a day or so, that somehow that meant information was missing, even though they have the entire iCloud with 370,000 different artifacts. So I guess the implication was that there was some information missing. The point is, the information
What's being argued here is important because this is part of a factual determination that the jury could make to get to this principal liability thing, this accomplice can be principal thing. Did Alicia Andrews try to get rid of stuff or not? If we have all of this huge data. So there's all this data here that's not really consistent with someone trying to delete and get rid of things and conceal things after the fact to try to aid and abet somebody else.
from the iCloud is not the device. I can throw my phone in the river and download my entire iCloud and get the exact same things on my new iPhone that I had on my old iPhone. But the bigger issue is the questions that were asked specifically about the photos that were attempted to be entered into evidence yesterday. They were not about every photo that exists in her iCloud. But I think the even bigger issue is, Your Honor, where does this end? At what point are they not allowed to just keep introducing irrelevant information about, the 50 different gang members that she lives, within a 5-mile radius of that she's come across? They can't even tell us who this person is. They won't even be able to establish who that person is. Whether or not she slapped them in the face and said, "Why'd you throw that sign up?" They can't, none of that matters though, because it's not relevant to the allegations in this case. This is becoming a please find her guilty because she knows gang members case. That at least 70% of what we discussed about Ms. Andrews is about who she knows and not how she's connected to this murder. And at some point it has to stop, Your Honor.
Okay, let me take a look at the other ones real quick. So that is C12, C13. It looks like these are photographs again.
It's actually a video, but there's only one still from the video. If Your Honor, you can see the last page is the still from the video.
Right,
Extracted.
okay. And what's the significance of that?
The individual depicted in this image is the individual that Ms. Andrews is messaging with, for the messages that we've just looked at, that the state was providing potential redactions to. He is a member of the opposing group, and those messages are pretty clear as what it relates to their conversation. This is them in a relationship prior to her involvement with ATK and 1200 members.
So
This is a picture.
is this the K Shorty or is this someone,
This is
this is
K
K Shorty? Okay.
And if I recall, Your Honor, I believe the point of that this entire text thread was not to show that they were in a relationship, to show that she had knowledge that he had some sort of gang involvement. And if that's the case, why does this photo matter? Other than to show the jury that she is cozying up with gang members. That is the entire point of all of these exhibits, Your Honor. And
Well, but then she's taking photos and saving them to her phone of herself with gang members making gang signs.
my response to that is so what? Why does that matter to you, Your Honor?
Well, to me, it seems like it goes to the weight the jury is supposed to give as opposed to admissibility.
But this is the way of what, Your Honor?
Okay, first of all, you guys stood up in opening statement, okay? And you told this jury, and there is no evidence she's a gang member. Or that she's associated with a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you get up in opening statement and you say, this was just a romantic getaway. She thought she was going with her boyfriend somewhere. She didn't know any of these individuals involved. She had no idea that this was going to be a gang-related anything. That's what you told this jury in opening statement.
Yeah, specifically that she didn't know the individuals involved in this murder.
Okay.
And they haven't shown you any evidence of that.
yeah,
They're
but-
going on a rampage about 50 people that are not involved in this case. We did not say that she didn't know any gang members. What we said was that she did not know Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy. We haven't heard anything about that. We heard Sean Gathright's grandma testify. I've never seen her before. There's no evidence even that they even have a relationship outside of her knowing who she was. But again, Your Honor, what does that have to do with this murder? I'm sorry, that counsel is like talking sideways in my ear. It's very distracting.
Okay? All right, let's look at the next one, which is C.
Ask the court to keep the chatter to a minimum, and counsel who might need to speak to make sure they're speaking quietly. I've never seen a judge turn down an opportunity to ask the courtroom to, okay, people can't hear right now, let's quiet it down.
14. And what is this?
This is a screenshot of J. Breezy's music video that was also saved to the device in 2019. There were some indications regarding the earlier, screen shares or screenshots that were taken in the case that the gang detectives talked about. But most importantly, J. Breezy is linked to this case as having provided payment to Ms. Andrews' boyfriend. Ms. Andrews had obviously testified in her interview, and we expected to come out in testimony that she was not with that boyfriend at this time, putting her having knowledge of this individual at the time of at least this screenshot, which would have been back in 2019. He's the one who provided payment to Mr. Chance for the Airbnb before Mr. Chance provides payment for the Airbnb to this day.
And I'm sorry, y'all, so this is a screenshot of, I didn't see which one it was. This is a screenshot of a music video?
Yes. So I'm going to sustain the objection as to C14. Okay? All right, let's move on to the next one, C15.
15 and 16 are both screenshots from what was discussed by the detectives yesterday relating to the cell phone evidence that they had seen or observed with this defendant's communication with ATK Keys or Marquis Working.
And what is it? What is it I'm looking at?
These are both 15 and 16 are screenshots that were saved to Ms. Andrews' device. And it is an Instagram chat, so when you open up your messages on Instagram, it is the chain of the messages. These messages depict her messages with an ATK Keys, which has been identified as Marquis Working.
And these are from 2020?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection as to these. Now, they may become relevant at some point. We'll see what the testimony is.
Yes,
And I'm going to overrule the objection as to 75C12 and 75C13. Okay?
And Your Honor, I just, so that it's not done when the jury comes in, we also, like I said, don't believe they'll even be able to give testimony as to who those individuals are. And let me confirm, you allowed in, was it 13?
The screenshots that show Ms. Andrews with the other individuals as direct evidence of her knowledge.
I'm going to pause here. This is my own opinion, but there was a bigger news story out of Jacksonville a few years ago where a 17-year-old girl was shot and killed. And it with more information that came out, it was someone that was dating Kay Shorty. And I guess he was supposed to be the target, but his girlfriend, who was 17 years old, was the one that was killed instead because she was in the car with him. And it was supposed to be a shooting in retaliation for a death on the other side that happened like 2 or 3 days before. 17-year-old girl, no association with any gangs, dead because she happened to be riding alongside somebody. And I just think Alicia might be lucky that she's sitting at this bench and not dead. Whether because someone wants to get back because they think she had something to do and they want to get back directly at her, or they're trying to get back at somebody that she happens to be with in physical proximity and she's hit as collateral. It's just a scary concept. Like, these shootings are all taking place right at a hotel lobby. We heard people are catching strays. Like, someone's getting grazed in the arm. We heard about the shooting at Wasabi, the town center shooting. Public road, guns are firing off. The 17-year-old that was killed, and I believe 2 were charged with her murder. One of them was convicted and sentenced to life. Another public shooting. I don't know. It's just a lot. And I know there's conversations, well, she could have been a victim here. She could have been a victim in a much worse way. On the flip side. And sometimes your only way to keep yourself out of trouble is to make better choices around the situation, about the situations you put yourself in. So, I don't know. I think some of the jurors might have some questions if she's associating around all of this activity. I don't know if that'll be enough to convince them she planned or helped conceal something after the fact, but just got to make smarter decisions.
Yeah, so that we can avoid any potential argument. If your argument is authentication, these items were obtained from the device download that was obtained pursuant to a search warrant from law enforcement for the device. So I'm not sure what the legal objection is, but
I mean, there's a lot of legal objections, but the biggest one is that in order for these, I guess, to become, I don't think relevant, but who's going to establish who these individuals are? Just because they're in her phone and they got, a certification of business records.
I don't know
that
I don't know the state has to, okay? So we'll see. All right.
maybe 60 seconds, Your Honor, to update the witnesses.
Sure.
To these exhibits.
Did you need this? I don't know if you left it up there.
Oh, no, that's the clerk's, not mine. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Officer's right there.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and State Clerk is witness.
The state would call Detective Benjamin Bors.
Do you have Boar in the name? Oh no. Oh no.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
It's Detective Benjamin Bors.
Where are you? Oh, I apologize.
Last name spelled B-O-R-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
since 2010.
What is the current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit
And how long have you been in the Cybercrimes Unit?
since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your day-to-day duties are.
So when I originally started in the Cybercrimes Unit, it was more focused on internet crimes against children, which is a task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases, and eventually the Cybercrimes Unit now includes digital forensics and internet crimes against children. So my responsibility is probably 50-50 on both now.
What training and experience do you have in the area of actually analyzing these types of evidence?
So I've taken multiple classes with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crimes, and then individually for like specific tools. Main one being Celebrite, where I've completed the physical operator and analysis, certified forensic repair technician, and then with Axiom, I've done multiple classes for computers and then cloud extractions, and then also received certifications with IASIS, which is more specific on Windows computers, and then actual the forensics of going through the deep artifacts of the devices.
Okay, so I'm going to break down a couple of those things. You mentioned something called Axiom and something called Celebrite. What are those?
Those are what I refer to as analytic tools, which you can, one part of their tool gets the extraction from the devices, and then they also sell another tool that actually parses out the extractions into something you can view.
How is it that you're able to use those programs to analyze, for example, a return instead of a physical device?
So again, it's a tool. So if we get a return from, like in this case, an Apple, you ask for the Apple Cloud backup through a search warrant or consent, and then they'll give you back typically what's a zip file or multiple zip files, where if someone's Apple iPhone, they've decided to back up different things such as like contacts, messages, pictures, all different categories. When they back that up, it goes to Apple, then Apple gives that to us on whichever legal authority we choose. And then typically those companies give it back in the same format every time. So then these third-party companies, Axiom or Celebrite, know what that format is, and then they write the software to then parse it out to where we can then view it.
Is it safe to say it's kind of like taking the file and dropping it into the program as an ability for you to read it instead of a bunch of code?
Correct. It's more in zip files, and then maybe it could be in JSON files or Excel spreadsheets, and it basically just pulls it out into something to where you would view it the same. So where a text message, when you typically look at it on your phone, it's kind of in order, and there might be a color associated with sender and receiver. These tools kind of do the same thing. It puts it more into a format that you're used to seeing it in versus just in a bunch of lines.
In the format that you're able to see the information once it's actually uploaded, do you have categories that you can click on to look at specific types of information?
Correct. These programs, being Axiom or Celebrite, they decide what categories they're going to categorize the artifacts into. Excuse me. And yes, so you'll see messages, photographs, videos, things like that.
And are you familiar with the process of backing up your device to the cloud or to iCloud?
Yes.
Are you able to select certain items to back up, or are you required to back up the entire device?
You can choose to back up individual things or none of it or all of it.
So you could choose contacts and photos and nothing else.
Yes.
And are you able to tell us, did you have some involvement in the investigation, in this investigation as it relates to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Were you tasked with reviewing some either returns or Celebrite Axiom reports from some devices or returns in this case?
Yes.
I want to start first with whether you received a return from Apple iCloud in this case.
Yes.
Did you receive more than one?
Yes.
Would the first return that you received for analysis from Apple iCloud be alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com, or one of them?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
And did you also receive a return for rockoutsean with 2 N's at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Do you select which software you're going to use if you receive these types of returns?
I have a software that I typically use. Again, these softwares, they're being written constantly with the updates. So it kind of goes on whatever at that moment is the best tool at the time. for what I use, but I will often ask the detective what they would prefer to have it in because they have to review it, and whatever they're most comfortable using as well might depend on which tool I decide to use.
When a report is actually extracted, so say you find a photo or a message that you'd like.
Yes.
When that's extracted, does that extracted report look different if you're using Axiom versus you're using Cellebrite?
Yes.
And is that just a visual difference?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, has there been a significant difference in the data itself?
The raw data, no, but again, each tool is written by two different companies, so what data might be parsed out by one company might be different than another in terms of, I'll try to keep it simple, where TikTok is somewhat newer. So let's say one tool has written code to parse TikTok where another one has not. It doesn't mean that the data, the raw data isn't there in the extraction. It just means one tool was written to parse it where the other one hasn't.
In this case, since we'll just limit those readers to what was utilized in this case, so that would still be Axiom and Cellebrite, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review Cellebrite reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department for a device that was obtained in a search warrant there?
Yes.
And would that have been from red with 3 Ds 03 at iCloud.com?
Yes.
Additionally, did you have an opportunity to review the Cellebrite report for Rockout Sean at iCloud.com, the same one that you had an Axiom extraction from iCloud for?
It wasn't an extraction, a return from Apple,
excuse me.
but yes.
So you've had an opportunity at least to review those 3 separate things
Yes.
and the contents therein.
Yes.
I want to start first with the Apple ID red 03 at iCloud.com. Are you familiar from which that came, where that came from, excuse me?
I believe that was from the Jacksonville Cellebrite report.
Permission to approach on.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states 76A through B.
Yes.
I'm also going to show you states 75.
Okay.
A through then 76, at least A through B, contain the device information that was from the Cellebrite report, as well as some of the contents from that device which you reviewed.
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 76, A through B, 1 through 4, and 8.
Any objection other than the previously made objections?
No further than.
Same ruling, admitted.
Now, I've asked you about whether this Cellebrite extraction had some kind of related ID, and showing you states 76A. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these are mostly identifiers or information about the device itself. So you can see the model number towards the top. But that's not a model number that you typically see. So the model number, I don't want to say typically see, but that's something that's more forensically or a model that's given to by Apple as far as build number to the software. The typical model you'll see is detective phone model, which was a iPhone 14. And then the iOS version, which is 17.5.1. The MSI SDN is the phone number that's associated with that device. And then you'll see the IMEI a little bit further up there that starts with 350. That's what most people would commonly refer to as the serial number to the device. It's specific to that device.
Okay, so if we break that down just a little bit slower, you mentioned that there is a phone number that's associated. Is that what we're seeing here with this last use MSI SDN?
Yes.
And then the Apple ID that we referred to as it related to this particular Cellebrite report was red with 3 Ds 03 at iCloud.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm not sure from there. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right, and are we talking about the information that's included right here?
Yes.
Now, are these device reports are able to be downloaded typically from your standard Cellebrite extraction. So are you able to get this kind of summary with a report with this information about the device, the phone number, the Apple ID, typically when you use Cellebrite?
When you use either Cellebrite or Gray Key and you do an extraction, when you parse that extraction out in the Cellebrite tool, this is what's generated by Cellebrite.
And is this something that you can look to determine identifying information for whatever the extraction is you're looking at?
Yes.
Does that also include specific account identifiers? So, for example, if there is an Instagram account that's documented on the phone or a TikTok account, is that information that can be included on these device reports?
Yes.
And do we see an example of that here with the Instagram at 14, line 14?
Yes, Instagram has identified, I'm sorry, Cellebrite has identified an account associated with Instagram and then the usernames.
At the top of these columns that are provided in the device report, are there several different categories of information that have been created by the Cellebrite software?
Yes.
And does that include creation time as well?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me anything about that creation time?
Not specifically that one, no.
Okay. What about UTC in the creation time itself?
Yes, so UTC refers to Coordinated Universal Time. So to put it in the easiest explanation is that all of the times, as far as we're concerned, is generally around Greenwich, England. So just say England as a specific place. So we're currently in Eastern Standard Time. So depending on daylight savings time, we're either -4 or -5 hours from England. So if it was midnight, it would be 4 hours behind, and then pretty soon we'll be in fall, so we fall back another hour, and it would be 5 hours back. So forensically, we often leave stuff in UTC time when you look at it, because it makes it easier when people are communicating all over the world, and you want to make it relative to where we're currently at in Eastern Standard Time. It just makes it easier when you're doing things on a time log.
And that is what you prefer in forensics when you all look at the information?
It makes it easier because if someone in, let's say, California was talking to someone in Florida and you're using 2 different time zones while trying to tell a story, it makes it very difficult. So we try to leave it all in one time zone.
What about for the detectives that you work with day to day? Does it make it easier for them to do the calculations when you actually provide these reports to them, or do they contact you often to have assistance?
There are ways to, in the report, to convert it to make it easier for them, but often you'll see, like you see right here, is UTC +0, meaning that there is no, the time isn't altered at all. It is in UTC.
And I don't know if this is good. I hope he's the guy that explains it, but there are 2 pings here that are marked June 7th, and then everything else is June 27th. But we've got 2 on the 7th here. And it seems related to like the iTunes store, so I don't know where it's pulling that activity. It says local. So it seems like maybe they had this device but didn't sign into an iCloud until later on. I don't know. I need this explained.
TC time, so it being June, be in Eastern Standard Time, you would have to -4 hours from the time you see.
Now, I'll show you some examples of that modification here in a bit, but there is ultimately a way for the device for you to update the time zone to the current time zone or the time zone that the device is in.
So the time zone that the device is in, I would say the time zone where you're at would be more correct, because the problem with time the device is in, the device doesn't store in what we refer to in forensics as local time. So if the device is in Florida today, but California tomorrow, it doesn't store it in those 2 time zones. It stores it in UTC or whatever time it is, but it comes back to UTC time. And then based on where your phone's time zone is set, which often is automatically set, but you can go in and manually set it as well, it will -4 or 5 if you're in Eastern time zone, and that's what you see on your device, but it's not stored in your local time zone.
But you are able, there is a mechanism to view the information that is pulled or view the report with the modification to from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Correct. This tool, Cellebrite, is used worldwide. So depending on what time zone you are in, you can choose to set it at -4 for Eastern Standard Time or -8 for Pacific Time. So you can go in there and go, hey, I want to view it in the time zone for the state I'm currently in, and it'll alter those times accordingly.
There's been no request of you or no evidence to suggest or support that there were any devices provided to you where there needed to be a calculation for Central Time or Pacific or anything like that in this case?
No.
Now, and again, looking at the identifying information from this report, was there also something in line 16 as it related to a TikTok and the user ID information from there?
Yes.
What is the information that were provided from the TikTok column here under the user ID?
It shows the user ID also being, I believe, Alicia Andrews 72.
Now, when you look at specific items from inside of this report, are you actually able to pull, for example, a text message communication?
Yes.
showing you states 76B. What is it that we're looking at here? What type of report?
This is also a Celebrite report, and it shows a conversation, or at least some messages that were sent and received.
What is it that you can tell me about the timestamps, if any, on these messages that are depicted on the screen from June 21st of 2024 at 10:56 p.m.?
Same thing I mentioned before. They're in UTC, so they're going to be 4 hours different than what would be Eastern Standard Time from where we're currently at. So being 10:56 p.m., it would, I believe, be 6:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When you actually look to the message itself, are you able to determine who the sender is, or are there any markings or indications on the messages which would indicate who the sender is versus who is receiving the messages?
Yes, oftentimes will say to and from. In these scenarios, this isn't text messages. I believe these are actually just messages by...
I can go back to the first page related to Miss Adore.
Yeah, so I was looking at the numbers at the top, which are often the account numbers associated with either Instagram or Facebook. And it looks like, so as I was saying, that all of the files that come in from Apple, they're in a bunch of smaller zip files. So underneath where it says source extraction, that is the actual zip file that these messages are coming through or being pulled from by Celebrite. And you'll see towards the very bottom, it'll say group.com.bourbon, B-U-R-B-N, and then Instagram plist. So these messages are actually being pulled from that file, which is a plist file, which is associated with Instagram. So looking at that, I know that those are Instagram account numbers, and then those are the display names. So Miss Adore would be the display name of that Instagram account that sent that message to whoever the other person is.
And then in that device information that we were looking at from 76A, are you also able in the account name column to confirm what you were looking at there from that source information as well? The same name at least depicted there.
Yes.
And these, again, messages were in UTC time, at least as extracted here.
Yes.
In states 76B2, is there also a category for something called transfers that you can extract a Celebrite report for?
Yes.
And what is it? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Well,
Still,
Charmaine,
the data that comes in allows for some categories. Are these categories that are provided by the program or something that you would input or add?
No, these are all, like I mentioned earlier, that Celebrite, the company, has parsed out whichever file contains this information, and they choose which category to display them in.
Now, in this particular case, there's a source column, but it doesn't look like that long source code that we were looking at from the last exhibit. Is that different?
It's just showing that it came from Cash App. It did come from a longer source file or file path. It's just not displayed here.
And what, are you familiar with Cash App?
Yes.
Is that a money transfer application?
Yes.
I'm taking we'll learn more about what detectives inferred from looking at this extraction with Ramos on the stand. But this is the detective that did the extraction, so he's got to tell us the procedural steps.
In states 76B, are you able to see that?
Yes.
When we're looking at the file info from 76B, are you able to tell me anything as it relates to the name of the file?
Yes, the file name is img_001.heic.
And does the HEIC, is that indicative of anything for you?
I don't know what it stands for, but I know that HEIC is commonly a file extension for a picture file associated with Apple devices.
So for like a document, you would have .pdf or .doc or something. Is it for just a layperson when we're looking at it, you recognize HEIC as .HCIC being consistent with a photograph or
Yes.
pictorial evidence? When we see the thumbnail associated here, are you able, when viewing the information, to actually look at that image in a larger capacity?
Yes.
Does that mean that this thumbnail here that it's given to you, does that mean that that was the original size of the item or anything like that?
No, the original size says the bytes right there. It tells you how big the file is. That's just simply, like you said, it's a thumbnail image. It's a small image. Just like when you go through your photos if you have an iPhone or an Android, you don't look at one photo at a time. You could probably look at 30 to 40 photos. All of those photos are also saved in those smaller sizes so you can quickly view them, and those are called thumbnail images. But the actual image itself is much larger typically.
Can you see that all right?
Yes.
From that file itself, was this image consistent with the thumbnail attached to that extraction?
Yes.
And you can't tell me about the circumstances from which this photograph was taken.
No.
Can you simply tell me that this is a photograph that was on the device
Yes.
and was depicted in the extraction report?
Yes.
Do you have information about at least the created modified access dates here as it relates to this particular thumbnail?
I'm not sure if that refers to the thumbnail or the actual photo itself. I believe it refers to the actual photo, which is the created of 6/26/24. I believe the thumbnail is actually just generated by Celebrite.
Yes, I
But
apologize. I mean for the photo.
Yeah, so the artifact itself being the larger image we just saw, the created, modified, and access is associated with the photo, but then the metadata below is the data about the photo itself. So you can see that the capture time, probably the original time that photo was created, matches the created and modified.
And for this specific photograph, there is a capture time that it also reflects camera phone and iPhone 14. Were those consistent with the device information from the first exhibit that we looked at 76A?
I don't recall if it was an iPhone 14.
In looking at in looking at state 76A, does it refresh your recollection as to the device model for this extraction?
Yes, it would be the same model then.
Did the capture time of 8:35 p.m., is that indicative of UTC time in looking at the actual created modified access information?
So the time is about 2 minutes difference, but I'm not sure if the capture time below is in UTC, but using the created modified times, it would appear that it would be in UTC.
How about as it relates to the image that was actually captured itself? Is there any information from the image itself that we're able to ascertain regarding the potential time that it was captured?
Yes, the phone itself shows that it was 8:35.
In looking at States Exhibit 76B8, can you tell me how this type of an extraction, even though we still see the blue and the green boxes, would be different from the one that we looked at from Instagram? Does this one have phone numbers for the participants instead of ID numbers or?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to see the phone numbers on this report itself?
Yes.
Are those phone numbers depicted here?
Yes.
And with owner, is that indicative of the device from which this information came from?
It is.
You mentioned when we were looking at the Instagram messages that there's a
Chat. This is from June 26, 2024. It's 3 days later. We heard about this phone that was active for 24 hours. It says new number, save it, hashtag Alicia. So somebody else sending this message on Alicia's behalf, or is it Alicia? Uh-oh.
to or a from, do we have that information in each of the top of the chat bubbles that we see here photographed or depicted?
Yes.
Can you tell me from whom the top message came from and what, if anything, it said?
It shows it came from the owner's device to the phone number ending in 7558. And did you want me to read the actual message?
The content of the
itself?
message, if you would.
It says, if you get a iPhone and you have a Android, you can switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade.
Did that same message that's captured there in green also, or that same sender also send the next message that's captured in green?
Yes.
And does that one indicate anything was actually sent as far as content as well?
As far as the message goes, it says like your pictures and stuff.
Okay. And was there any response or message back to this device captured in this chat?
Yeah, it shows that the message received was about a minute later. And it just says, switch and bring your hard-headed self home.
Home.
That messages, those messages that we just looked at, 76B8, were those in UTC time consistent with the device being, or sending these messages at 8:39 PM on June 26th?
Yeah, so this report or what you're viewing here has been converted to Eastern Standard Time. So the times would reflect Eastern Standard Time, and that's what the -4 means.
And lastly, for this device, from state 76B4, is this another one of those messages where you're able to tell us whether it was between devices with a number or on some kind of social media account?
This is from devices with phone numbers.
What is the timestamp that is related to the first message that's sent?
It is 8:42 PM, and it's in Eastern Standard Time.
And was there a response from someone to this device?
Yes.
And what was that?
How do I know this is you?
Well, okay, that's interesting.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 2 of that same exhibit and how it differs from the other chats?
Oh,
This is just a, obviously a picture message that was sent as an attachment in the message.
And again, are you able to, when you see something that size, look at a larger depiction of that?
Yes.
Is that what was reflected there?
Yes.
And was the timestamp able to be deciphered from the information included on that message?
Yes.
And when was that message sent from this owner's device?
9:17 PM in Eastern Standard Time.
In addition to the Celebrite for Red 03, did you have an opportunity to review an Axiom extraction as well? That was a return from iCloud.
Yes.
I'm showing you 75B. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it is that we are seeing in the overview report in 75B?
Yes, this is, the overview is all the individual files that comes back from Apple, and then they're parsed out by, in this case, Axiom.
So did the extractions that come from, or the returns that come from iCloud, when you pop them into Axiom, do they look a little bit different visually than the Celebrite reports that we just looked at?
Yes, the individual company decides how they want to display the information when they parse it.
What, if anything, are you able to tell me about each of these 3 files? Can you view them together when you actually use this software?
Yes.
And do you have the same option to look at tabs or categories within the information when you use it?
Yes.
And publishing states 75C. Now, how is it that you, from an Axiom extraction or report, are able to determine where or what category the information came from?
It would have the same file path at the end. It would show you exactly where it pulled from. Maybe not necessarily in this PDF or printed version of it, but on the tool itself, it would let you.
Are you able, from the actual report that gets extracted, to decipher some information about its originating location?
Yes.
What is TextNow chat?
TextNow is a voice over IP application that allows you to send text messages and phone calls, receiving phone calls, basically over the internet. So as long as you have cellular data or hooked up to Wi-Fi, you can download the application and basically request a phone number and then make phone calls and text messages using the application instead of the native phone number assigned to that phone.
Is that different from sending a text message or a call from your device?
It would still be from the device, but through an application.
So you would use the phone, but you'd be using an app?
Yes.
Now, if I called you in that app, would my phone number to you be the same as my phone number that AT&T gave me if I select a number?
It'd be whatever phone number that TextNow provided to you.
But it is not the same as an extraction, for example, from the instant messages from a device or the iMessages?
No.
Was there in state 75C1 an extraction report from the Axiom for this device?
Yes.
oh,
And is this device the alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com?
This is not a device, but a
Return from
return.
iCloud, so
Yes.
data from them.
Yes.
And would that have been from that Alicia Andrews 03@yahoo?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is it that we're looking at?
This is just text messages or messages that the Axiom tool has pulled from that iCloud extraction.
Is it possible that this isn't the entirety of all of
read
the
it?
messages that go back and forth?
Yes.
Are you able to select some messages by date or timestamps, anything like that?
Yeah, you can filter within the tool to only certain messages, and then sometimes only certain messages are backed up. So you don't always get the full conversation, or you can filter it down to just portions yourself.
And coming from this return from the email for Alicia Andrews 03, what does the information that's provided in these chat bubbles tell us?
It just tells me that this message was sent to someone at that date and time.
And are you able to tell me anything about where the device came from? I mean, where the information came from? Was
If
this
they don't
message
read
sent
it, we'll
from
read
this
it.
this report to another person?
Yes, I can't tell right now, but it looks like it might possibly be a contact that says me, or I'm not sure if that's referring to the individual device. I've never seen me on a report before, so it might be a contact saved as me, but I'm not sure.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Mr. Deputy Martinez? Should I turn it off?
Dang, that notepad is full.
Are you able to tell me about the dates that this message was sent?
Yes, it shows that it was 6/17/2024 at 11:44 and 11:47 a.m.
Now, as we move through this exhibit, all of these exhibits would have come from the data from the iCloud return that you received for the Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo account. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if they're not going to read it, we're going to read it. Because first of all, this is juicy. But second of all, the defense did say there were fights in the relationship, and Alicia Andrews thought that this was going to be a trip to rekindle their relationship. So we've got on June 17th, 2024, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue, capitals. Why the F are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk to them ugly bitches. You talk to everybody you come across and touch. You fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship, even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation. You still fucking mad the fuck. And then there's a second message that was sent 3 minutes after that one that says, and you acting like I'm not pregnant. You go and talk to me one day. So I don't give a fuck about your lil. And that's all I can see. So that's what we've got here. We need Ramos to tell us, to read this to us. The Yuri Buchanan reading voice.
In 75C4, is this image that's being depicted here from page 4 different in some way than you would see for a traditional image? Like if it was a photograph?
This image that we see here isn't actually an image. It's a video file, but the Axiom tool, so in my investigations, we go through hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos. So instead of having to watch each individual video as you go through the tool, Axiom will display what's a preview of the video by giving you 8 frames from the video to give you a general idea what might be in that video. So you don't have to necessarily watch every single video just to find out what's in it. It'll give you a preview, which is what Axiom has done here, and then you could go watch the video itself. So in this case, we're looking at a preview that was generated by Axiom of the actual video file.
Are you able to actually see the full video or even grab some of the frames from the video when you're pulling an extraction report?
Yes,
And is that what's indicated here from that same video?
correct.
Just a screenshot, basically, if we're using layman's terms.
Yes, and I think even when you go back to the still frames where there was the 8 different frames from that video, you can see that it's very similar.
Are you able to tell me anything about the date and time that this video was preserved from the data or file information here?
It just shows the last modified and then more importantly, the EXIF created. And how we mentioned earlier, the EXIF data is more data about the file itself. versus a lot of times when you see created, access, and modified, that refers to
I mean, if you guys aren't like looking at the screen, or maybe it looks small to you guys, it looks like still images from what seems to be feet comfy in the back seat of a car with the feet like touching what looks like the driver's seat while somebody's also in the driver's seat. It's June 22nd, so I would think that this is the day that they're en route to Tampa.
that file being in a specific place at that date and time. So if you put a folder on your computer and you make a copy of that folder and put it somewhere else on your computer, those created date and times will be different because it's whenever you copied and pasted it. But the exit is specific to when that video file itself was created. So typically, forensically, that's the one we try to focus on if it's available, and in this instance it is, which is 6/22/24 at 5:26 p.m.
And are you able to say that that is also Eastern Standard Time based on the UTC information also provided?
Yes.
Publishing 75C5 from the same iCloud return. Is this an actual either screenshot or an image on the device different from what we've just seen?
It's Taco Bus. Guys, Taco Bus has made an appearance. There's also Extreme Tacos. Never heard of them. But if this is the Taco Bus, shout out to Taco Bus. A legendary food spot in Tampa. Started as a bus, and then they built a brick and mortar around the bus. Good times.
Reflected as a video.
Yes.
Is there a time reflected in the screenshot itself?
Yes, 2:58.
And is there data associated with the screen?
Hold on, wait. Is this place really called, like, maybe it's pronounced Fukenberger, but the spelling is hilarious.
Screenshot itself.
Yes.
On this particular screenshot, this one has a PNG label. How is that different from what we saw before?
PNG is often associated with screenshots when it comes to Apple devices. So if you do a screenshot on an Apple device, it'll save it as a PNG versus the HEIC file.
The EXIF data for this one is depicted down here. Is that the same EXIF data for date and time that we would be looking at?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me what the EXIF data tells us about this particular screenshot?
It shows the original date and time to be 6:23 at 2:58 p.m. Or I'm sorry, yeah, p.m.
PM?
I'm sorry, no. So 2:58. I was looking at the time. So 2:58. There is no p.m. or a.m. associated with it.
Yeah, definitely got to do tacos tonight, guys.
In 75C6,
Is there a Munktug's baggie shop?
are you able to see that? Record one of 75C6.
Yes.
All right. And do you know, or can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture, but I don't know who it is or where it came from.
Are you familiar with the photo application in an iPhone or Samsung device?
Yes.
And do you have the options, which we could see at the bottom right here, of taking a photo or selecting a photo option?
I believe that's just a selfie cam. I'm not sure if that's taking a photo or selecting a photo.
To flip the camera on
Yeah.
the photo app?
Yes.
But is this, so if I clicked on or took my phone and clicked on the little camera that's on the home screen, I can open that to access the camera?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here, a camera access from one of these devices, or a device of some kind?
It appears to be consistent with taking a photo with a device, but I'm not sure what application it's being used from.
While you are utilizing your phone's camera, whether it's front-facing or rear-facing, are you still able to take a screenshot?
Yes.
What information, if any, did this particular item provide to us regarding the date of the original?
The original date showing 6:23 at 4:10.
And I'm sorry, is that PM or AM or do you know?
It doesn't show an AM or PM.
Are you able to tell us about the ability to have military time or standard time? Tell us the difference between those two things.
You can select military or standard on your phone, how it's displayed. And basically that being a military time is from 0000 all the way up to 2400 or 2359. So basically there is no AM or PM with military time.
Your Honor, maybe approach. Yes.
Great. A little bit of a sidebar. Maybe they're going to see if they can get something in that they weren't sure they could get in.
In 75C7, are you able to tell us anything about this return from iCloud as it relates to information from Instagram?
Just that, is this from, we're still talking about the iCloud return?
Yes, the same return from alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com.
Yeah, so again, Axiom being the tool that we used in this one, it identified different, I'm trying to think let's see where it came from, different accounts associated with, it looks like Instagram.
Does Axiom allow for information regarding followers and following when it gives you a return from Instagram or information from Instagram?
I cannot tell if these are follows or following, but it's obviously information that's backed up to Apple.
When you make a full download as it relates to the Instagram profiles, followers or following, are you able to review the file path and the file information to assess whether there's following, followers, followed by? Those categories that Axiom gives you.
Yeah, so in this scenario, yes, you can see what Axiom has parsed out, and it shows that the account associated with that Apple account, that cloud account, there are artifacts associated with Instagram showing that that account is following that username at the top. And you can see where it says following, yes, but they're not being followed back by that same account.
So following, yes.
Yes,
The username account, Young and Ace.
yes,
Followed by, no.
correct.
There are 3 of these records. Is the difference between having record 1, record 2, and record 3, which indicate the same, each of the iCloud returns that we saw in the beginning here when we were looking at the backup evidence?
I'm
When we
not
looked
sure.
at the first page, when you go back.
I'm not sure what the difference is between the 3 records are. That would be Axiom parse it out, whether that information is in 3 different locations, or it's just repeating information that's the same information in 3 different locations.
If the path matches source information from this file, the second file, and this third file from page 3 of the evidence overview, does that lead you to believe that they are, in reviewing the contents of each of these zips, representative of that following for each of the returns from each one of those files?
So it would be more from the source, and I can see that the source looks, there's a lot of numbers in there to tell you exactly the same, but it looks like the source might be a little bit different, and that's why you have 3 records.
Okay, and then when you see the evidence number or information, is that referring to the file that is provided from iCloud?
Yes. But in there are both multiple different folders, and you see that where it says source here, being the original one, and then there's that number, the 1295723, and then there's folder and subfolder and subfolder. So every line that you see is another folder within that folder, so every slash mark.
In 75C8, do we have the same type of following report or information that was pulled from Axiom? Page 4 of that exhibit for username Julio Foolio.
Correct.
And do we still have or also have those columns regarding following and is followed by?
Yes.
As it relates to this particular account, what was the account following?
The device account was following the Julio Foolio, but Julio Foolio's account was not following back the user's device or user's account.
I mean, I don't think this really matters. People can stalk somebody without following an
Are you
Instagram
also
account.
able to, as
So-
you can see from
She's following Julio Foolio, she's following Young and Ace. Neither of them follow her back. Like, the defense could come in and say, well, they didn't have she didn't have a dynamic relationship with either of them. None of this could be at their command or because she had personal beef because Julio Foolio said something crazy to her on Instagram, right? These are also well-known individuals. I have no problem. I think objectively, Youngin Ace and Julio Foolio were both known nationwide, let alone known well in Jacksonville. So it's not weird that somebody in Jacksonville happens to be following someone on Instagram. And again, you could follow what somebody's doing and watching their moves without actually following their account. I would imagine that a lot of people that are trying to sneakily follow somebody wouldn't typically follow the person they're keeping tabs on unless they were privated. But I don't think Youngin Ace or Julio Foolio had their accounts privated at any point of these times. So I don't know. This just seems like they want to go, ooh, Youngin Ace and ooh, Julio Foolio.
From the device report and the Cellbrite data, or the reports that we had, are you also able to select photographs that you can pull reports for?
Yes.
In looking at this
Little
photograph
Mermaid.
that's depicted in 75C9, was there information associated with that photo which would allow you to be able to tell when the photo was captured?
Yes.
And what information is that, and can you relay that for us?
So, again, forensically, we often focus on the EXIF data, which is data about the data itself, not necessarily when that photo was placed on that device or that cloud. But here you can see that when the photo was taken, it captured a lot of information, Latin long being exactly where GPS put that photograph being taken, what model phone took it, and it looks like even it tells you which camera it would have taken it with, being the dual wide camera, which is typically seen on the back of a device, versus the selfie camera or the front-facing camera that would face you.
And can this data, because it's been an iCloud backup, be something that came from a different device? When we saw Cellbrite, we saw a model number and an iPhone and those types of things. Could this be a different device just stored to the cloud?
It could simply be someone sent you the picture and it's stored on your device, but it just got backed up to the cloud even though another photo or another phone took the photo.
Can it be your device having taken the photo?
If you have multiple devices with the same account, cloud account, yes, it could all be backed up. But it could also be a photo taken with someone else's phone and then you stored it or saved it on your device and it kept all that same EXIF information and also got backed up because now it's on your device that is being backed up.
If I have my same iCloud account from high school up till now,
Yeah.
will every phone that I've used and backed up to that same iCloud account still be reflected? Those photos from older phones are still in my iCloud.
It's possible. That's a better question for Apple, how long that they store stuff for.
But you
Or-
can have different
2020.
devices that back up to the cloud.
Yes.
Is this a larger version of that photograph that was depicted in the last exhibit?
Yes.
Same exhibit, was there an image captured April 15th of 2023?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
In 75C10, can you tell us what it is that this is representative of?
These look like text messages between two devices.
So these look different than what we looked at from Cellbrite. We don't have the convenience of the blue and the green. How do you know that the messages are going back and forth? Is there something about their placement?
Yeah, so Axiom will place them typically right and left to try to make it look more like what you would see on the device. Sometimes there's colors that make it a little bit easier to see, which I don't see here. But you can also see received at the top where those ones are being received by that cloud account information, and it says unknown direction. So probably didn't parse or it wasn't provided in the plist files or databases that were given.
But there is a number associated with the received by,
Yes.
and then the unknown direction, can that be from this person responding back to that received by?
Well, received from, I believe, is the top number. Like that was, they received that message from that number.
Yes, so if this text message is received from number ending
Right.
7534, is this the owner or user responding to 7534?
Correct. Often there isn't a number associated with the received by because the owner of the phone is simply the owner, doesn't need to store its own number.
Are you able to tell me about the date and time from which I Don't Like the Town Center was received to this iCloud?
It shows April 10th of 2023 at 8:38 p.m.
Was there a response to that message?
Yes.
What was that?
You hate everywhere with an emoji we don't gotta sit in.
Did the number ending in 7534 send a reply to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
23 got killed in the town center. That's why I'm like out there.
We still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this iCloud,
Yes.
and we see their responses on the right from the person with this device.
Yes.
Lastly, was there an image from the iCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
You got wings?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
I believe that completes this particular extraction yard.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 12:20, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30, and see you then.
All right, so we're going to be able to skip this lunch, but let's check over, let's see if we have any Sean Grayson updates. If you guys want, we can do, we're only 20 minutes behind. If you guys want, we can do the tweet reading, the reporting from the Sean Grayson courtroom, and then resume. But I definitely want to see if there's a verdict or anything. I think they've only been deliberating like 45 minutes. So that'd be very quick if that's the case. Let's see. ABC. All right, so no verdict yet. Let's catch up, and if we get an afternoon break, let's do Sean Grayson during whenever they take their afternoon break. Because again, it's only tweets. They don't have cameras in that courtroom, so we should be able to do that in like 15 minutes. So let's get on pace with Alicia Andrews. Alicia.
All right, how much longer do you anticipate with your current witness, Detective Wars?
15 minutes.
And is Detective Ramos the next one?
He is, Judge. But we can certainly do
Detective Ramos.
So,
Okay. 3.
Robert Howard, what you do is brought over, I guess, then.
yeah, you'll probably send it back.
I'll
Yep.
send it right there.
Thank you.
Good, man.
Pardon me?
You want the detective to be back on the bench?
Sure.
No, don't worry. Yes.
Also, because I didn't interrupt earlier, I had it on the screen and we talked about it before Mike had sent this. Thank you for the super. Mike had said, that part, Kat, I've seen this too many times in Detroit, dangerously in love with gang members. Her family even had to move her. Family even had to move. And even if she beat this, she's going to have problems. And I think that's a serious, legitimate concern, right? If Alicia's acquitted here, is she going to go and still live in Jacksonville? Is that a safe place for her to be? And it's not cheap to move, but you know, me personally, I would move out of Jacksonville by any means necessary if I were in her shoes. And I think that's a serious thing that anybody going through a trial like this, especially if Alicia, if she's innocent, she's falsely accused, that doesn't mean that people on the outside will think she's innocent. So And 773 Pisces, thanks for being a member for 5 months, says, I got to start telling my manager I have jury duty. I'm unavailable for these work calls. Love it, love it. You got to blame it on Lil, Mike, and Quez.
All right, do we need to wait for, is Mr. Harmon here? We need to wait, or we can get going?
Judge, I think we can get going.
Okay, very good, let's go and bring him in. Okay. All right. Oh.
All right. Alters are in.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, and we'll continue on with the detective. You may proceed. Here, Honor.
Detective Warrens, I believe when we left off, we were on the extraction for Alicia Andrews, 03 at Yahoo. We're still familiar with that extraction report. In looking at State's Exhibit 75C12, are you able to tell me the difference between the two dates that we see as it relates to the first date stamp on the page versus the second?
It shows October 15th of 2023 at 11:02 p.m. and the last modified time being 5/15/2024 at 9:34 a.m.
And modified, as you've already described for us, can that mean copied, saved, updated?
It could just be a change to the picture. I'm not sure what the changes are. Just viewing the thumbnails, it looks like it might just simply have been cropped, but I can't tell you for sure what the change was.
And the same as when we discussed the other thumbnail images, you would be able to access or enlarge the image from that date.
Yes.
Lastly, 75C15 from the same iCloud extraction.
Yes.
Is there some evidence that this is not a photograph and is instead a video?
Yes, if you look at the file name extension where it says file name, it says MOV, which is pretty indicative that it's a video file. But then again, as I explained earlier, Axiom takes frames from it. In this case, it took 10 frames from the video file and then put it to where you could see what the video potentially would have.
And just like as you did previously explain, are you able to then view each of the various screen grabs? You can watch the video as a whole, or you can actually look at it in parts.
Correct.
Now, as it relates to the extractions, or really any device, are you familiar with who the phones belong to, where the whose phones the extractions came from, the circumstances under which this information would have even been provided to you?
I know the information that Apple provides to me as far as what account it's associated with. As far as who's in control of that account or device, I do not.
You don't know the facts or circumstances surrounding the case?
I know the general facts of the case, but I don't know about the individual evidence items.
How about your involvement otherwise in cases like this? Are you out, on the street and interviewing witnesses, investigating potential suspects, things like that?
No, well, we do interview suspects as far as our child exploitation cases, but when it comes to homicides or other cases for that matter, where my role is primarily digital forensics. We don't typically go out to the scenes. We just handle the processing and extraction portion of it.
You would not be able to, for example, in this moment, look to the image that we just saw in 75C13 and identify the individual that's depicted.
There's two individuals, but no, I don't know anyone in this case specifically. I couldn't pick them out by photographs.
And for this particular case, it is the scenario for which you've mentioned, which is you would have information relevant to the homicide investigation. It's not like he would be interviewing like you would on a child exploitation case.
Correct. I did not interview or did not interview anybody in this case.
You'd only receive the evidence from the lead detective and a request to do the digital examinations.
Correct.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 94. Could you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize the reports depicted in 94?
Yes.
And do the items that are depicted in States 94A through C, 1 through 7, fairly and accurately depict the extraction reports or some of the extraction reports from the Rockout Sean account that we previously mentioned?
Yes.
What program were these reports opened in?
Celebrate.
So just like the previous or earlier Cellbrite that we were able to view, did we receive an extraction or a report, with device information?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm the device Apple ID associated to this report?
Yes.
And what was that Apple ID?
The Rockout Sean at iCloud.com.
There was also a telephone number that you provided could be located at the MSI SDN.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here on this line?
Yes.
As in the last Celebrite report that we were viewing, were you also able to view under account name, in the account name column, an identifier of Sean Gathright in the Apple iCloud backup account for line 15?
Yes.
I'm showing you 94C5. What are we looking at here?
This is a text message between two phone numbers.
Are you able to ascertain who the parties are to this text message conversation, or at least how are they identified via the report from the extraction?
And I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. What exhibit is this again?
94C5.
Thank you.
If it hasn't been moved into evidence, Your Honor, I would move the full exhibit in.
Okay, admitted.
And how are you able to identify the parties?
Celebrite has identified the owner of the account to be Sean Gathright, and then the second participant in the conversation to be that phone number 904-386-0925 with the name Ghost.
And where does the name that's depicted under the number come from?
It would be pulled from some database, usually contacts, but I'm assuming, or I'm not sure exactly where it came from.
Would it have been saved by the device user as Ghost, or does that come?
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I don't know if that name was in the context.
The information that is there, so when you first receive a device itself, does the device auto-populate with the names of the individuals that are stored, or is it responsibility of the phone owner to populate contacts?
On an iPhone, it can suggest the contact, because if you say, hey, this is, so-and-so, it'll put suggestion, but this wasn't from a device. I believe this was from an iCloud account, so that name was stored within that message. So Celebrite pulled that information out of the database. I'm not sure where in the database that name was stored.
I'm actually going to show you just slightly out of order. If I can have you look to 94C6. Can you see the type of entry that we're looking at here in 94C6?
Yes, this is from the contacts.
Okay, and what is contacts in a device?
That's where messages, or I'm sorry, where accounts are saved.
And who are they saved by? At a minimum, a person with access to the device.
Right, but contacts could also not just include, as far as Celebrite is concerned, phone numbers or names. It could be Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts, like social media accounts. So we'll see a lot of items in the contacts. But as you can see, when you look into the source file, it shows address book and then SQLite database after that. So specifically, this ghost contact was stored in the address book of the phone, so the contacts of the phone.
Now, as we go back to 94C5, are there messages exchanged between Sean Gathright, the owner of the device, and Ghost, or the number saved as Ghost?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date on which these communications begin?
6/6/24 at 4:43 a.m. And I see UTC -4, meaning that this message was, or is being displayed in Eastern Standard Time.
In 94C4, are you able to tell me whether this is also another exchange between telephone numbers?
Yes.
And how are you able to determine that?
By looking at the phone numbers, I can see that it's the same phone number as before.
Same mechanism as identifiers underneath the exact phone number?
Yes.
And the owner of this device, identified as Sean Gathright, also still included?
Yes.
As it relates to the content of the first message that's depicted on the screen here, can you tell me what that says?
The message?
Yes.
It shows an address of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida 33613.
And on what date and at what time was that message sent from the individual GZ with a phone number ending in 4707 to Sean Gathright?
It shows 6/22/24 at 5:22 p.m., again in Eastern Standard Time.
From the same iCloud return, looking at the search items tab, were there indications that a search had been conducted on this device around 10 p.m. on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Are you able to determine what the content of that search was, or at least what was depicted in the value of the
Teasers.
search at that time?
Teasers Gentlemen Club.
And Walmart.
In 94C2, can you tell me what the difference is in the participants here?
Well, the only difference is I see that the iCloud account name plus the phone number, which are both identifiers for that device that was being used.
When you are utilizing an iPhone and you engage in messaging utilizing the iMessage application on an iPhone, are you able to also send messages not only through your cellular data by the number, but also by email address?
Whatever the iCloud account is, yes.
The iCloud ID, is that what we were looking at?
The Apple ID, yes, but it doesn't have to be at iCloud. It could be any email. But yes, you can send it by message. A lot of devices don't have, like iPads might not have any cellular service at all. So typically they would use an Apple ID.
And you could iMessage from that iPad without cellular service by connecting to Wi-Fi or something of that kind?
Correct. When I say cellular service, I'm talking about actually having a phone number assigned to it. So you can still, as long as you have Wi-Fi and you're signed into your iCloud account, you could send iMessages.
Lastly, 94C1. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a text message with just 3 participants, but 2 of them appear to be the owner Apple accounts.
2 of them appear to be,
Like the Apple account like association. So the phone number is still associated with that Apple account for the owner, and then the actual iCloud email.
And that would still be the one with manager underneath it, that owner identifier?
Correct.
Even if this name under 3825 changes, so that in this particular set of messages, it indicates manager, but are you looking to the phone number that's actually depicted next to or above owner?
Right, the phone number. I believe that Celebrite is saying that this is the owner of the phone.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Hold on, wait. You want to read? Was it these? That's the address. Okay, so going back a little bit to read these, we have can't hear you, and then make sure Bra in a good headspace before he go with his move. We got bigger shit to tend to. Then something with an N energy right now. I don't know what's behind the lawn crime logo right there. And then jumping back forward.
What we were looking at.
The Apple ID, yes, but it doesn't have.
Right, the phone number. I believe that Celebrite is saying that this is the owner of the phone.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
And lastly, 94C3. Is this another text message exchange that came from this device, owner name Sean Gathright?
I believe that this is still an iCloud account.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I keep saying device. iCloud, return.
But
all right. So this one says, I'm coming home. My thirst is quenched. Love you, Murphy. And this is June 23rd.
yes, it shows that the message, or there are messages between that phone number that's associated with Sean Gathright, and then there's another phone number in there.
Are you able to identify the time from which the first message is actually sent?
The first message depicted here is 6:23 of 24 at 12:58 p.m. and in Eastern Standard Time.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
There's some exhibits that were trying to locate before lunch. I'll start with these ones,
The clerks, who's attempting to find them? Gotcha.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I want to take you through some of the exhibits, starting with the last one we kind of went through. This exhibit here, this is
The prosecutor's head is just in the
iCloud
way.
from Sean Gathright, or at least the iCloud that belongs to Sean Gathright.
I'm not sure if it belongs to, but yeah, the identifier showed Sean Gathright as being the owner.
All right. The iCloud username is the Rockout Sean username.
Yes.
All right. So this is not Alicia Andrews' iCloud.
I don't know, again, I can't associate it with anybody. I only can tell you the names that are on the accounts.
Got it. But this account, Rockout Sean, there's no indication that this account has Alicia Andrews' name tied to it, correct?
I have no idea if it is or is not.
All right. This message that you see here, could you read that in the green?
I'm coming home, my thirst is quenched, I love you, Murphy.
All right. Murphy, do you have any context for who sent this message?
I don't know anybody in this case.
At any point in time, did you meet with Detective Ramos to go over any of these iPhone devices or the iCloud returns
I don't recall specifically going over any specific artifacts.
with Detective Ramos
Correct.
or with any detective in the case?
No, I do the extractions, or I'll put them into some sort of software to where they can view it, and then I usually do a small supplement saying what I did, but as far as interpreting the data or seeing how data or items are relevant to the investigation, I don't typically take part in that unless it has to do with a child exploitation case that's assigned to me.
Understood. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C4.
The feet, the foot.
You're not aware of the significance of this photograph. Is that correct?
Correct. And I believe it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is actually not a
Video.
photograph, but it's a clip of a video.
So it's a still shot from a video.
I believe that that's what was presented. There's a video file, I think, that goes with this. That might have been just before that. It shows all the clips. Yes, sir. And then I believe that that image is just one frame from that video file. But regardless, I don't know the relevance of the video file or the image itself.
Showing you State's Exhibit 75C9. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph either,
No, sir.
or the relevance.
No, sir.
I can predict redirect already. You just did the extraction, right? You weren't the lead detective on this case.
You did you go through Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
No.
Not at all?
Other than I'll usually go through some of the reports just to show that the artifacts that you would expect to be in there are there, but as far as a specific message or a specific photo, no, I did not go looking for evidence relevant to the case.
All right. Do you know that there were nearly 370,000 artifacts in Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
I'm not aware of how many artifacts there are in it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the number you're telling me.
All right. The iCloud returns. Are you responsible for getting these returns from iCloud?
From Apple, yes, sir.
From Apple. You're responsible for doing that, and is that a lot of work?
I wouldn't say it's a lot of work because it's more of just a download, but as far as the knowledge it takes to be able to decrypt it and use the software that Apple requires you to use, because they use their own version of decryption software, so we have to download that, put in the passcode, and then unzip it, and then decrypt it, download it, and then put it back into a zip file and then process it. So it's a little bit of a process for a regular person who's never done it before.
Well, for someone in your position, is that a easy task?
It can be, depending how big the extraction is. Some of them, we've had to be 1 terabyte of data backed up, and some of that stuff can take a significant amount of time, and you have to go through logs and make sure that nothing failed during the process, and if it did, you have to go download those individual zip folders and then make sure it's all there. So it's yes and no, depending on how big the backup is.
All right, so let's say it is a terabyte or something over a terabyte.
Yes.
How long would that typically take for you to download and get access to?
It could take, we've had it take weeks.
Nothing more than weeks?
It could take longer. I'm not sure because of the failures where you have to keep going back after the information until you get it all downloaded. But with smaller ones, you know, we could have it maybe downloaded in a day and even sometimes parsed the same day.
All right, so if there are Apple iCloud accounts out there that were related to this case, at most, it would have taken you weeks to get those Apple iCloud returns downloaded.
From the moment that Apple's created the response and that gets forwarded to us, it would at most, on average, a couple weeks to get the download. It doesn't typically take weeks if it's not that large of a file.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, briefly, Your Honor. For a typical criminal investigation, in order to have Apple start preparing an iCloud return, do you need a search warrant to be authored, granted, issued to Apple for them to respond to that?
Yes.
And in this particular case, any search warrants would have been completed and shared to Apple by detectives?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Right, who's your next witness?
The state we call Detective Juan Ramos.
Woohoo! All right, guys, strap in. This is the witness we've been waiting for. Really, I should speak for myself, but I think a lot of us are waiting for lead detective Juan Ramos.
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Juan Ramos
How are you employed?
with the Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
since October 13, 2015.
Prior to 2015, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 3 years and a military police officer with the United States Marine Corps for 6 years before that.
And before, what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit
How long have you been in homicide?
since February 6 of 2024.
Is that as a detective?
Yes,
Had you been a detective in another unit at the Tampa Police Department before coming to homicide?
yes, prior to homicide, I was a District 1 adverse violent crimes detective,
And how long were you in that position?
approximately 5 months.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to a homicide that occurred at the Home to Suites and Holiday Inn located across from the University of South Florida?
I did.
What's the address of that area, specifically the Home to Suites?
11606 North McKinley Drive,
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough County,
And what city?
Tampa, Florida.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was called to respond to that location by my supervisor as I was going to be the lead detective in the homicide that occurred there
What time did you arrive at the location?
at approximately 6:23 a.m.
What was your role in this investigation?
I was the lead detective.
What are the responsibilities and duties of the lead detective in a homicide investigation?
The lead detective has the primary responsibility of gathering all the facts and conducting the investigation. So it's kind of like a team effort, but the lead detective would be the team captain, so to speak.
Are there other detectives in homicide that play a particular role in an investigation?
Yes.
And what role would that be?
So at the scene, we have the lead detective, and then we have the second lead. So there would be a detective that would assist the lead. And then at this specific scene, we also had two homicide scene detectives that would be there to process the scene and deal with the scene.
Who was the second that assisted you in this
Shout out to the
investigation?
Dolly Talk reader.
Detective
Hello,
Aaron
hello.
Campbell. He's a sergeant now, but yes.
You said that there were two detectives in charge of the crime scene detectives. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who were they?
They were Detective David Alverson and Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
When you arrived, had the crime scene perimeter already been established?
Yes,
Did you receive an initial briefing when you arrived?
I did.
Was your sergeant already on scene?
I believe so.
And who was that?
Sergeant Rachel Chonik.
When you first arrived, did you make your own observations and do a walkthrough of the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your observations?
I noted that the entire scene spanned from the south end of the homes to suites up through the north from there through adjoining parking lot to the Holiday Inn, which was right next to it. And the scene started at the south end of homes to suites where there were some shell casings and some impact strikes found and spanned north to where a black Dodge Charger and the victim's body was found.
Was the victim's body, was it still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Had the victim been tentatively identified at that point?
Yes, he was.
What information did you receive in regards to the victim?
I was notified that his name was Charles Jones and that he was a rapper by the stage name of Julio.
Were there officers with the Tampa Police Department that had already done some initial research into the background of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you previously been aware or knew who Charles Jones was before this investigation?
No.
What information was relayed to you regarding Charles Jones' background at the scene on June 23rd of 2024?
I learned that he was a prominent rapper out of Jacksonville who was in Tampa over the weekend to celebrate his birthday, and that he had been at a couple clubs before getting to the homes to suites.
Based on that information, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, in particular their gang unit?
Yes, I was ultimately put in contact with the Jacksonville gang unit.
Was there someone with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that was assigned to assist you and put as the lead for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And would that be in a role of assisting another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
What law enforcement agency primarily has jurisdiction over any homicide that occurs within the borders of Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa?
It would be the City of Tampa Police Department.
When you were at the scene, were you made aware of any sort of witnesses or eyewitnesses to the homicide?
No eyewitnesses.
Was there any persons that were identified to you that were present with the victim, either in another vehicle or in the vehicle when this occurred?
Yes,
And did you attempt to take initial interviews at the scene?
I did.
Who did you interview at the scene?
I interviewed other people who were with the victim. The victim was found to have traveled to Homes to Suites as a part of a 3-car entourage, 2 cars following his car, and still remaining at the scene was the vehicle of the victim's girlfriend, Armani Turner, and the 2 occupants that were in her vehicle.
I think you said initially that the black Dodge Charger still contained the victim, is that correct?
Correct.
What were the make and models of the 2 other vehicles in the victim's entourage?
Armani Turner's vehicle was a Hyundai Sonata, gray or silver, I believe, and then there was a black Nissan Altima that belonged to Tafa McCrae.
Was the black Nissan Altima, was that at that location, or was that later discovered at a different location?
That one was discovered at a different location. It was not at the scene at my arrival.
Now, you said that you interviewed Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the nature of her relationship to the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
At the time, she was the active girlfriend of Mr. Jones.
When did her interview occur?
It occurred approximately 7:30 a.m. at the scene. It was one of the first ones I did.
And when you say 7:30 a.m., are you saying June 23rd of 2024, going into the later morning hours?
Correct.
What was her demeanor at the time when you interviewed her?
She was visibly upset and about the situation, obviously.
Without going into what she said, was her interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was she put under oath?
Yes.
And did you take a statement from her?
Yes.
Were there any other individuals that were pointed out to you that had been in one of those 3 vehicles still at the scene over there at the Home to Suites?
Yes, there was Miss Randolph, who was a friend of Armani Turner, as a passenger of the front seat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata, and then Mr. Robert Howard, who was a backseat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata.
Again, did you take an interview with Miss Randolph?
I did.
Did she provide that to you?
Yes.
Was it recorded, and was it a sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Howard, same questions. Did you interview him as well?
Yes, I did.
Was it a recorded and sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
And did you, after those interviews, did you have an understanding as to what vehicle that they were in?
I did.
And what vehicle were those 3 individuals, Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, and Mr. Howard, in?
Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata.
At some point in the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was another vehicle with the victim's entourage or the victim's party that was not on scene at the Home to Suites?
I did.
Where was that vehicle located?
That vehicle was located on a Gates Drive just north of Advent Hospital nearby.
Had there been other members of the Tampa Police Department that had responded to that location?
Yes,
Were you also alerted that there were other victims that had been shot in this investigation?
I was.
Who had been shot, and when were you notified of that?
At the scene, I was notified by Sergeant Portman that there was 2 other occupants in Mr. Jones's Charger that were struck by gunfire, Gino Norris Jr. and Xavier Edwards, and I was told that they were transported to the Tampa General Hospital. And then I learned of Camilla Bentley being shot as well as an occupant of the Tafa McCrae's Nissan Altima, and she self-transported to Advent Health.
When you arrived on scene, had any of those other victims, Ms. Bentley, Mr. Edwards, or Mr. Norris, were they still on scene, or had they already been removed or left?
Removed or left. They were not there.
Going back to your briefing, at some point, did you make contact with Officer Bernard DeJesus?
I did.
And did you get any information with him concerning Jacksonville and the victims, where the victims were primarily from?
Yes.
Did you also get additional information specifically about his background and any sort of connection with the gang?
I did.
Can you tell us what you learned at that point?
Yes, I learned that the victim was a prominent rapper from Jacksonville and that he was associated with or a member of a gang called 6 Block, and that they had some rivals, ATK, NHG, and 1200, and that it was possible that some rivals had traveled down to Tampa and participated in this.
Did you get any information regarding what his known stage name was or what was his rapper name?
Yes, it was Julio Foolio.
Did you get any information as to what it was that he was doing in town?
He was celebrating his birthday, and also he had a paid performance at a club, Teasers on Nebraska.
During your investigation, did you yourself look at Charles Jones' Instagram account?
I did.
Did you find any sort of advertisements where he was advertising that he would be in Tampa appearing at Teasers or Truth 18?
I did.
When were those advertisements posted in relation to June 23rd of 2024? Is that something you can discern by looking at his Instagram?
Yes, the earliest posting that I found on his Instagram was from approximately June 14th, 8 days before he had to be in Tampa, and it was a flyer advertising that he would be at Teasers club in Tampa, Florida.
Did it also alert individuals who would see that advertisement on Instagram the date that he would be in Tampa at Teasers?
Yes.
And what was that date?
That was going to be June 22nd.
And you said, I think you mentioned a couple of gangs, and I just want to make sure that I understand. You said that some of the initial information was that he was in 6 Block, I'm referring to Charles Jones, that you were also provided information from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as to who the potential rival gang members were. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you listed more than one. What were those gangs again?
ATK and potentially a subset group of ATK, NHG, and then also 1200.
And is that NHG, does that stand for No Hospital Gang?
Correct.
And then you also said 1200, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you again about the victims that survived, starting with Gino Norris. At some point, were you made aware of where they were transported to?
Yes, I was notified that Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards were transported to the Tampa General Hospital.
Did you yourself go to the Tampa General Hospital?
I did.
Did you attempt to take interviews with Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
I did.
Did you interview Gino Norris?
I did.
What sort of injuries did he have?
He had a gunshot wound to his upper right arm.
Were you able to do an interview with Xavier Edwards?
No.
Why not?
He was in surgery at the time that we were there.
At some point after he was out of surgery, were you apprised about what sort of injuries that Mr. Edwards had?
I was.
What injuries did Mr. Edwards have?
He also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm and some graze wounds to the right side of his head.
Did you also go to Advent Hospital to interview Camilla Bentley?
I did.
Approximately what time did you go to Advent Hospital?
It was approximately 9 a.m., between 8:30 and 9 a.m. in that time frame.
Still on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Were you able to interview Miss Bentley?
No.
Why not?
She had checked out against medical advice and left the hospital prior to my arrival there.
At some point later in time, did you attempt to take a sworn recorded interview of Miss Bentley?
I tried to make contact with her. I wasn't
Were you
able
ever able to?
to. No.
Tafa McCrae, are you aware who that individual is?
Yes.
How did you become aware of Mr. McCrae?
Mr. McRae was still around Advent Health, and I spoke to him near his vehicle, which was parked just north of Advent Health.
And is that an apartment complex that was located on Gates Drive?
Correct.
Was Mr. McCrae, was he still present there at that location when you made contact with him?
He was.
Was he cooperative with your investigation?
He was.
Did you learn at some point from other law enforcement officers with the Tampa Police Department that Mr. McCrae had willingly turned over a firearm to you?
I did.
Was that firearm in normal course taken and impounded by the Tampa Police Department so further testing could be done if necessary?
It was.
And the vehicle that Mr. McCrae had driven, you said that that was also located at that Gates Drive, is that correct?
Correct.
Did crime scene investigators and detectives from the Tampa Police Department go over there to photograph, document, and process that vehicle as well?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Did that vehicle also have gunshot damage to the vehicle?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to ask you about the video footage in this case. At some point, were you made aware that there was video footage that was collected from the home to suites?
Yes, I was.
When did you learn of the video footage that was collected at the home to suites?
very early on at the scene.
Did you yourself watch the video footage from the home to suites?
I did.
Were there other sources and other cameras other than from the hotel itself of the homicide that occurred at home to suites?
Yes, there was important footage recovered from a Tesla that was parked next to the homes to suites.
How many times did you watch that video footage initially?
At the scene, a couple times.
During your observations or viewing the video footage, were there suspect vehicles that you became aware of that were relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
And what suspect vehicles were there and how many?
From the footage, we were able to determine 2 suspects' vehicles, a black Chevy Impala and a silver Chevy Cruze.
Did you ask for assistance with other Tampa police officers in helping to narrow down the year of the black Chevy Impala that was depicted in the video footage from home to suites?
Yes.
And at some point, were you able to narrow down and actually have the registered owner of the black Chevy Impala that was involved in this homicide?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that was done?
Yeah, so we had a very good high-definition footage and a good description of the vehicle. So what we did was we conducted an extensive license plate reader search, having the make and models and the idea that they traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa. We were able to find the actual identities of the vehicles through license plate reader technology.
Can you tell us a little bit about license plate reader technology and how that works?
Sure. So we have a system, a couple systems, Flock, Recore, are just a couple of those ones we use. And what they are is it's a database that you can go on and research, and it has access to cameras spread out all over different jurisdictions within Florida, cities, counties, on the highway. So basically, if you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa, you would probably pass many license plate readers throughout the drive.
And these license plate readers that are throughout Florida, do they have the ability to take a photograph of the license plate readers when it is identified?
Yes, a camera would scan the plate, and then there would be a photograph of the actual vehicle and the plate at the date and time that it was scanned and taken.
And do these license plate readers, do they also record the location of where the scan and the license plate was recognized?
Yes, they do.
Does it also record the date and time when it comes into contact with a certain license plate?
Yes, it does.
Now, you said that they're all over Florida. There are some on the highways and the roadways, is that correct?
Correct.
Could it be a still mounted camera that is on the highway above a traffic light?
Correct.
Can it also be mobile? Can there be license plate readers that are attached, for instance, to tow trucks?
Yes.
So they can be, there's various different locations all throughout the state of Florida that has this technology, is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you narrowed down the black Chevy Impala, did you have assistance from other fellow officers from the Tampa Police Department, including Detective Skull, as well as one of your civilian investigators who were able to track down and narrow it down to 3 tag numbers for that make and model of a black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
At some point, did your civilian investigator find and locate a black Chevy Impala that was in Hillsborough County during that time period, the weekend of the homicide?
Yes.
What was that tag number, do you remember?
68DLWD.
Who was it registered to?
It was registered to Damali Lyle out of Jacksonville, Florida.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn who Damali Lyle is related to in relation to one of the co-defendants in this homicide?
Yes, Damali Lyle is the mother of co-defendant Sean Gathright.
And where does Damali Lyle live?
13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Located in Duval County?
Correct.
Did you locate the address of Sean Gathright, one of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes.
Where does Mr. Gathright live as well?
Oh, now they get it. Prosecutors.
Did you also able to determine the license plate for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
How did you determine what the license plate was for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Once we have the black Impala identified, there's a variation that you can run in the system called the convoy feature. And what we would want to see is if any other plate hit at the same tag readers that the Impala hit at the same time in multiple locations, indicating that they're traveling together. And we did find a silver Chevy Cruze 2018 with a tag number of 30B NRI that hit at multiple LPRs with the Impala.
Did you learn who the silver Chevy Cruze with the tag number 30 BNRI belonged to?
Yes, Jasmine Glennon.
Does Jasmine Glennon have a relationship with any of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes, she shares a child in common with Shaheem Murphy, the brother of co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Also cousins to Davion Murphy?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 80, 81, 82, and 46A, B, and C.
Any objection?
These are the ones I showed you. Do you want me to show you again?
Okay, admitted.
So Detective, I think that you mentioned a couple of different companies. One was Vigilant, is that correct?
Flock, Record, and Vigilant is one of them as well, yes.
And did you utilize cameras from Florida from all three of those companies?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 80. So up here it says Brittany Jackson. Who is that?
She is one of our civilian crime analysts for homicide at the city of Tampa.
And I want you to kind of go through and explain what is depicted on this investigative summary. So what do we have here, over here in the upper left-hand corner?
That would be a picture of the entire vehicle of the plate that the camera's focused on.
And then the center picture?
That is a picture of the plate that the camera's focused on.
And these two photographs, that's actually the photograph being taken by the license plate reader, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
And then what is this third picture over here to the right of the license plate?
That is a Google Maps sort of satellite image of where that camera is located.
And then can you explain exactly what is also captured, some of the details that the license plate detection captures and records when these photographs are taken?
Yes, so here you would have the date and time of the capture, and then the organization whose that camera is up for, the case number that was input when we searched, and then the device name, which also has its location, 301 CR 225 locking.
And that would be its physical address, is that correct?
Correct.
Does it also give additional information with regards to the device location?
Yes, the Latin longitude there with your fingers at.
Okay. And then the nearest address, that would be a physical mailing address, is that correct?
Correct.
And all of this corresponds to the mapping that is done, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you got license plate readers hits within Hillsborough County that occurred on June 22nd of 2024 for this black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, can you again say what the time was on June 22nd?
The capture time is 9:05, 17 seconds PM, UTC, so -4.
Okay, and they also give you the Eastern Standard Time right underneath, is that correct?
Correct, 5:05.
And then again, was there, I'm going to show you the second page of this exhibit, was there another hit within Hillsborough County for this license plate reader that occurred at approximately 5:21:23 p.m.?
I'm sorry, just one minor correction.
Yes, sir.
Hillsborough County is the organization that Brittany's running it under. The actual county where the hits are occurring are all the way at the bottom.
Oh, I apologize.
So
Yeah,
that first one was, this one's Bradford, and I'm not sure what the first one was, but these hits are indicating the travel down from Jacksonville before they get into Hillsborough.
But just for the record and clarification, since we said that it belonged to the organization was Hillsborough County, I'm going to go back to the
Yeah,
first
sorry about
page
that
so you can
confusion.
give the exact
Yeah, they
location.
put two counties on there. Yeah, so that hit is in Bradford, and that's where the actual camera is located at, in Lawton, in Bradford County.
And then again, the black Chevy Impala, where is it located at this time?
So if you scroll, yeah, so this one is maintained by Florida Highway Patrol, and this one's actually in Tampa, Florida. So the north end of Tampa.
And for the record, can you give the time and date of when it actually is in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, the Eastern Standard Time was 7:39 p.m. on June 22nd, 2024.
And were there many hits that you got on this vehicle between the dates of June 22nd going into June 28th? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, June 26th.
Correct.
I'm going to show you one more, just jumping ahead to June 23rd. What is the date and time of this?
This one is 4:25 p.m. on June 23rd, 2024, out of Polk County.
And is this time frame? Is this after the homicide occurred?
Correct. This is approximately 12 hours after the homicide.
And where does Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathright's grandmother live?
In Auburndale, in Polk County.
And is this hit in Auburndale?
Yes.
Did you also look for hits belonging to the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in your investigation, did you look for points where both of those vehicles were in tandem, when they were hitting near the license plate readers close in time?
Yes, I did. I found 4 separate license plate reader hits where they were traveled within 1 minute apart from each other.
To show you States Exhibit 81. I'm going to go to 82, start that. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 82. Can you tell us what is being depicted in this photograph? I'm sorry, license plate report.
Yes, this one's from the RECORE system, and it's depicting the silver Cruze hitting within cameras specifically that we have in the city of Tampa.
Okay, can you give us the time and the location of where it's hitting?
Yes, starting at the bottom was the first one within the city of Tampa at 7:46 Eastern Standard Time p.m. on June 22nd at Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms. The next one in chronological order would be in the middle there. It was at 2:38 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024, hitting at Hillsborough Avenue and 15th Street North. And then the third one up top is at 3:41 a.m. at June 23rd, also hitting at Hillsborough and 15th.
And the second page of this exhibit?
Yeah, this is another license plate reader hit for the 2018 Silver Chevy Cruze at within Tampa, Bruce B. Downs in Tampa Palms.
And then does it also give you the longitude and latitude?
Yes, it does.
Going back when it is on Bruce B. Downs, what is the exact time that it is hitting off of the Bruce B. Downs camera?
7:46 p.m., June 22nd, 2021.
Now I want to show you the Black Chevy Impala. Is that also on the Bruce B. Downs license plate reader camera?
Correct.
And again, what is the time frame?
7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, June 22nd, 2021.
So within a minute of the silver Chevy Cruze hitting that same camera, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you prepare maps that coordinated and showed the kind of progression of these two vehicles utilizing the license plate readers?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, this is also a part of States Exhibit 82. Was this the next one?
Yes, this is another one in Tampa for the Silver Cruze.
And the next page shows the longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And then what's this a photograph of? Oh, it's not.
Again, the Silver Cruze hitting at Hillsborough 15th at 3:41 a.m. on the 23rd.
And the location?
Hillsborough and 15th.
And then what is this a photograph of?
This is actually the Black Chevy Impala hitting at Hillsborough and 15th around the same time, 3:41 a.m.
Utilizing the same camera?
Correct.
And did you also utilize license plate readers from Vigilant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 81. This report looks a little bit different, but very similar information, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is the photograph on top?
Yeah, so this is actually a photograph of a vehicle registered to co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and that plate number 53EDYN is confirmed in the Florida DHMV database to be registered to Mr. Chance.
And is this the map showing where it's located?
Correct.
And where is this particular license plate reader located?
So this was in the vicinity of 13757 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
And is this license plate reader one of the mobile ones that is on a moving vehicle that happened to capture the license plate?
Correct. This would likely have been a tow truck driving through that neighborhood.
And what address was the co-defendant Isaiah Chance's vehicle located at?
It was, it was in front of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, but it's showing 57 there, so in the vicinity of.
Okay. And who do we know that lives near that address in that vicinity?
That's on Sean Gathwright's house.
And what was the date and time that the co-defendant's car was placed at Sean Gathright's house?
May 28th, 2024 at 10:17 p.m.
And was this,
10:17 p.m., ma'am? Yes, of course.
and how was this relevant to your initial investigation?
This was the first time that we had some linkage between Isaiah Chance, the co-defendant Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gathright. So I knew of Sean Gathright's name because of the registration on the Black Impala, and now this provided linkage between co-defendant Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright.
Had you, without going into your conversations with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, had Isaiah Chance, his name, been provided to you during the course of your initial investigation when you first made contact and investigated the gang relevance to this particular case?
Yes.
So that was a name that you were familiar with when you had this hit on your license plate reader?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 46A. I'm going to load up a little bit for you. Did you put together this diagram?
Yes, I asked for it to be put together.
Can you take us through exactly, and let's start off, what is in the center?
In the center there is a satellite map view of most of the state of Florida.
Now, over here on the left-hand side of this diagram, you have several addresses lettered A through G, is that correct?
Correct.
What are those address reference points on this diagram?
So what we did was we put in the date and time and the location of the LPR hits that we just went through, and then this kind of mapped it out visually for us so we can see the path of travel from Jacksonville to Tampa.
And these are the license plate reader hits for the silver Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
That has the tag number 308 NRI.
30B, yes, correct.
Sorry, did I say, is that a B, not an 8?
It should be a B. I think it was on this specific photo. So some of the LPR hits have confused the B for the 8. I think in this specific photo it says 8, but it's a B.
And then 46B.
A similar map created for the Black Impala.
And on the left-hand side, you have 4 points of location of license plate readers where the Black Chevy Impala was seen. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was one of the ones done a little bit earlier. I think in total we had 8 points, but at the time that this one was created, we had 4 points, yes.
So in addition, there are 4 additional points that you have been able to locate for this Black Chevy Impala when it was traversing from Jacksonville to Tampa. Is that correct?
A total of 8 points from Jacksonville to Tampa, and then from Tampa to Polk County.
States Exhibit 46C.
Yeah, this is a comparison of those two lists and a little bit more complete. This one included all of the hits for the Chevy Cruze and all of the hits for the Black Impala.
So how many letters are for the license plate reader for the for the silver Chevy Cruze?
So everything there from A to J on the top.
And are they designated with a little red tag?
Correct.
And then how many points of contact with the license plate readers for the Black Chevy Impala?
Everything from A to J on the bottom in blue.
And now I want to ask you, why have you highlighted, these different points of interest for the silver Chevy Cruze as well as for the Black Chevy Impala?
At the time that I highlighted these were the 3 out of the 4 that I had found where they had hit around the same times at the same readers, indicating a traveling in tandem or convoy feature.
And for the record, can you list each one of the times when both the Chevy Impala as well as the silver Chevy Cruze hit at the same license plate reader very close in time?
If I could refer to my report, I actually have all 4 of them listed out.
Yes, there was additional ones.
Yeah, there was one more. Hold on. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I can read it right. Yeah, so the 4 that they traveled close in time was westbound on Highway 326 at Northwest Gameville Road within the same minute at 18:09 hours of 6:09 p.m. on 6/22/24.
Is that letter B for the Black Chevy Impala and letter E for the silver Chevy?
Correct. And then the second one that I have was southbound on I-75, 275 within the same minute at 7:39 p.m. on 6/22/2024.
Okay.
That would have been F for the Cruze and C for the Impala.
So more specifically off of Tampa Palms Boulevard, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the third one?
Southbound on Bruce B. Downs and Tampa Palms Boulevard. I'm sorry. So the I-75 and 275 is a separate one from the Tampa Palms.
That was a separate one?
Yes.
I apologize.
And then
Okay.
I have Bruce B. Downs, Tampa Palms, 1945 to 1947 on 622. That's E, F and C. And then I've got Hillsborough and 15th at 3:42 a.m. on 62324.
Can you point out on the map, the one when it's coming on the interstate that is not designated on this particular diagram, 42C?
Yeah, so that one was at
Sorry, 46C.
I-75 and 275. So that would have been just the north end of Tampa. So coming into Tampa where I-75 and 275 meet.
And you also caught them on license plate readers when they were leaving Tampa, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you had previously heard of Isaiah Chance. Were you aware of or made aware of any sort of gang nicknames or stage names or rapper names that he had?
Yes, specifically Gutta Z.
Let's get into the interview.
And what about Gutta Man?
Gutta Man as well, yes.
Where was he from?
Jacksonville.
I want to jump forward a little bit at this point in your direct examination. Have there been other suspects that are charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Who are they?
In addition to the defendant, Alicia Andrews, there's defendants Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad.
Going back to the point in your investigation, after you identified.
In addition to the defendant, Alicia Andrews, there's defendants Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad.
Going back to the point.
That's low on crime speed that's jumping, but it should be the two Murphys. So Davion and Rashad Murphy are the remaining of the 5 indicted.
In your investigation,
that's weird.
After you identified the owner of the silver Chevy Cruze, did you make an attempt to interview the owner of the car, Jasmine Glennon?
I did.
When did that take place?
That took place, I can't recall the exact date, but it was a good time after the initial scene.
What about the registered owner to the Black Chevy Impala, Damalie Lyle?
Detective Alverson spoke to her.
And is that normal course when you are in a homicide investigation? Are there certain points of the investigation where you require the assistance of other detectives within the homicide unit to conduct an interview to assist you in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, very much so. It's a team effort.
And who did you say did the interview of Damalie Lyle?
Detective Alverson.
Was Detective Alverson, was he also one of the detectives who actually drove to that location in Auburndale with Sean Gathright's grandmother when the Black Chevy Impala was located?
Correct.
After you determined the tag numbers of both vehicles, what did you do with that information?
Those vehicles were entered into FCIC, NCIC, Southern Florida, and the national database as felony wanted vehicles.
So does that go out throughout the state of Florida?
And the nation, yes.
And beyond, is
Yes,
that correct? So
correct.
Georgia would have been aware and alerted that you were looking for both a silver Chevy Cruze as well as a black Chevy Impala with the license tag registration information, is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Would they also have been aware of make, model, and potentially have photographs of the vehicles?
Yes, it would have all the relevant identifying information to the vehicle.
At some point in your investigation, were you alerted that the silver Chevy Cruze had been located?
Yes, I was.
Where was it located?
That vehicle was located in Gwinnett County, Georgia.
And when did that happen?
That happened on June 26, approximately between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m.
June 26th of 2024?
24, yes, ma'am.
So 3 days after the homicide had occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find out that the silver Chevy Cruze was located?
I received a phone call from Lieutenant Christopher Cheek of the Gwinnett County Police Department, who informed me that he had located the vehicle.
Did you respond to Gwinnett County?
Yes, after the vehicle was taken into custody, I traveled up to Gwinnett County.
Did anybody respond with you?
Yes, the second lead detective, Aaron Campbell.
When an item of evidence is located outside of your jurisdiction
I believe Aaron Campbell is the detective the defense has on their witness list.
In another state, do you have to seek the assistance of the local law enforcement agency where the item of evidence is located?
Yes.
Did you do this in this particular investigation?
Yes, I was put in contact with specifically a homicide detective in Gwinnett County that assisted me.
Did he assist you in obtaining a search warrant to seize and impound the Black Chevy Impala?
There was one in Polk County, and then specifically this cruise in Gwinnett was...
I apologize, I said that, we're still talking about the silver Chevy Cruze, and I said Black Impala, forgive me.
No,
So going back to the silver Chevy Cruze, when you were in Gwinnett County, did you obtain assistance from Gwinnett County with their police officers to obtain a search warrant to seize and impound the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Angela Carter with the Homicide Unit in Gwinnett assisted me with the search warrants in Gwinnett.
Part of that process, do you provide Detective Carter with the probable cause, the basis for the search warrant in order to be able to search and seize that vehicle?
Correct. I would provide the probable cause, and then she would draft something called a co-affiant search warrant to present to a judge or magistrate in her jurisdiction.
And did you obtain authorization from a judge to be able to impound and search that vehicle?
Yes.
Were photographs provided and taken by, with the assistance of the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department, of the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
Did you make contact with a person by the name of Rashad Murphy?
I did.
Why did you make contact with Rashad Murphy?
I learned from Gwinnett that he was taken into custody for a resisting charge, and he was still in custody when I got there, so I attempted to interview him in relation to this offense here in Tampa.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 37A and 37B. Do you recognize both of these items of evidence?
Yes, I do.
And do those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict Rashad Murphy?
Yes, they do.
At this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 37A and 37B.
Any objection? Admitted?
Detective Ramos, who is depicted in 37A?
The caption say objection admitted, objection admitted.
This is co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
Now I'm going to go to the Black Chevy Impala that I mistakenly referred to earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think something that I'm personally looking for, and it might seem like a minute detail, but it would be important, I think it would go a long way for the state's case, is we saw some cell phone extractions. We didn't get into the meat and potatoes of it because the last detective, Detective Boris, did the extraction, pushed the rest of it to the lead detective. But there was correspondence between some of the devices or belonging to some of the iCloud accounts. There's also search information. And on June 22nd, there's the search for the Teasers nightclub, but there's also a search for Walmart. And Murphy is pictured shopping at the Walmart wearing the same clothes as seemed to be what one of the shooters was wearing in the surveillance footage. And then there's Cash App exchanges. So it could go away. And of course, the defense could argue, well, even if this Cash App looks like it might be going between an account belonging to Alicia and or Isaiah Chance to someone that was in that other vehicle around the time that one of those individuals was at Walmart purchasing items that were used in the commission of this crime. You don't know that she knows that that's what the money was being sent for, or that she was aware, if it was someone else using her device, that they were even sending that money for that purpose. But it still raises the question, and could convince a juror to close the gap on, did Alicia know, did Alicia aid in any way?
Did at some point in your investigation, were you alerted that a Black Chevy Impala was located?
Yes, during our drive to Gwinnett County, I was alerted that the Black Impala was found in Auburndale, Polk County.
So still on June 26th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Who contacted you?
Ultimately, I was informed by Detective Alberson, who I had sent over there to coordinate with Polk County.
And did he, as well as Detectives Kirkpatrick, go to Polk County in order to facilitate that part of the investigation with the Black Chevy Impala that was found at Sean Gathright's grandmother's house?
Yes.
Were you later apprised and briefed by both of those detectives as to what occurred in Auburndale, Florida with the Black Chevy Impala?
I was.
Was the Black Chevy Impala impounded, and was a search warrant obtained to search and seize that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also made aware of video footage that was obtained from Lorna Allen, Sean Gathright's grandmother, of security cameras that were at her home in Auburndale, Florida?
I was.
Did you request that an interview be conducted of Lorna Allen?
Yes.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Alverson and Kirkpatrick.
And how is Miss Allen connected to this case?
She's the grandmother of co-defendant Sean Gathright.
And is it your understanding that she actually was stopped driving the Black Chevy Impala in
Correct.
Auburndale, Florida?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
On June 26, 2024.
During the course of the investigation, and Detective Alverson's and Detective Kirkpatrick's a part of the investigation, was there alert put out for a gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, from Lorna Allen's interview, I learned that the co-defendant Sean Gathright was now traveling in a gold Toyota 4Runner and believed to be back in Jacksonville. So I contacted the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and basically put out a bolo for that vehicle to see if it could be found.
Same type of alert that you've mentioned previously?
No. So in this case, there wasn't a probable cause for the 4Runner at that time. So it was just a generic bolo, whereas for the first two cars, it was actually put into the Florida National Database. So in the case of the 4Runner, I just asked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to go look for it visually.
And at some point, did the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office make contact with that gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
Did you get notified when that occurred?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred that same day, earlier in the evening, June 26, somewhere in the afternoon.
Were you apprised of who was located in the vehicle?
Yes, co-defendant Sean Gathright.
And was that vehicle searched and items of evidence relevant to this investigation obtained?
Yes, ultimately, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was able to develop probable cause, and a lawful search of the vehicle was conducted, and items relevant to this case were found in it.
Did you obtain those photographs and made aware of the items of evidence that was seized?
Yes, I was.
What items were seized and impounded and relevant to this particular case in the Toyota Gold 4Runner?
The most important thing relevant to the case were there was a small cardboard box that contained approximately 8 or 9 rifle shell casings. They were spent casings. Those were submitted for ballistic analysis, and they were not even matched to a prior attempt on the victim Charles Jones' life from October 7th, 2023 in Jacksonville. And then in addition to those, there was an abundance of firearms materials, items that could be used as accessory on rifles. I believe there was also a Glock pistol and a bunch of ammunition as well.
Let me stop you there and
Sure.
ask a couple of follow-up questions. When you say that there were some shell casings from a rifle that were collected from the Toyota 4Runner that NIBINed back to the attempted homicide that occurred of Charles Jones, or aggravated battery, where he was shot in October of 2023, did you have those shell casings, those rifle shell casings, submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for examination in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the analyst, was she able to determine that those shell casings that were found in Mr. Gathright's Toyota 4Runner were indeed fired from the same rifle, assault rifle, that shot the shell casings connected with the attempted murder or aggravated battery of Charles Jones that occurred earlier in October of 2023?
Yes, correct.
And as the case detective, you would be made aware of the testing that was done pursuant to this case, is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you also make the decisions of what sort of items need to be submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Office for analysis, is that correct?
Correct.
And how do you make those type of decisions?
It just depends on what the evidence is at the scene and the reasonableness, whether we think that we're going to get something of value, evidentiary value from it.
And so when you were alerted by NIBIN, and what is NIBIN and how does that play a role when it comes to shell casings that are recovered at different crime scenes?
Yeah, so NIBIN is a kind of a national database of shell casings that get ejected out of firearms, and basically every shell casing sort of has a unique fingerprint, so to speak. So whenever a casing gets found at a crime scene, it gets put into NIBIN, and then if we find a casing in the future, run it through the system, it could give us a correlation between a different scene that shell casing firearm was used at.
And when you say correlation, that means it's just a presumptive match, is that correct?
Correct. So when I get the NIBIN hit, it's a presumptive match correlation, and then that's going to indicate to me that I need to get this off to the lab to get verified.
Were there other items of evidentiary value to this homicide that occurred here in Tampa, Florida, that were located in the Toyota 4Runner that Sean Gathright was located in 3 days after this homicide occurred?
Yes.
What was that?
Like I mentioned, just the amount of ammunition and firearms accessories that were similar in nature to some of the ones seen on the rifles located on the video camera from the scene.
And going back to that Home to Suites video footage that you watched, did you also watch the video footage from the Tesla?
Correct.
Based on you viewing that video footage, was there anything unique about the firearms in this case that caught your attention?
Yeah, the most distinct thing that really caught our attention early on was the fact that both of the rifles used at the scene were equipped with brass catchers, and therefore they left no shell casings at our scene.
And as an experience as working homicide cases, is that typically something that you would expect to see at a homicide scene involving assault rifles, assault platform rifles?
Overall, go ahead.
It's not as common.
And you mean that a crime has a brass catcher?
Correct.
But my question to you was, as a homicide investigator, when an assault rifle is used, would you normally expect to see at a crime scene the shell casings from the rifle, from the assault rifle?
Correct. We would expect that the AR platform would eject casings, and we find those casings on the ground.
When you watched the Home to Suites video, did you see and were you able to discern, based on the camera placements and angles, where the location of where the potential shooters were?
Yes, correct, ma'am.
And were those areas where the shooters with the AR rifles, and how many shooters in this particular case had assault rifles?
2 out of the 3 shooters.
Was that area searched for any sort of shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And were shell casings belonging to an assault rifle, were any shell casings for an assault rifle located in that area?
No, ma'am.
And when you viewed the Home to Suites video, were you able to see what you have described as, or what you called a brass catcher on the assault rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
So when the Toyota 4Runner is stopped, driven by Sean Gathright 3 days later, were there parts, gun parts, suitable for use with an AR rifle, the types that were used, the 2 that were used in this particular case?
There were.
Was there ammunition that is suitable for being fired in assault rifles that were located in that gold Toyota 4Runner driven by Sean Gathright?
Yes, there were.
And since there were no shell casings left by the assault rifles at the crime scene, is there ever going to be any sort of shell casings that we can compare that would be of use in our case?
No.
But still of relevance or of note to you would be any sort of ammunition that can be fired in those type of weapons that are depicted in that video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that why you seized that ammunition suitable for an assault rifle from that vehicle?
Correct.
Now, there were some shell casings that were located, is that correct?
Yes.
And what sort of shell casings were there
Those were rifle shell casings.
at our crime scene?
Oh, I'm sorry. At our crime scene.
In Tampa.
I thought we were talking about the car. Yes, at our crime scene, we recovered 31 spent 9mm pistol casings.
And all of those only cannot be fired in an AR rifle, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the video, is there another shooter that is identified as having a firearm as opposed to an assault rifle?
Yes, one of the shooters was equipped with a pistol.
Okay. Did you notice anything unique about the pistol when you are viewing the video from Home to Suites and the Tesla?
Yes, from the video, you can see the high rate of fire coming from the muzzle flash on the pistol and the impacts on the windshield, indicating that the pistol was being fired at a fully automatic rate.
And can you tell the jury what is the significance of that and what does that mean for a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, pistols typically aren't configured in a fully automatic mode, as there's a lot of legality behind it. So this specifically was a Glock pistol that was believed to have been equipped with what they call a Glock switch that would be put on the back plate to convert the Glock pistol to make it a fully automatic pistol.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 22B1 through 5. Do you recognize this DVD? And did I ask you to previously look at that and then initial it so you could locate it or recognize it at another time?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this video fairly and accurately represent the video footage from the Home to Suites that occurred on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And we've previously introduced into evidence already States Exhibit 22A and 22B6. I'm going to show you on video.
Are you admitting the remainder of 22B,
Yes,
1
Judge.
through 5?
Judge, we would admit at this time States Exhibit 22B 1 through 5.
Any objection?
Nothing.
Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show B 1 through 5, but I am going to show 22A as well.
If you guys
Second, Ramos, when I'm
If you guys were following the Dustin Duran trial, I mean, he took the stand. I saw him on the stand. Nick Starro covered it this weekend. Verdict's in, he's guilty. I don't know if people think that that's a shocking verdict. I only saw his own testimony, and I don't think it's surprising. And I don't know, maybe it was his own testimony that did him in. Maybe it was his own testimony. But there's an update there in the Dustin Duran trial.
Talking about 22B1 through 5, you were aware that there is a timestamp on the Home to Suites video, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Alverson also collected and viewed the videos, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a time discrepancy from the Home to Suites video?
Yes, there was.
And what was the time discrepancy?
I'd have to refer to the report. I can't
If
recall.
that would
one.
help refresh your recollection, absolutely.
1 minute and 45 seconds left.
I'm going to show you B1 first. Can you tell us what is being shown in B1?
Yes, this is a camera from the Homes to Suites on the east side of the building, pointing southeast towards McKinley. What we see here is now the suspect, Black Chevy Impala, has arrived into the parking lot, made an immediate right, and drove north past this camera.
And then where is this camera angle?
This camera is on the same side of the building, except it's pointing northeast towards McKinley and Fowler. As the suspect, Black Impala, travels north, it now crosses in front of this camera.
Now we're on B3. Where's this angle at?
This camera is on the north side of the building, pointing east. And we see the Black Impala continuing north through the parking lot.
I'll show you B4. What does this camera show?
This camera is located on the west side of Homes to Suites, and it's pointing to the west, and we can see the Impala arrive on the opposite side of the building and make a U-turn there.
Can you tell us where on the screen the portico is or the awning where the victims are stationed?
Yeah, to the left. Had the Impala continued on, it would have crossed the line where the portico was at.
So what's happening now at
The-
4:35?
The suspect Silver Cruz has arrived in the view of this camera and driven north from the west side of the building.
And I say 4:35, the timestamp, but what is the actual time with the conversion?
So right now it would be 4:37:45, since this is slow.
And where the silver Chevy Cruze came from, would it have gone by where the victims were stationed at the entry to Home to Suites?
Correct. The Silver Cruz passed the victim's location twice, once on the way in and once on the way out.
What can you see now?
Yes, in the center there, between the top of the van and the stanchion there, we saw 3 figures come from the Impala area, the Impala, and go towards the front of the hotel. And this is the aftermath as they're running.
We caught up, guys. Or maybe not. Why did it do that? Why did it reload? Oh, they restarted the feed. So, oh, they had to cut out because they said the address again. Well, all right. So it looks like they were like here. We were about 8.5 minutes behind.
Pulling out of the spot and leaving at this moment.
I think that we saw, right?
So the blinking lights that were occurring at the end of the video, what was that?
That was a car alarm that went off in the general area where the Tesla was parked that captured the footage.
I'm going to show you states 22B5. What camera angle are we looking at now?
This camera's on the southwest corner of the Homestead Suites, and it's pointing in the southwest direction. So this would have been the continuation of when I said left off the screen in that last slide, is where we're at here.
Did I just, that was me, I think. If you guys saw me lose connection. Uh-oh, I hope the internet doesn't do the internet things again. It's beautiful weather outside. We're not storming right now. Well, let's go back for anything that might have been cut out for you guys. Sorry.
Is where we're at here.
Sheriff Chuck is gifting 5 memberships to keep the lights on, to keep the spectrum going strong. Super shout out to Sheriff Chuck. Thank you. Make sure you guys are saying thanks if you just turned green.
We saw the crews come in, and now we're seeing the crews come out. Now we see the shooters arriving into view of this camera.
And what is the time?
On the timestamp 37:14, correct time would have been 4:38, almost 4:39.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, states Exhibit 45. Do you recognize this diagram?
Yes, I do.
Did you create this diagram after you noted and watched all of the videos, including the Tesla video as well as the Home to Suites video?
I did.
Was there also a video that was located outside USF on a pole, what's considered a pole camera?
Yes, there was.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence states Exhibit 45.
Any objection?
No, the diagram.
Okay. I tell you what, it's 3:15 or a little after. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute or so afternoon break. Let me take a look at the exhibit. Okay?
All rise.
All right, we can skip that, but they quietly in the background, the defense seems to be objecting to like commentary or something that's around the exhibit. So.
Is the narrative on the. You don't object to the diagram itself, just the narrative on the side, correct? Correct. So state why is the narrative on the side?
Judge, it is a timeline. The detective is going to testify to that as well.
But you're introducing this into evidence, right?
Yes.
He's not using it just as a demonstrative, it's actually going into evidence.
Get him.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain the objection as to the narrative on the side, so just for the time being, you can use this exhibit, just put paper over it, and then switch out a clean copy before it goes back to the jury. Okay, very good. Be back in 5 minutes.
See, guys, the judge can sustain a defense objection. The defense can argue for an objection that the judge will sustain. This has been like 2.5 times this entire trial. Yeah, let's see. All right, she's going to be gone for a little bit. So we'll zoom forward. Maybe a lot of bit. Oh, will they come back before we get there? Oh, the preview ran out. Let's go here and see. All right, we are only a minute behind now. That was a longer break than she said.
Okay. You guys ready to go?
Mr. McCormick, did you have any objection to the video 24 for the full cam?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in. Get going. All right, thank you. We're ready to proceed. Everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 24.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Detective Ramos, I had previously asked you about a poll cam on USF, the University of South Florida property. Did you obtain video footage in relation to this investigation from that poll cam?
I did.
Where is that poll cam located?
It's located at the intersection of McKinley and Fowler on the south end of the college campus, pointing south towards southbound McKinley and in that area.
Does it show the entrance to the home to suites, the entrance on McKinley Drive that vehicles would have to take to enter into that parking lot?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Detective Ramos, can you see a timestamp on this particular video?
No.
Is there a time that was associated that you were able to determine based on coordinating it with the video footage from the home to suites?
Yes.
And when in time is this video capturing?
This video is going to start approximately 04/22/23 time frame on 6/23/2024. And the first thing we'll see is the victim's convoy arriving.
And can you tell us what this intersection is?
So the camera's pointing south. The street going from east to west is Fowler, and then south of the light is North McKinley. The homes to suites is on the right-hand side at the top center of the screen.
And can you kind of, if you could stand up.
Top center? So Homes to Suite is here in this, right? Am I following that right? Because this was confusing. Whatever other witness they showed this stuff through, they weren't orienting us. They were just saying like, oh, it was traveling eastbound. But if you weren't sure which car they were referring to, it was a bit hard to pick up which cardinal directions were oriented where. It was a fun time in the chat. So it seems to be that this is where the hotel is up here.
Just kind of point the general direction of where the
Oh, we're gonna
entrance
point.
would be
Okay.
if you are entering Home to Suites on McKinley.
Sure, so at this top center of the screen.
He's a little short.
To the right of those headlights, south of the crosswalk, to the right-hand side.
And you said the victim and his entourage are going to be shown momentarily. Is that
So that means north must be over here if south is that direction. This has to be north, I think.
correct?
Correct.
And what direction are they coming from?
They're coming northbound on McKinley from the Bush area.
And in order to make that entrance into Home to Suites on McKinley, do they have to do a U-turn?
Correct, they have to make a U-turn at the light and then go back south on McKinley and make a right.
Maybe he meant south that way of this bush. If he meant this is the bush and south is that, and then this would be north. There's the turn. No, not a turn. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I think I misunderstood his reference to the south of the bush. I thought he was saying that way, but I think he meant that way. A bush on the corner of Bush Boulevard. You guys ever seen that YouTuber that like camps behind little bushes on the corners of roads like this? Like he just sets up a whole little camp and hides out in there for a night. All the bugs flying around the camera light. Steve. Steve Wallace, always be camping. All right.
Right there. So at this point, we're seeing the victim's 3-car convoy arrive at the top of the center of the screen there, and they're in the left lane, getting ready to make a U-turn to go back south on McKinley.
Confirmed. So this is following my mouse from the top of the screen, which is south. They were heading north, which is down. And then they're U-turning to go oop-de-doop back this way.
There's the victim's Charger leading the 3 cars, and then the other 2 cars, which are the Amani Turner's Hyundai Santa Fe and Tefek McRae's Nissan Altima. And then now they're making a right into the Homes to Suites parking lot. This vehicle off to the right, off to the left, I'm sorry, at the top center there is the Silver Cruise that was following them. It makes a right on to eastbound Fowler and then ultimately comes back and goes north onto the USF property, the stage across the street.
Is that the first turn signal we've seen? But people don't use their turn signals down here. What are we doing? I think they're fast forwarding without saying it.
The Silver Cruise just came northbound onto the USF property.
Where? How? Replay that.
Sure.
Yeah. What are they doing?
This is the Silver Cruise west.
There's no question pending.
Sorry.
Okay, ask a question.
Detective, what is going on at this point?
This is the Silver Cruise westbound on Fowler, making a right on to northbound Spectrum McKinley there onto USF property.
All right, so we went all the way back to when they make the right. Are we going to replay that whole gap of time again? I keep watching the bugs. Imagine being a lizard, like, and this is your little roost, just hanging around where this light is. Got it made. Oh, now they're getting the computer boopy noises. Let me move the banner, because, like, she's, like, clicking around this timeline down here. Like, watch her mouse. The right turn in reference was, like, up here to the right. Around this top. Coming from south, heading north, and then turning eastbound.
So, Detective, what was happening there?
That was the suspect Black Impala arriving at that same left turn that the victims made a U-turn, and then made a right into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And then do you see the silver Chevy Cruze again?
Correct. And from this footage, you'll see the Silver Cruise drive southbound on Spectrum, cutting across Fowler onto southbound McKinley, and then make that same right into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
I can't tell what car is what. They all look like blurs.
Detective, I'm going to fast forward if you tell me when to stop.
Sure. Right there. Okay. Yep, there it is. Going through the red light.
Oh! It's very Florida. I'm waiting for cross.
Detective, did you make a diagram to show the different movements of the vehicle as well
we have a
as
diagram.
create a timeline of the events of where those vehicles went, the victim's entourage?
So I think we're about to get a diagram to explain what we're supposed to be able to discern with our own eyes. The defense has an opportunity. They could cook with this on cross.
As well as the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 45. Is this the diagram that you created?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what are the two vehicles that we're looking at? I'm sorry, what are the two streets that we're looking at starting over here to the right of the photograph?
That's on the right there. It's North McKinley Drive, also known as 40th Street,
Okay, and what is the intersecting roadway?
East Fowler Avenue.
Chad, I have a question. I need your participation. If you were making this diagram, would you refer to this area of the parking lot, which isn't even Foolio grave, not Foolio location? Foolio was parked. It says Foolio grave. Is that on the Google Maps? Like, is this from the Google Map footage that someone put this on Google Maps, Foolio grave? Or is this part of the prosecution's labeling? Oh my God, I'm gonna look at the Google Maps. Let's keep going. Let me look at the Google Maps.
And can you tell us, if you were on that USF poll camera, where would it be in relation to this diagram?
It would be to the top right off the diagram.
And so the camera would be looking down into where that entrance is on McKinley, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can see that intersection right there on Fowler and McKinley. That's where those U-turns are happening with the victim's entourage as well as the Black Chevy Impala.
Correct.
Can you take us through exactly what's signified by the red arrows and the blue arrows, and kind of go through the location of where the victim goes and parks?
Yeah, so
And you can stand up if you need to kind of point different areas out.
sure. So we have here 3 color codes, green, blue, and red. At the bottom of the homes to suites, there's 3 green blocks. Those represents the 3 vehicles, the victim and his entourage, the Charger where it was parked, the Sonata behind it, and then the black Nissan Altima. The red arrows signify the path of travel for the suspect black Altima. It comes in off of McKinley, makes an immediate right, drives north the long way around, and ultimately ends up on the west side of the homes to suites. The blue signifies the path of travel of the suspect's silver Cruise. It also comes in off of McKinley Drive. However, it does not take the same path of travel as the Impala. It drives along the south end of homes to suites, makes a right, makes a U-turn, and then comes back out the same way it came in, passing the victim's 3 green blocks there twice.
I'm gonna break it down a little bit more.
Sure.
What time did Charles Jones arrive in the black Dodge?
All right, so I don't think the version I'm seeing on Google, it's not like when I switch over to the street view and then zoom in, there's a different interface, oh, now it just switched away from it when I clicked into it, but it was zoomed in and I didn't see the label on what was currently here. Can I quickly go back to this? And this is so wonky. But I don't see the label zoomed in. At least it's not appearing. If it's still there, if this is from Google, it obviously looks like a different version than what they're relying on. But this label does seem to match the font that this stuff is coming from. So I'm not sure they added it themselves, but I feel like that should be redacted.
Charger along with the 2
It's not even accurate.
vehicles,
It's
the
not where he's
Hyundai,
buried.
and the black Nissan Altima.
Approximately 4:26 a.m. on.
And they're the first to arrive, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said they are designated by the green boxes, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have seen the video footage, is that correct?
Correct.
What way in this diagram is the driver's side of the vehicle facing?
The driver's, so the vehicle is facing to the west, to the left. So the driver door would be south, and then the front passenger door would be north towards the hotel lobby.
So the cars would be faced away from McKinley Drive, is that correct?
As far as the victim's Dodge Charger, yes.
So the people that are sitting in the victim's Dodge Charger, as well as the other vehicles, they would be facing not the where the entrance is on McKinley Drive, but in the opposite direction, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said now that the red arrows, they represent the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the second vehicle to arrive?
After the victim's vehicle, yes.
And what time approximately does the black Chevy Impala enter into the parking lot of McKinley Drive and go around the building and park on the opposite end?
It was approximately 6 minutes after, so approximately 4:32 a.m.
And you said that it never goes in front of the victim's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the different camera views that surround this property, where does it end up and do that U-turn and ultimately park?
It ends up on this diagram to the bottom left there where there's a red block. That's the general area of the parking spots where the black Impala backs into a parking spot.
And again, this area where the black Chevy Impala, is it ever in eyesight of any of the people who are seated in the three vehicles in the victim's party?
No.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze enter into this parking lot?
Approximately 4:36 to 4:37.
And you said it goes a complete different direction than the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have it going right by where the victim and the other two vehicles are parked, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said it does what?
It makes a U-turn where the top left blue arrow is there and then comes back the same way it came in.
Would that car, based on this diagram and based on all of the video footage that was collected, does it go in front of where that black Chevy Impala is parked?
Twice, yes.
And then as it exits out, is it again going in front of where the victim and the two other vehicles are parked?
Yes.
And when it is driving out with the driver's front window of that silver Chevy Cruze, would that have a direct eyesight to the driver's front windshield of where the victim, Charles Jones, was located?
Yes.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes.
They would be facing one another?
Yes, correct.
Do any of the shooters, the three shooters that are in that parked Chevy Impala, do any of them get out of the vehicle until that silver Chevy Cruze goes by the victim's vehicle twice?
No.
And that is seen on all of that video footage?
Correct.
When do they get out of the black Chevy Impala and start walking towards where the victim and the two other vehicles are located?
Approximately 4:38, so it would have been 30 to 45 seconds after the Cruze left.
And is the first shots that are fired, is that caught on that main camera that shows where the victims and the two other vehicles in the victim's party are parked?
Correct.
And where are the first shots fired, in what direction at whom?
The very first shots are fired from west to east towards the front windshield of Mr. Charles Jones' Dodge Charger,
Where he happens to be seated in what seat?
the front passenger seat.
I think they should have broken this down like this with one of the earlier witnesses, because I had this flipped around. I thought they pulled in from, I thought this was the overview, the overhang.
Published states 22B6. Detective, do you recognize all three of the vehicles that are now being shown in States 22B6?
I do.
And can you point out who is in that black Nissan Altima that is at the top of the screen?
The black Nissan Altima has a Tafa McRae, Aaliyah Albritton, and Camilla Bentley in it.
You yourself interviewed Mr. Tafa McRae, is that correct?
I did.
Did you also eventually get an interview with Aaliyah Albritton, the lady who is depicted in the pink?
Correct.
And then the black, they just passed a black Dodge Charger, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you see who is seated in the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes, signified by the white socks with the red tips. That is the victim, Mr. Charles Jones.
Had you, as part of your investigation, obtained other video footage that occurred earlier in the night?
Yes.
And were you aware of how and what he was wearing?
Yes, white and red.
And other members of the party that was with him?
Correct.
Who ultimately was in the black Dodge Charger with the victim, Charles Jones, when this occurred?
Xavier Edwards as a driver and Gino Norris Jr. in the backseat.
And what car just passed by?
The suspect, Silver Cruise.
And then there is a vehicle that is parked directly behind the Dodge Charger where Charles Jones is the passenger. Who is located in that vehicle?
Armani Turner, Miss Randolph, her friend, and Robert Howard.
And again, you interviewed all of those three individuals later that morning?
Correct.
What's going on at this point in the video?
The Cruise has now turned around and is headed back out the way it came in.
And in any video footage, including this one, the Tesla and the surrounding cameras, had any, prior to that happening, anybody gotten out of that black Chevy Impala?
No.
This first shooter, what sort of firearm did he have?
He had a pistol that was firing at a fully automatic rate.
And what area was he specifically targeting?
The windshield of the black Dodge Charger.
All of the other vehicles with the victim, did they immediately leave?
Yes.
Did you put together a composite video that compiled all of the camera angles of the surrounding hotel and the Tesla and put them chronologically in time together?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 22A. And sir, this is all put together in chronological time, is that correct? Stitching together the various videos?
Correct, easier to follow.
And what is being shown right there, what that car just passed?
That's the Impala arriving into the Homestead Suites parking lot.
And are you showing the path of travel of that black Chevy Impala?
Correct. Driving northbound through the parking lot.
And again, it has not passed in front of those victims' vehicles, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is happening here?
It arrived on the west side of the Homestead Suites and it's turning around.
And is it now parking in that space that you had designated in States Exhibit 45 by that red rectangle?
It stages until the cruise arrives, and then once the cruise arrives, it starts to park, yes.
And that is the cruise passing again right in front of the victim's vehicle?
Correct.
And where is the black Chevy Impala at this point?
The Impala is passing in front of the Tesla with the cruise right behind it.
What's the cruise doing at this point?
It turned around and is now headed back out the way it came in.
And then where is the black Chevy Impala?
The black Impala, while the silver cruise is turning around, is pulling into the parking space. There's the tail lights, and it's backing in. You can see it from in between the top of the van and the white pillar there in the center of the screen.
And now is it parked?
Right now, it's fully in the spot.
And that is the spot that you designated on your diagram, is that correct?
With a red block, yes.
And what is happening with the silver Chevy Cruze?
The cruise is driving out the way it came in, passing the victim's location.
What are you capturing now in this video footage?
The three shooters came out of the Impala and are walking towards the victim's position. This is them passing the Tesla, various angles.
Tesla footage is crazy. It's like found
Did you see
footage
the
from a
person with the
movie.
handgun?
Yes, bottom right of the screen.
Oh,
During the course of this shooting, did anyone from the victim's vehicles, those two other vehicles, ever get out of the vehicle and approach the victim in his vehicle?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did any of the victims in those two vehicles that fled, the Nissan Altima and the Hyundai, did any of them get out of those vehicles before fleeing?
No.
Did the two persons that got out of the black Nissan Altima, Miss Aaliyah Albritton and Tafa McCrae, did any of them ever come out of the hotel while the shooting was occurring?
No.
Now what is being shown here?
This is the victim's vehicle driving north. The shooters are running by the Tesla with the third shooter in the back there still shooting.
And what vehicle, based on all this video footage, are the shooters pursuing?
The black Dodge Charger containing the victim.
And this is a composite of various cameras, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you watch the entirety of all of the cameras of the surrounding home to suites of the Tesla and the USF pole cam? Did you watch the entirety of all of that video footage?
I did.
And during that time period, did you ever see Aaliyah Albritton or Tafa McCrae ever exit out of the hotel during the course of when all that shooting was occurring and when the victim's vehicle was being pursued by those shooters?
No.
I have so many questions about Aaliyah Albright. I just have questions. Maybe Tafa McCrae, but more Aaliyah Albright. I feel so bad for that girl that thought she was going on a girls' trip. That's someone I genuinely believe, beyond a reasonable doubt, in any direction, legitimately thought she was going to Tampa to hang out with a homegirl. And then she's in the car, left in someone else's car while they go inside, right as a shooting happens. And she's in the car, she gets shot, and she can't figure out how to start their car and drive away.
At some point, did you have other detectives in the homicide department locate video footage from where the victims were earlier in the night?
Yes.
You said that you had conducted interviews of Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
Robert Howard,
Correct.
as well as Miss Randolph. During your investigation, were you trying to establish a timeline of where the victim had been prior to coming to Home to Suites and trying to investigate the perpetrators of this crime?
Yes.
Were there 2 other locations that you were aware of that the victim had been?
Yes.
And what were those 2 locations?
Those 2 locations were prior to Homes to Suites. It was a after-hours nightclub called Truth 18, and then before Truth 18, the first club that the victim went to was a strip club, Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
And did you also look at the victim Charles Jones' Instagram feed to see if he had posted anything on that day, September 22nd, leading up to September 23rd, 2024, in the early morning hours?
I did.
You specifically looked at his Instagram feed?
Yes, his stories feed.
And when you were looking at his stories feed on Instagram, is there, at that time, do you actually record that?
Yeah, I screen recorded it and then documented everything I observed.
Why did you screen record it?
Because the stories feeds on Instagram, they basically delete after 24 hours, so I was afraid that if I didn't memorialize them, within 24 hours they would be lost.
I'm going to show you what's been already introduced into evidence, states 95A, I think. Sir, this is the screen recording you did of his story?
Correct.
Appreciate everybody popping out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? Everybody take this shit on 3, man. 1, 2, 3. Got my brother with me, you know, popped out for my birthday, you know what I'm saying? It's still lit, oh God, yeah.
Did you confirm that he had been at an Airbnb earlier on September 22nd of 2024?
Yes, in Largo.
And what's that being shown now?
A flyer about the after party at Truth 18.
I'm going to show you it's already in evidence 95C1. You know what this is?
Yes, that was the first flyer on the victim posted on his Instagram for advertising the performance at Teasers in Tampa.
Does it give a date and time when he's going to be there?
Yes, on the top left, June 22nd, and top right time, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 95-2C. What is this?
This is a second flyer that the victim posted off of his Instagram advertising the same event. Also has Teasers listed there.
Okay. And is the date again listed on that when he's going to be there?
Correct, June 22nd.
Does it also list that it's going to be his birthday on that day?
Yes.
And you said that part of this investigation, you had other detectives assist you with gathering video footage from both Teasers and was that another club, Truth 18?
Correct.
Approximately what time did the victim and his entourage go to Teasers?
Teasers approximately 2:26 a.m. on the 23rd.
And approximately what time did the victim go to Truth 18 with all of his friends and the other people in his party?
Arriving into the parking lot approximately 3, going up the steps around 3:15.
You want to make me approach?
Yes?
See how simple that is? You can allow the parties to approach. And we can't, oh, we do have a little gap we can skip. Me too, me too. I want to see the outcome.
At this time, we've introduced into evidence States Exhibit 39 and 40.
Okay. Any renewed previous objections? Yes. Okay, same ruling will be admitted.
And Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 41A and B. Do you recognize this DVD? Did I ask you to take a look at it and then make your initials on it prior to coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize your initials and the day that you signed it?
I do, ma'am.
And does this CD States Exhibits number 41A through B Does that contain a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred at Teaser's nightclub on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the date and time stamp of this video?
I did.
Did it have an accurate time stamp?
No, I did not.
How much was the video off from the real time?
7 minutes and 23 seconds.
And how did you determine that it was off 7 minutes and how many seconds, sir?
23.
23 seconds. How did you determine that?
I personally pulled this video myself, so it would be, I would go on time.gov on one of my devices and compare it to the live view timestamp to see the difference.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd also introduce into evidence States Exhibit 41A through B.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
I'm going to first show you States Exhibit 39. What is that a photograph of, or a map of?
That is a satellite overhead view of Teaser's Gentlemen's Club.
And what is the address of Teaser's Gentleman Club?
9700 North Nebraska.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
And what county?
Hillsborough County.
Going to publish 41A through B. Let's start with 41A. Did you do a composite that merged two different cameras?
Correct.
And where are the cameras located at Teaser's nightclub?
They have two on the front, one on the west side of the building and one on the north side of the building that basically capture 3/4 of the building.
And what is this camera angle that we're looking at first?
This is at the south east corner of the building pointing west, and it covers the front door. To the right there, that gray door, that's the front entry into the club.
And what is the timestamp, and can you give us what the correct actual time would be?
Yeah, the timestamp's 2:16:50 right now, and it's 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow, so the correct time frame would be closer to 2:24, 2:25.
What are we looking at now?
This is the first time the Silver Cruise is seen on camera arriving in the area. I'm sorry, the second time the Silver Cruise is arriving into the area. Correct time would be 2:24, 2:25 as well.
At some point, did you speed up the footage to make it go faster?
Yes.
Other than increasing the speed, is there any other alterations that have been made to this video?
No.
Detective Ramos, what's happening at this point in the video?
Top right there from the Silver Cruise, we see defendant Isaiah Chance exit the driver's side and co-defendant Alicia Andrews exit the front passenger seat, and they are now walking through the parking lot together.
And what is at the direction and in which they are walking?
They are walking now southbound through the west side of the parking lot towards Castle Street, towards where the front would be.
The front entrance to Teasers?
Correct.
Maybe they didn't have
What's
ID and
going
couldn't
on
get
at
in.
this point?
co-defendant Isaiah Chance is manipulating a cellular device.
Later on in your investigation, did you determine whose cellular device he was manipulating?
Yes, that of co-defendant Alicia Andrews.
And is that a device that he was just shown holding up to his ear or his face?
Yeah, he appears to be holding it up to his mouth area.
Again, are these snippets of video, are they chronologically in time?
Yes.
And in looking at this again at the front door to teasers, where in relation to this video would be that back parking lot area?
To the top center. So if you're looking past the gentleman in the blue hat, all these gentlemen where the speed limit sign is at, it says 25, that's the back parking lot area where the defendants are at.
And do you see that there is security or bouncers that are manning the door?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, can you see the victim in this particular video?
Yes.
What's he wearing?
A red beanie hat, a white t-shirt, and red shorts being patted down right now.
And being patted down by whom?
The bouncer working in the door.
And again, this is snippets of video. Did you watch the entirety of video footage during this time period for all of these cameras?
I did, yes ma'am.
What are we seeing now and what time is it?
This is after the victim enters. This is the defendants, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, walking back to the cruise.
Going back to that camera showing the front door, did you ever see Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance ever come up to that front door in all of the video footage of the front door?
No, they did not.
Did you ever see the defendant Alicia Andrews and the defendant Isaiah Chance ever go up to any of those bouncers or doormen at that front door?
No, they did not.
Did
they
they
weren't
ever
denied.
enter Teasers nightclub that night, June 23rd of 2024, during this time period?
No, they did not.
That's important because it's not just, well, we were trying to go out, but we were turned down at the door. They don't even attempt to go in. So it's a big coincidence. There are a lot of places you could go out on the town in Tampa, in Ybor, which is really close by. Yeah.
What's going on at this point?
The Silver Cruise is leaving the parking lot.
And what are we seeing in this clip at the front door again?
This is fast forwarded now approximately 20-30 minutes when the victim is exiting.
At this point, had we ever seen the black Chevy Impala that we had seen connected with the 3 shooters at Home to Suites?
Not up to this point.
And again, this is earlier in the night than when the Home to Suites video was shown. Is that correct?
Correct.
What are we seeing now?
Now we're seeing in the top right corner, we're seeing the black Impala for the first time in the teaser's cameras. It's arriving in the parking lot around the same time that the victim is exiting out of the front door.
And at this point, had the silver Chevy Cruze already came and parked, went up to the area around the door, and then gone back into the vehicle and left?
Correct.
What's being seen in this angle?
This is another angle of that black Impala there in the top right, circling the parking lot and making its way back out onto Castle to the front of the club.
So you also can't say, or I would not make the inference personally, that Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews were just following the other 3 that night. Because they're there in the parking lot first, they're out of the car, they go up sort of towards the general area, but they don't actually go up to the door. And then later, several minutes removed from when they're arriving and getting out of the car, the vehicle with the other 3 pulls through the parking lot. Was it just too late because Julio's already leaving? That's the first club. This is all teasers. This is the first place they go to before they go to Truth 18.
What can you see now?
The Black Impala is now traveling on Castle, and it's, at this point, it's stopped directly in front of the Charger.
So the victim's vehicle, the Charger, is now closely connected to where that black Chevy Impala is that correct?
Yes.
Did anybody from the black Chevy Impala ever get out at that point?
No.
And you watched all of the video footage from all of those angles, various angles around Teasers, the parking lot, the front entrance?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 40. This is a diagram again of the the victim's vehicles, as well as the arrival of the black Chevy Impala and the silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
Can you explain the diagram and what the arrows and the rectangles mean in this diagram?
Sure. Similar to the last one we saw, the three green boxes at the bottom of the building there represent the victim's vehicle and his two entourage vehicles. And then the blue arrows represent the silver Chevy Cruze, the suspect silver Chevy Cruze. It comes in off of Castle, drives northbound along the west side there, and then backs into a spot where it's designated by a blue box. As we saw in the video, two people, co-defendants, Isaiah Chance and the defendant, Alicia Andrews, get out of the vehicle. Those are the blue dots representing their walk path. At some point, they align with the south of the building there and then walk back towards the vehicle. And then they drive out onto Castle, onto Nebraska. As the victim is exiting, we see the red arrows represent the path of travel for the suspect Black Impala. It arrives southbound on Nebraska, makes a right into the north side of the parking lot there, drives around the parking lot, comes out onto Castle, at one point positioning itself directly in front of the victim's Dodge Charger on Castle.
Approximately what time is the victim's party arriving, the victim in the Dodge Charger and the two other vehicles in his party? Approximately what time does it get to Teasers?
The victim's Dodge Charger arrives in between 2:22 to 2:26 time frame. I believe one of the other vehicles arrived a little bit earlier, around 1:41.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze with Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance arrive at Teasers?
In the general area, approximately 2:15. We first see it on camera at 2:17, and then when it does the motion where it parks, it's 2:24.
And that's 2:15, 2:17 a.m. of June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
And then approximately what time does the silver Chevy Cruze leave?
Approximately 2:31.
And approximately what time does the black Chevy Impala arrive at this location, this area?
Approximately 2:55.
What time does the victim's vehicle leave?
Around that same time, 2:55.
Now, you said that this had been the second time that the silver Chevy Cruze had been in the area.
Correct.
How do you know that?
I watched all of the footage.
And at some point, did you also review the cell site location information of Sean Gathright for his phone?
Correct.
Did you do cell phone mapping of Sean Gathright's phone?
I did.
And based on the cell site mapping of Sean Gathright's phone, had he, whether or not in a black Impala or silver Chevy Cruze, had he been to this location, Teasers off of Nebraska Avenue, earlier in the evening on June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
When did his cell phone show to be in the vicinity of this Teasers nightclub on June 22nd of 2024?
Approximately 10:30 p.m.
And how long was it in this area, this vicinity?
Approximately 30 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94C7.
So this is the Google searches, the Safari searches.
This is a cell break extraction from Sean Gathright's phone. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what time is being shown at the timestamp over here?
In number one is 6/22/24 at 2:55 p.m. And number two is 6/22/24 at 10:03 p.m.
Oh, actually, I meant to go
Yeah.
here to two. I apologize.
No problem.
Is this what you were referring?
Yes, this is, so the time frame between 10 and 10:30 that his device was in the vicinity of Teaser's club was 6/22/24, yes.
And then did you also
They did go to
obtain
Walmart.
or have
One
other
of them did.
detectives obtain video footage from Truth 18?
Correct.
Defense can prepare all night for cross, maybe the way this time's out.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification States Exhibit 42. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that a map that is containing Truth 18 and the location?
Correct.
I'm going to show you this diagram, States Exhibit 43. Is this a diagram that, again, where you diagram out the parties, including the arrival of the victim and the silver Chevy Cruze, as well as the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes?
All right. We can skip a little.
Detective, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 44. Have you previously looked at this video of Truth 18?
Yes.
And was there detectives with your unit that were tasked with obtaining this video footage?
Yes.
And was Truth 18, was that located in a plaza that contained a hair salon and some other businesses?
Correct.
And was that, did you view this video?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately show the location outside of Truth 18, including the plaza, the parking lot, as well as the entrance to Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Did you ask the detectives, in particular Detective Klein, to confirm the timestamp of that video footage?
Yes, I did.
Was that timestamp accurate?
No, it was not.
How off was the timestamp for the Truth 18 video?
22 hours, 45 minutes, and 9 seconds fast.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce also into evidence States Exhibit 44.
Any objection? Okay, admitted. It's 44 is what she admitted. I'm assuming she's going to.
Detective, what is located in States Exhibit 42?
This is a satellite overhead image of the Truth 18 Plaza on the south side of the road there, bottom left.
What is the physical address of Truth 18?
4819 East Bush Boulevard.
Is that located here in Tampa, Florida?
It is.
What county is it located in?
Hillsborough.
And can you tell us where is the entrance of, or where is Truth 18 located in this photo? You want to point it out for us?
Yeah, it's this two-story building there at the bottom left of the screen, signified by the red dot, and Truth 18 is on the second floor of that building.
Okay. And do the cameras that are located in this strip plaza, does it show the parking lot to Truth 18 as well as the stairwell that leads up to where Truth 18, the entrance is on the second floor?
Correct.
see the
Okay,
timestamp?
it's really loud. I'm sure the court reporter can't hear because I can barely hear. I'll just pause it momentarily, get the volume down.
Detective, can you tell us what's happening at this point?
Yes, the victim's entourage had arrived to the parking lot and they parked, and at this point, some of the entourage is loitering in the parking lot on the bottom of the screen there. Leo Albritton, Camille Bentley, some gentlemen off to the right.
And can you tell where those vehicles are related to the victim's party?
Yes, there is one on the north side of the screen on Ronnie Turner's Hyundai, and then the black Nissan Altima, and then the victim's Charger's off screen to the right.
Slightly off screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then what are we seeing here?
We are seeing the victim and his entourage walking up the stairs up to the front of Truth 18 that's off to the right there.
And approximately what time is it, converting the time to real time?
This was approximately 3:27 a.m.
And this is occurring after the victims had already been to Teaser's nightclub, is that correct?
Correct.
What's going on now?
The victim is starting a live stream on his Instagram.
And is that the Instagram video that we saw earlier?
Yes.
What's being viewed now on the video?
This is a recording of that Instagram live stream that he posted on his stories.
What are we seeing in this video?
Silver Cruise, top left, arriving.
And what can we see here?
The Silver Cruise, the bottom wheelbase of it just made a right onto the street to the east of the Truth 18 Plaza.
Now, again, in this video, did you increase the speed?
Yes.
And other than increasing the speed, is there any alterations that are being made?
No.
And can you still barely see the silver Chevy Cruise in the
Yeah.
top of the video?
Yes, right in the top. It's trying to park and just now went off view.
What?
Okay, what can we see now?
This is defendant Alicia Andrews and co-defendant Isaiah Chance walking from the top right through the parking lot.
And where is the victim's party at this point?
They are inside or at the top of the landing.
And again, did you watch all of the video footage and angles that were in the strip plaza as well as the door leading up to Truth 18?
Correct.
Did the defendant, Alicia Andrews or Isaiah Chance, ever go up those stairs and enter into Truth 18 that night?
No, they did not.
And this is the video footage that shows the door and entrance to Truth 18, is that correct?
Correct.
Did they ever come up those stairs?
No.
What's going on at this point?
At this point, the victim and his entourage are leaving Truth 18.
At this point in time, had you seen the black Chevy Impala yet?
No.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
The black Chevy Impala arriving. It's pulling into the Enterprise parking lot there in the top left.
And is this the first time that we have seen the black Chevy Impala at this location?
Correct.
Detective, can you still see where the black Chevy Impala is at this point?
Yeah, just backed out of a spot, and it's now driving out onto a bush. Shooting across in northbound on that street.
And where is Truth 18 in relation to this camera angle?
Top right off the screen.
And what can we see now?
The black Impala has returned and is now at the stop sign facing southbound.
And is that in the upper right-hand corner of the screen?
Correct.
Are they trying to make a right turn?
What are we seeing in this video screen?
This is from the first floor, pointing northeast. At the very top center of the screen is actually that intersection where the Impala ultimately stops at the stop sign. But this is the victim's entourage going to their vehicles.
Okay. Can you get up and kind of point where that intersection is, just so the jury knows where to look?
Sure. At some point in the top center, there's a stop bar there, and that's where the black Impala will be visible for a little bit more obfuscation there. There's the Impala, top center.
Again, right at that intersection, almost in the center of the screen at the top.
Correct.
Maybe they're nervous about making left turns. Very un-Floridian.
Okay, what are we seeing here?
The victim and his entourage originally went east in the parking lot. They made a U-turn and came back west. So what we're seeing them is now coming back. This is taking McRae's Ultima. They're going to come out of the parking lot, go onto Bush, where they can only make a right to go east. And in the top left of the screen, you'll see a left turn lane. They'll get into that left turn lane so they can make a U-turn to go back west on Bush towards McKinley. There's the victim's Charger in the turn lane, followed by Armani Turner's Nissan Altima making the U-turn. And then
What
taking
vehicles?
McRae's Nissan Altima.
Okay. Okay. Do you know at this point where, what is this, are we now going to where the USF poll cam is?
Yeah, yes, correct.
How far is the Truth 18 nightclub from Home to Suites on McKinley?
Approximately around a mile. It's so you have Fowler here, and then the very next major cross is Bush. So Truth 18 is near Bush and McKinley.
And what are we seeing here?
This is the victim and his entourage making a U-turn at McKinley and 40th, getting ready to go into the Home to Suites.
And this is the same video from the USF poll cam that we saw earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you state authority into evidence 75C6 from the iCloud, Apple iCloud of the defendant Alicia Andrews. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And this was a screenshot that was recovered from her iCloud. What is this? What is this a screenshot of?
So this is a screenshot of the camera pointing at the front of Truth 18, the two-story building, with the lit up top portion there being the club.
In viewing the video footage from Truth 18 and the parking lot, did you see this gentleman in that coverage?
Yeah, I was able to align the video footage and saw where that gentleman was walking through the parking lot to get the time of when this photo was captured.
Okay, and what was the approximate time of that?
It was in the time frame that Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance were there for a little bit after 4 a.m.
And this would have been taken from her device, is that correct?
Correct.
And it is pointing in the direction, is this up here, what is this area?
So that's the top of the stairs where the victim came up. That's that area there.
And can you see that there are actually people up in that area at that time?
Yes.
And when you compared it to the video footage of the parking lot where you saw this gentleman, where was the victim's party at this time?
Most of them were inside.
And how close in time was it to when the victim and his party went up those stairs and entered into Truth 18?
Approximately 10, 15 minutes.
So whoever was holding her device actually took a photo of the door, is that correct?
Correct.
Sustained. So rephrase your question.
Yes, Your Honor. The person holding Alicia Andrews' phone did what at that time to get the photo?
Took a photo, captured it. Yeah.
And what area in particular?
The front of Truth 18.
And that would have been after the victim had entered in through Truth 18?
Correct.
At some point during your investigation, did you make contact with Alicia Andrews?
Well, here we go.
Yes.
When did you make contact with her?
In July. I can't recall the exact date, either the 7th or the 9th.
And how long were you with her?
Approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Yes, she's the young lady at this table here to my right wearing the brown sweater in the center there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you also make contact with Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And what day did you make contact with Isaiah Chance during the course of your investigation?
The first time, early hours of June 28th.
I'm going to show you it's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 35A and B. Do you recognize States 35A and 35B?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do both of those photographs fairly and accurately depict Isaiah Chance?
Yes, they do, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 35A and 35B.
Any objection? Admitted?
Detective, who is depicted in 35A?
This is co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
I'm going to show you 35B, who's depicted in 35B.
Again, co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
And where does 35B come from?
This is from a Ring camera located at the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at during their time in Tampa.
You said that they stayed at a Tampa Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the address of that Airbnb?
Can Can I reflect? It's Gazebo Pond Lane. I don't know the exact numerical, though.
Yes, if it'll help refresh your recollection.
Please. 3703 Gazebo Pond Drive, Unit 1202.
That located here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
What county?
Hillsborough.
How far is this Airbnb from Teaser's nightclub?
Approximately a couple miles.
How far is this Tampa Airbnb at 3703 Gazebo Lane, Tampa, Florida, from Truth 18?
Approximately 1 mile.
How did you determine that the defendants were staying at this Tampa Airbnb?
From evidence extracted from co-defendant Rashad Murphy's phone.
I'm going to ask you about Mr. Murphy's phone, but at some point you had said that he was stopped in Gwinnett County, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were alerted by the Georgia authorities that both he as well as the Silver Chevy Cruise were taken into custody in Gwinnett County, Georgia, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you refresh my, and refresh the jury's recollection, when did that occur?
That happened the early morning hours of June 26, 3 days after the homicide.
And you had the assistance of the Gwinnett County Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, was there a phone that was confiscated by a Detective Carter with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Correct.
And at some point, was there an extraction and a search warrant that was done on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it a phone that was actually in the possession of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
And what is your understanding as to the ownership of that particular phone that was taken into custody by Detective Carter?
It's a phone that him and his girlfriend Charmaine Stiger mutually share.
And you said that there was an extraction that was done, is that correct?
Correct.
And part of that extraction was that information that was collected by Detective Carter, was that relayed to you?
Yes, it was.
And in it, was there a message between that phone and a person named Anthony who owned an Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
Definitely whisper, whisper, whisper.
At this time, we introduce into evidence states Exhibit 110A through 110G.
Any objection?
No, good.
Admitted.
Detective, did you receive all of the copies of the photographs and emails that Detective Carter sent you involved in this investigation?
I did.
And I'm going to first show you what's already into evidence, 65A through G. you recognize this?
I do.
And this particular photograph has the metadata from the extraction, is that correct?
Correct.
You also obtained copies, is that correct, that were a little bit more clear, is that correct?
Correct.
And is 110A a photograph, another photograph of what is depicted in 65A?
Correct.
And is that, what is that in 110A?
That is a photograph of the Florida driver's license of co-defendant Davion Murphy.
And that was a photograph that was on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Stiger, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 110B. Is that another screenshot of a story that was captured on that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Stiger?
Correct.
Okay. And what exactly is being shown?
A crime scene with a song tagged to it.
And Young and Ace, did that come to have meaning in the course of your investigation?
It did.
And how was that relevant to your investigation?
Young and Ace is one of the prominent rappers of the rival gangs that rival the victim's gang.
I'm going to show you 110C. Is this a photograph that was captured on that phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Correct.
And how is this relevant to your investigation?
It shows a photograph of two rifles on the floor there.
And were there two AR rifles that were used in this particular case?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you 110D. Is this another enlarged copy of the photo exhibits that Detective Carter sent you from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's phone?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And how is this relevant to your particular investigation?
The person depicted in this photo is wearing similar clothing to that scene of one of the shooters at our scene.
And did you request of Detective Drabek to actually do and recover a video from Walmart where Rashad Murphy was buying certain items?
Correct.
And did you get a copy of that Walmart video?
Yes.
And when was Rashad Murphy in that Walmart video up in Jacksonville?
On the evening of Friday the 21st.
So he's wearing this clothing that Friday before the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see the video footage of how he was dressed at that Walmart?
Yes.
And was that similar clothing as to how one of the gunmen was dressed in the Home to Suites video?
Yes.
And 110E, what is that a photo of?
A screenshot of a contact in the phone, Gutta Man, with the number 904-309-4707.
And then was another exhibit that you got from Detective Carter, States Exhibit 110G. Is that again a reproduction, an exact copy of the email that you saw that she provided you from the extraction of Rashad Murphy's phone?
Correct.
Can you tell me when this is dated?
Yes, so this is approximately 3:55 a.m. on the 22nd, so the early morning hours of Saturday, June 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and our homicide occurred when again?
Approximately 4:39 a.m. on June 23rd, 2024.
Okay. And does this have the name of this is sent through an Airbnb app, is that correct?
Correct.
And does this owner, is this shown at the top who the owner is?
Correct.
Did you yourself determine who the owner of the Airbnb that is in Tampa, who that is?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Anthony Alava.
At some point during your investigation, did you interview Anthony Alava?
I did.
Where does Mr. Alava reside?
Out of state.
How did you conduct an interview of Mr. Alava?
Over the phone.
And was he cooperative in this investigation?
He was.
Did he provide you information about that Airbnb?
Yes.
And is that this, when he's referring to this Lagoon Oasis check-in, is that the Airbnb that you just testified to that is at 3703 Gazebo Lane here in Tampa, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
And part of this email exchange, Mr. Alava is requiring what as a part of the requirement in order for Rashad Murphy to get that Airbnb here in Tampa?
A picture of his driver's license.
And was a picture of his driver's license also obtained as part of that exchange that came from the extraction of the phone that was in Rashad Murphy's possession?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a driver's license, a Florida driver's license of Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
At some point, did you actually receive from Mr. Alava video footage from the Ring camera for the time frame of when those people or when whoever it was that rented that Airbnb here in Tampa?
Yes.
What time period was covered for the rental of that Airbnb here in Tampa?
The afternoon to evening of the Saturday the 22nd to the afternoon of Sunday the 23rd.
Not only did you get video footage from Mr. Alava of the Ring camera, did you yourself go to that Airbnb and take video footage of the Airbnb and the surrounding backyard and the parking lot of the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where is the Ring camera located at that Airbnb on 3703 Gazebo Lane in Tampa, Florida?
It's at the front door if you're looking at the door off to the left.
Is there any other Ring camera on that property?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit number.
He's like, hurry up, hurry up.
At this time, we've introduced into evidence States Exhibit 60 and States Exhibit 61A, B, 1 through 5.
Okay.
Okay, admitted.
And Judge, it's actually 61A through B, 1 through 5.
Okay.
Detective, can you show us what is being shown in this video of 60?
Yeah, we just saw the front door with the camera off to the left, and now I'm walking around to the south side of the building to get to the only other door to that unit. These are some parking spaces on the south side of.
And is this behind where that Airbnb is?
Correct. It's the second unit in, so this is the back gate door to that unit.
And do you have to walk down this grassy dirt path to get there?
Correct.
Were they like going out of the way to get in through the back? Maybe they didn't want the host to know that there were more people staying there. I miss being able to speed up, like the way we were watching. I think we'll start an hour late again tomorrow. That'll only let us skip the lunch, though.
Is there a timestamp on this video?
Yes, bottom right, 1955.
And is that an accurate timestamp?
It is.
And what's being shown here?
A defendant, Alicia Andrews, came up to the door, appeared to knock on it, and then turned around and walked away.
And what's the approximate time?
1956 now. This is defendant Alicia Andrews walking into the Airbnb.
Detective, does this have audio?
Yes.
I'm going to replay it with the audio. Hold on 1 second.
The neighbors are just casually moving in next door. What are we doing? Oh. I don't understand how she's arriving alone. Like, was she trying to go in through the back door, and then we're supposed to infer that Chance went to the other side?
Did you obtain all of the Ring video activations for this front door from Anthony Alava?
I did.
Okay. And is this on June 22nd of 2024, going into the early mornings of June 23rd of 2024, is there any other video footage of anyone captured on this front door Ring camera?
No.
Okay.
They all use
Based
the back.
on your investigation, did you determine more than just Alicia Andrews, who's
Rephrase.
based on your investigation, did you determine how many people were at that Airbnb during the course of June 22nd of 2024 and June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
How many people were there?
5 people.
Who were those 5 people?
The defendants in this case, Alicia Andrews and her co-defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy.
You see that at the time when Miss Andrews is first shown, what was the approximate time on this video where she's seen knocking and then shortly thereafter entering into the Airbnb?
Knocking approximately 7:55 p.m. on the 22nd and entering 7:56 p.m. on the 22nd.
Did you also obtain a search warrant for the defendant's phone records, her cell site information, and time in advance for her cell phone?
I did.
And in one of these videos, can you actually see her holding a pink phone?
Yes.
And based on your looking at the time in advance records of Miss Andrews' phone, did you determine when she arrived in the area of this Airbnb, and does it correspond with her entering into this particular Airbnb?
Yeah, her phone arrived into the vicinity of the Airbnb at approximately 7:52 p.m., 3 minutes before the activation on the Ring.
Okay. Did you also obtain cell phone records for the co-defendant in this case and boyfriend to the defendant, Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And what about Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site information, location data for both Isaiah Chance and SeanGathright's phone?
Yes.
And what time did both of their phones approximately arrive at this location?
Both of their phones arrived around the same time, 7:52 p.m.
And is there no other activation of this front door other than the defendant, Alicia Andrews, entering into this Airbnb?
On the 22nd, no.
Okay. And do you see if there, can you tell me what is shown in this front door angle where she immediately knocks and then eventually comes back?
Yes, so this camera is pointing east from the building to the parking spaces in front of the unit.
Okay. Are there any parking spaces that are open and empty for somebody to park in?
3 that I can see.
Do you ever see a black Chevy Impala pull up to this townhome?
No.
Do you ever see a silver Chevy Cruze pull up to this townhome?
No.
Did you have a phone record for the co-defendant Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And were you able to get cell site location and data information from Davion Murphy's phone?
Yes.
Does it show his phone arriving at this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd of 2024?
It does.
What time does he arrive?
Approximately 7:57, 5 minutes after the first 3 defendants arrive.
And do you ever see Davion Murphy enter into this front door?
No.
What about Rashad Murphy
No.
on June 22nd of 2024?
No.
What about Sean Gathright?
No.
And that video that we just saw where we show a back door that you have, how far do you have to walk around to get to that back door and through that gate?
It's approximately a 50 feet walk from the front door.
And is there video footage that is collected from this Ring camera from June 23rd, 2024, after the homicide had occurred?
Yes.
Is this from the following day after the homicides occurred?
Yes, 2:09 p.m. on June 23rd.
And who's being depicted now on this Ring camera?
Isaiah Chance briefly stepped out.
And what time is it now on June 23rd of 2024?
2:58 p.m.
And what else is of note in this particular shot?
Isaiah Chance walks up to at this point in the investigation, an unrecognized vehicle.
Was this the Uber? I think this is the Uber.
What do we see now?
Defendant Alicia Andrews walking out.
What's she carrying?
Bags?
Day before, did you see anyone load bags into this Airbnb?
No.
Who do we see there?
Davion Murphy?
Ever see him enter the Airbnb on June 22nd of 2024?
No.
Is that another photo of him entering?
Correct.
Do you know where he got the stuff that he was carrying to that vehicle that's placed in the front of the camera?
No.
Is the direction of where
Oh, Trenton says there's a verdict.
lead to eventually the back door of this Airbnb?
Correct.
Is there
Oh.
another individual that we just saw on this Airbnb camera?
Yes, Sean Gathright.
And again, on June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
Do we have any video footage of showing how he got into this Airbnb?
No, we do not.
So ABC isn't saying verdict. They're saying they've been let back in the courtroom. Let's see if it's a verdict or to go home for the day. That's the Sonia Massey shooting trial. up jury questions.
What are we seeing here?
This is co-defendant Sean Gathright coming back to the door and apparently talking to someone, giving them the code to the door.
Okay, and is that vehicle no longer there?
Yeah, yes, the vehicle SUV is gone now.
Do you see any black Chevy Impala in this video?
No.
And again, what direction is he walking in?
Towards the rear door.
Who's the only defendant that is not shown in this Airbnb video?
Defendant Rashad Murphy,
What's his nickname again?
Ghost 187.
Oh, that was
Now,
that
I
was
wanna
a
ask
state's
you
mic drop.
about that vehicle that is pulled up where you can see that they're loading bags into that vehicle. During the course of your investigation, did you determine what that vehicle was?
Yes, it was an Uber.
And did you do research to locate which Uber came to that address at 3703 Gazebo Lane?
Yeah, I confirmed the exact Uber.
And, Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Yes?
All right, while they approach, let me read this update quick from ABC 20. This is the Sean Grayson trial, the officer charged with murder of Sonia Massey. They enter the courtroom. Judge Cadigan goes over the evidence the jury asked to review, including Grayson and Deputy Farley's body cam footage. So Deputy Farley is the only other individual that was in the room when Grayson fired off the 3 shots. Some of the items the jury asked to see weren't admitted into evidence. We are taking a short break for the attorneys to go over some logistics. So that's what we've got. It's a jury question, not a verdict. They've been deliberating, I think, for an hour and a half or so. I don't know if they took a lunch or something. And then let's toggle back here.
Members of the jury, it's 5:10, so it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and break for the evening. So
Everybody's
we are
breaking.
making good progress, okay? I just want you guys to know. And I know you guys have been very patient with us and working hard, and it's greatly appreciated. So we will be on our evening recess. Just remember my previous admonition. Don't do any independent research, talk to anybody about this case, or listen, watch, or read any news accounts or social media accounts, all right? Great. See you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right.
We'll see if they have any like housekeeping that they do, and then we'll look at reading the closing arguments delivered today in the Sean Grayson trial. And Illinois does it where state goes, then defense goes, and state gets a
very
final
good.
rebuttal.
All right, so detective, same rules since you've not yet been cross-examined. You cannot talk to anybody about anything related to this case, including the prosecutors. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Sure.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's talk about the defendant's interview with law enforcement, okay?
Yes, Judge.
So, if I'm hearing defense correctly, you want the information left in, the statements from Detective Ramos dealing with the potential penalty the defendant is facing to show what? So what is the context you're attempting to show?
So, the issue is a little completely different. What I want to show is what this detective is saying to Ms. Andrews and why she's responding the way that she's responding. It's the conversation itself, the interrogation itself, if you cut out parts of it, you're going to misinterpret what she's saying, why she's saying it, and how she's saying it. There's points in time where the detectives are yelling, screaming, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're threatening her, sometimes they're telling her things about other people's cases and whatnot to get her to do and say certain things. So if you start cutting out pieces of what they're saying, and then you say, this is what Alicia Andrews said in the interrogation room, this is why she said it, or she's lying about this, telling the truth about that.
Well, hold on, because Just the only thing at this point the state wants to take out are the statements or the representations the detective makes as to any potential sentence she's facing, correct?
Judge, there are additional things, correct, but mostly it is the references to a life sentence, what will happen to her if she's in prison.
Well, what else are you trying to cut out?
Judge, there is a series of statements by the law enforcement officer
This is huge.
that specifically references the evidence in the case and a jury. There are points that I want to take out where they're basically saying you're going to be convicted, you're going to be found guilty. Judge, I don't know why they would want that in there.
Me either, but they do. So
I would, because I would think it'd be very sympathetic. We have a whole, no, I don't want to say whole chat. We have mixed feelings in the chat. We have diverse opinions. We have a lot of people in the chat that are like, you know what? I don't think she did it. I think she was along for the ride. You know what? Maybe she did it, but first degree is crazy. Florida law is crazy. There is huge, huge room. I think a very strong potential that there could be a jury after deliberations that says, you know what? If this all looks really bad, but first degree is scary, we know that carries serious time, and we don't think that she deserves the same penalty as the others that we aren't allowed to make a decision on. I think sympathy, whether it should be or not, and they're probably going to get instruction that they shouldn't make their decision based on sympathy for anybody involved in this trial. But jurors can be humans. I think it'd be very impactful, and the state is going to fight to keep this out. This mention that during this interrogation, police tell Alicia Andrews, you could go away for life. This is capital that you're facing, because that's going to put it in the jury's head. Well, if we convict, that means we're saying we want her to go away for life. And they're not supposed to consider that for the guilt phase. Defense is arguing, without that context, Alicia's responses contemporaneously in that moment could be misinterpreted, because her responses are driven by what is in her state of mind based on the officers telling her, you're facing life for this. So I think it's stupid that the judge doesn't realize why the defense wants this in. I think the state knows why they don't want it in and why the defense might want it in. I think they're a little panicked. This isn't a little deal. This is a big deal.
I don't know why they would want that in there.
Me either, but they do. So,
Judge, and there are certain statements along those same lines where they're specifically talking about a jury and what the jury will find and what the jury will think, which I think is completely inappropriate statements to make to the jury. The jury's going to make what they want of the evidence on their own. They shouldn't be told by a detective what to think or what to make of the evidence.
The judge is going to agree with the state.
If they do not want the detective's statements, and the statements that he made, and again, this is not just about that she was going to serve a life sentence, because there are several more statements that the state is identifying. But if they don't want the statements to come in from what the detective said, then none of it should come in.
okay, so state, why can this not be cured like with a limited instruction, similar to what is requested? Oftentimes when this comes up, it's because law enforcement will be confronting a defendant with other evidence, and there's an instruction that can be given that the jury's not to consider the opinions of law enforcement. So why can't that cure the problem?
Judge, normally it's the defendant asking for that.
I know, but we're not normal. Listen, I know. Listen, it's not your job, okay, to do their job. And it's not their job to do your job.
Get them.
They
Okay,
say
Judge.
they want the whole thing in. So now my question to you is, since they've made the decision, meaning the defense, that they want the whole thing in, why can a limiting instruction not cure the problem?
Judge, because it's not relevant. What the detectives are saying is it's not appropriate for the jury to even consider what the potential sentence will be.
I know,
What
but
about
can't
the
I
other
tell
part?
the jury that?
Judge, it is several statements of the detective saying you're throwing your life away, you're going to be in prison for the rest of the life. We're talking murder one.
And that impacts how somebody might respond to you in the moment. The judge is actually prying here. Let's see what decision the judge makes. I might be surprised.
You are going to be in for life. And then there are several more references to prison He says things 30 to life that she's facing. There's even context where the detectives are saying that she could do life and all the other people in this case that really killed a person could get away with it. Like all of that, I think, is misleading to the jury and inappropriate for the jury to hear.
And I don't understand how you take all of that out when there's more. I think the limiting instruction is just fine. If the court says to the jury, which it does in the jury instructions that are read before they go to the delivery, that the jury is not to consider a sentence or anything like that.
Well, I would give a limiting instruction at the time Detective Ramos testifies.
I think we might get a good decision from the judge.
That's fine with me as well.
So that's what I'm inclined to do.
Judge, if I can speak just briefly on
Sure.
this. Doherty's handling this, but I'm pretty familiar with the case law on this. There's nothing wrong with the state redacting a statement in their case in chief. Under the rule of completeness, if we do a recording, if we redact a recording, depending on relevance and the court's ruling upon relevance, the defense can then put the remainder on in their case in chief. Normally, I think what Ms. Doherty's trying to point out is it's normally the defendant trying to exclude portions of a statement, and that's not the case here. I realize that. But there's nothing to prevent us from chopping up this recording and putting in what we deem fit to put in, as long as it's relevant and deemed to be relevant by the court. The defense then has an opportunity in their case in chief to put the remainder in if they wish, if it's also deemed to be relevant by the court.
Well, they have to wait for the defendant's case in chief? Couldn't they ask pursuant to the rule of completeness that it be played in its entirety at the time it's admitted?
Right, and the way that works under at least the law that I reviewed, and I just looked at this last year on a case that I was preparing for trial on, they can present that in their case in chief.
Well, you guys need to get some
And from
case
us.
law. So I've looked at case law, okay? What I could find, both of you do. So I guess tomorrow you need to bring two versions. One that's redacted, the way you want it redacted. The second one that's not redacted, that's the whole thing. And so when it comes to sentencing, the penalty is irrelevant to the jury's sole responsibility of determining a defendant's guilt or innocence, that the jury cannot be privy to the myriad factors which must be considered in sentencing, and that the court's advising the jury of the possible penalty is wholly inconsistent with the jury's responsibility to disregard the consequences of its verdict and tends to encourage a deplorable phenomenon which has come to be referred to as, quote, jury pardon, close quote.
I'll actually put case law on the record.
Okay.
For this rule of completeness issue, Whitfield versus State.
What's this? Tell me the site.
It's 933 Southern 2nd, 1245 is the first DCA case from 2006, which states that when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require him or her at that time to introduce any other part or any other writing or recorded statement that in fairness ought to be considered contemporaneously, and an adverse party is not bound by evidence introduced under this section.
Right, which is what I just said. The rule of completeness doesn't require the defendant have to put it on in their case in chief. It just requires that the interview or the statement has to be produced in its entirety when it's originally produced. Okay?
That's just the case law.
Right.
She's on your side.
Right. You're just affirming what I just ruled, which is great. Okay, so any other cases?
The defense is so used to the judge ruling opposite. I don't think the defense realized. I think the defense was just like looking for the case law right then and there, not paying attention to the judge actually saying no prosecution. They don't have to wait until their case in chief. It could be an option, but they don't have to. I need case law from you, state. And the defense is like, oh gosh, wait.
Okay. So anyway, state, honestly, you're going to need to come up with something. Okay?
Judge, we'll send you case law tonight.
Okay.
I'm defense counsel.
Very good.
Work.
So then, assuming it stays in, I'm inclined to give a limiting instruction where we tell the jury they're to disregard any opinions by law enforcement regarding any potential sentence. As we discussed during jury selection, the province of the jury is solely to determine the guilt or innocence, and the province of the court is strictly its mind to determine the appropriate sentence. Okay? Something to that effect. Okay? Very good. See you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Court's adjourned.
All right, and they just have to seal the rest of the day. There we go. I think, and this is my opinion here, is separate from this trial. I think that's the way it should go. If you've got someone under pressure and you're going to play the interrogation video because you want to show the answers that they're giving, I think the context of why they're giving those answers is important. So, yeah. It's making me think of when we had somebody asking about potential repercussions in an ex parte meeting. The defense wasn't put on notice for. And his responses to the lack of clarity on could he be charged? Would it just be perjury that he could be charged with? Could it be something worse? Basically, would he have exposure for potential murder? The context was very important. Very important. So the charges, first degree murder and then conspiracy to commit first degree. So those are the two charges she's facing. And again, guys, this is Florida. So again, in Florida, an individual can be charged as a principal for what we would typically view as being accomplice activity. They don't need to necessarily be there when the thing happens, but if in any manner they aid or abet the commission of the crime, they could be charged the exact same way as the perpetrator of the crime. So really, really crazy in Florida. And again, I think I mentioned earlier in the stream and the first day that we streamed, her previous team, her previous counsel, filed a motion and then withdrew the same motion to reduce the charges. And when I looked at that, I was wondering if maybe a strategy play there was if we keep it first degree murder versus something less, maybe it's strategic. We're going to play into that sympathy, that it's harder for the state to convince a jury to convict Alicia Andrews of first degree murder, especially when they don't have the opportunity to convict the others, but they're going to hear a lot about the actions of the others. So I think this is a really interesting case where jury nullification could be at play. I don't know. And I don't know where I lean because, like, if we look at the chat, the thoughts evolve, the thoughts are shifting. There's a lot of I don't know. There's a lot of she absolutely did it. But if we were to pick 12 people from this chat and put them in a room, I don't think you guys would all have a unanimous opinion, at least not right away. So I think this is going to be a very interesting case. This is the end of day 5, guys. We will continue with Ramos tomorrow. I think we're going to start like an hour. We're going to start maybe around 10 a.m. Eastern again. I know with YSL, we always started right on time because there'd always be something crazy happening in the morning. But I think with this, it's easier. We start late. We can skip the lunch break and we have something to keep us occupied. And it saves us all an hour of our time. So plan on a 10 a.m. start time tomorrow. Before we leave this stream, though, we're going to look at today's thread for the Sean Grayson trial. The jury is currently deliberating. We just heard that they had a question. We're going to go through a reading. Change my banner, guys. Let's do Sean Grayson. And they're calling it day 6, but we would count it as day 4. Get that going down here. So let's see what happened in day 7 of the Sean Grayson trial. So this is for the murder of Sonia Massey in July of 2024. Day 7 is going to include closing statements from the state and the defense. Jury deliberation scheduled. We know now that that's currently underway. We've entered the courtroom. Judge Cadigan has also entered. Grayson wears a dark suit with the black and gray pattern tie he wore last week. They are noticing every detail. I remember he already wore the tie. Judge Cadigan goes over jury instructions with the attorneys. We have finished going through the jury instructions. And I don't think they say it here, but remember we heard when we were reading yesterday, the jury instructions will include a lesser of second-degree murder. So Judge Cadigan says if the jury wants to review the video again, they would have to return to the courtroom and watch it in silence. So exhibits aren't going back with the jury. Closing statements will begin at 9 a.m. Donna Massey, Sonia Massey's mother, was escorted out of the courtroom by family in tears during the break. She's now re-entered, still crying. Milheiser, the Sangamon County State's attorney, walked into the gallery to hug her. Ben Crump, a civil rights attorney, is entering the courtroom. He greets the Massey family and takes a seat with them. Judge Cadigan has re-entered the courtroom. He says good morning to Sean Grayson. The jury has entered the courtroom. Mary Beth Rogers, Assistant State's Attorney, is presenting the closing argument on behalf of the people. Quote, "I'm sorry," Rogers exclaims with her hands up. A gun appears on the monitor. Rogers says, "Those are the last words Sonia Massey spoke." Rogers knocks on the podium 3 times to demonstrate how Grayson treated Sonia Massey when he knocked on her door. Photos of Sonia Massey's driver's license at the scene are shown on the monitor. Rogers, quote, "The defendant knew how to slow things down, but he didn't. He knew how to treat her with kindness and respect, but he didn't, because the defendant didn't care." The monitor shows a photo of Grayson and Massey standing outside her home. Rogers emphasizes that Grayson was much larger than Massey and most likely had to stoop down to get into her house. Rogers, quote, "He wants you to believe that he was scared, but you don't have to believe that because it's not true." Rogers says Grayson continued to lie over and over again on the stand, including when he said he attempted to turn his body camera on after seeing Massey's car. Rogers, quote, "She, Sonia Massey, wasn't threatening him. She was complying." We see a photo of Massey on the monitor with her hands up. Rogers, quote, "For the first time ever, the defendant wants you to believe that he was going to arrest Sonia." Rogers, "The biggest lie he, Grayson, has been telling is that there was nothing he could do. He had no choice." Rogers talked about how the defense got 2 paid witnesses who had eerily similar testimonies. So remember, we had 3 expert testimonies on experts testify about use of force. 1 was called by the state and 2 were called by the defense. I thought those were interesting to read through. So if you're interested in self-defense cases, again, we can only read this. We're not getting footage from inside the courtroom. But I thought ABC 20's coverage through these tweets was very thorough and a great look at the questioning for all 3 of those witnesses. Rogers talked about how the defense got 2 paid witnesses who had eerily similar testimonies. Rogers emphasizes the definition of the totality of circumstances to the jury. Rogers provides an example of officer-created jeopardy. Rogers says that Sonia Massey was not the initial aggressor. He, Grayson, has no right to follow her and shoot her. Rogers goes over the 3 propositions the jury will have to agree upon to convict Sean Grayson of first-degree murder, right? So again, there is a lesser included of second. Rogers goes over the second-degree murder charge, saying that Grayson made a promise to shoot and kill Sonia Massey. Rogers, "When you threaten to shoot someone in the face, and you do, that's first-degree murder." Rogers is done with the people's closing statements. Daniel Foltz, Grayson's defense attorney, begins the defense's closing statements. And let's see. So 10:27. To 10:04 is when these are being typed out. That's the about time frame. And we were here. Or actually, let me go back to the thread. That's easier to read that way. All right, so defense begins. Foltz, defense attorney, reiterates to the jury that what happened to Sonia Massey was a tragedy but not a crime. Foltz, quote, "The thing you cannot do is let your emotions dictate the outcome of this case." Foltz emphasizes that the question the jury must answer is whether Sean Grayson was legally justified in shooting Sonia Massey under Illinois law. Foltz explains that every witness who has testified has been paid, citing what Rogers said in the state's closing statement. So that 3rd witness, the first being called by the state, was also paid. Foltz says he doesn't care if the jury doesn't like Sean Grayson as a person, and that isn't what they're here to decide. Sean Grayson watches Foltz while he delivers the defense's closing statement. He leans forward in his seat. Foltz says that it is almost inexcusable that all the evidence wasn't gathered at the scene the first time around, referencing the pot Sonia Massey was using and the 3rd bullet casing. Foltz also references Deputy Farley, who was almost through his 1-year probation period for being a relatively new deputy with the sheriff's department. Foltz emphasizes that Deputy Farley could have been fired for virtually anything while being on probation. And if you're following along with this and you haven't been following the previous day's updates, Farley, he ends up testifying, and it was compelling testimony, I would imagine, to the jury that he didn't think Sonia Massey was a threat in that moment. So he's the only living person that was in that room when the shooting occurred. And he's saying he didn't think the decedent was a threat, was posing a threat, had the opportunity to cause serious bodily harm to the defendant in this case, or himself. And then defense here is pointing out he was on probation, hinting, you could draw the inference, making the argument that if he said otherwise, maybe it could have looked bad for him. He wanted to keep his toes squeaky clean. Holt says Deputy Farley lied in his updated report to ISP, that's Illinois State Police, because he didn't want to be criminally convicted. Foltz mentions that Dr. Patterson, the forensic pathologist who performed Sonia Massey's autopsy, said that Massey's injuries would have been survivable. Foltz says Dr. Patterson hasn't had a live patient in many years, so he's not qualified to speak on that. Foltz said that Stoughton second-guessed every single decision Grayson made that night, while never having stood in Grayson's shoes before. Stoughton was the expert called by the state. Fulton says Sean Grayson was completely calm when he spoke with Sonia Massey before he heard the pot on the stove. Fultz says Grayson only started to show concern when Massey went into the kitchen to grab the pot. Fultz says that when Massey said, quote, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," Grayson believed that was a threat. Fultz says the jury doesn't have to agree with Grayson, but that's what he believed. Fultz says Massey escalated the situation. Fultz: as hard as that is to hear and accept, the outcome of this particular case was driven by Sonia Massey's actions. Fultz references Corbett and Davis's reports, which both concluded that Grayson's use of force was warranted. Fultz to the jury: you told us you would judge this man, Grayson, solely on the evidence and the law presented to you. We don't guess whether someone is guilty of a criminal offense. We don't guess our way into a guilty verdict. Fultz has ended the defense's closing statement. We're taking a short break until 10:40. So this is timestamped at 11:19, and they started wherever we left off previously. So it seems like this was a little bit longer than the state's opening. The state gets a rebuttal. Judge Cadigan and the jury have re-entered the courtroom. Millhiser is presenting the rebuttal. Millhiser emphasizes that the defense told the jury not to let emotions dictate the outcome. Millhiser: that's what happened. The defendant let his emotions dictate the outcome of what happened in Sonia Massey's kitchen. Millhiser breaks down that Kevin Davis's report only referenced Massey's actions and her, quote, attack. Millhiser tells the jury that this is a murder case and encourages them to trust what they see and hear in the video. Which it seems like they're requesting to see some footage. I don't know if it's like the footage from the moment, but they're having issues playing that for the jury. I guess we're going to look for an update on the current jury question once we're done reading and catching up on these closing arguments. Millhiser says there's nowhere in the law that says you cannot reference the defendant's actions before and after the moment of the shooting. Millhiser: this isn't second-degree murder, this is first-degree murder. Deputy Farley's body cam footage is played on the monitor. The video occasionally has captions that clarify what Massey and Grayson are saying. Malachi Massey, Sonia's son, has walked out of the courtroom. Members of Sonia Massey's family leave the courtroom. Multiple members of Sonia Massey's family have started to cry. Sean Grayson is leaning forward over the table, not watching the monitor. One juror cries as she watches the footage. She holds her notepad up to her face to hide behind it. This could be reading tea leaves, but I don't think that that's good. I don't think that that's good for the defense. I don't think that's good. Millhiser holds up the pot Massey held to the jury. Here's this giant, dangerous pot. Grayson appears in discomfort. Millhiser quotes when Grayson says he's not, quote, wasting his med kit. Millhiser wonders what's so important in the med kit that Grayson didn't want to waste. Millhiser opens the med kit and begins going through it in front of the jury. Grayson's body cam footage now plays on the monitor. Millhiser: these are the actions of a bully. Millhiser grabs Grayson's gun and the pot to show to the jury. Millhiser: the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. The people have finished the rebuttal. That was around 12:16, but they took a break, so it seems like that might have been longer if they were playing the footage. Judge Cadigan tells the jury that they can find Sean Grayson guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of first-degree murder, or guilty of second-degree murder. Or also not guilty of second. I hope that's not how it read in court. Like, I think this might come down to their reporting, right? They're trying to fit it into a post. They can find them guilty or not guilty. And if they don't find you guilty of first-degree murder, then you deliberate. You can consider second-degree murder. And maybe they're not translating that correctly. But let's read this again. This is how it's written. The judge tells the jury that they can find Grayson guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of first-degree murder, or guilty of second-degree murder. I'm going to hope that this is just getting lost in translation here, and that the judge didn't instruct this way. Jurors number 14 and 15, the alternate jurors, have been excused at this time. Bailiffs have been sworn in to ensure no one speaks to the jury. And then the court's in recess. That was 5 hours ago at 12:39 my time, right? This is all in Eastern time as we're reading this. I think Illinois is an hour behind me. So this would be 11:39 a.m. local time. But for the sake of the math, it's 12:39 they went my time here, and then they came back for this jury question at 5:06. Potentially they had a lunch, so they've actually been deliberating like 3-ish hours and change if they took a lunch break. And this is where a few minutes ago we saw this update that Judge Cadigan goes over the evidence the jury asked to review, including Grayson and Deputy Farley's body cam footage. Some of the items the jury asked to see weren't admitted into evidence. Oops. We are taking a short break for the attorneys to go over some logistics. Families are chatting. Judge Cadigan has re-entered the courtroom. The state and defense are deliberating on 2 jury instructions. The state wants to withdraw one of them, while the defense wants to send a note back to the jury to clarify the distinction between the 2 instructions. Judge Cadigan has left the courtroom to look up case law. And now Cadigan re-enters, and I think that's where we are, but we'll refresh in a couple minutes before we end to see what they do. I think it's 4:44 local time over there. So yeah. I think, so guys, I'm going to clip this separately. So I'm going to qualify this for anyone that's listening to that clip. We've been watching the Florida versus Alicia Andrews trial all week. We just got done watching whatever happened today. And at the end of the day, there's an argument outside the presence of the jury where the state wants to play the interrogation of the defendant, but they want to leave out parts where the interviewer, Juan Ramos, and the partner he did the interview with are saying things to the effect of, you could be going away for life. You're facing life. You could go away. You're doing time, like hinting at all of these serious things. And they don't want the jury to hear that because the jury isn't supposed to consider like sympathy and the potential penalties as far as determining whether or not someone's actually guilt, if the guilt is proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense is arguing, rule of completeness. It's important for the context of why Alicia might answer the way she's answering in that moment. And I think it's interesting to see the arguments kind of from the opposite position over here while we're going through these closing arguments. Don't think of the emotions. And you have the prosecution argue that this officer should be found guilty because he acted emotionally in the moment, used the emotions in the moment against the defendant. So you can never get away. I don't think you can ever remove yourself from the context, the contemporaneous context, the state of mind in that moment when you're considering why a defendant was acting the way they were acting, and then asking the important question, were those actions justifiable or not? So let's see what you guys are saying, and then we can refresh this and see if we get an update. I wonder if the judge would ask something like, do you guys think you're close or would need more time? Do you guys want to go home? If the court allows jurors to stay late for deliberations, maybe we'll get an answer that they've chosen to stay late, but we'll see how they wrap it up. Jay Money says, great stream today. Thank you, Catnut Williams. Thank you right back. Thank you. Thank you so much for gifting the memberships earlier. Much appreciation for you. Thanks for hanging out. Let me scroll back a little bit of a ways. Let's see. Mary got here just in time for the Sean Grayson recap. So good to see you, Mary. Hope you're doing well. Speaking about the question on hung juries, if we pulled a random 12 from this chat in the Alicia Andrews trial, Betsy's like, I think we might have a hung jury. And that's the thing. Sometimes I thought cases would be hung and the jury comes back, and sometimes I think it'd be a verdict and the jury hangs. You just never know. You just never know. Let's see. Let's get to Sean Grayson. Okay, Trenton says from a different source covering this Sean Grayson case that Mary Beth Rogers, prosecutor, says she believes the instructions were included in error. The jury has clearly indicated that they are confused about the contradictions between the two. So 2 instructions seem to conflict. Let me search and see if we can... Was it instructions on... Let me just search Grayson. That might be too limiting of a term. Yeah, there's a lot of random... Let's do Sean Grayson. Let's do Sean Grayson. All right, I see Fox, Illinois has a tweet. They just say they're called back in. No context is given. Were you looking at an article, Trenton? It was... All right, thank you, Trenton. All right, so everyone, W's in the chat for Trenton getting us the other context. Let me pull it up for you guys. All right, so let me see if it's in this article. Because the link I clicked from you, Trenton, takes me to a Bing search result. It's acting weird. Maybe I can copy and paste it. There we go. That works better. All right. Let's go to like 4:15. So this is where they enter back for jury questions. So 4:15 p.m. Shout out to Carly Bronkema. The courtroom was reopened and everyone was allowed back in. The judge told the court that the jury is asked to review several pieces of evidence. This is really tiny, sorry. Including body-worn camera, policies, and reports. The judge said the jury had a question about the jury instructions when it comes to convictions. Both sets of attorneys are discussing how to determine how this question will be answered. Court's on a break. We've got the defense said it would be improper to withdraw the instructions at this time. Sangamon County First Assistant State's Attorney Mary Beth Rogers says she believes the instructions were included in error as the sides determined what would be included. She said the jury has clearly indicated that they are confused about the contradictions between the 2 pieces of law. Judge Cadigan confirms that both instructions are directly from Illinois pattern jury instructions, meaning they can be legally used. Court is on another break so the judge can do more research. He's asked attorneys to write what they want to be shared to the jury. Court's back in session. The state has asked for one of the instructions to be withdrawn. If this happens, they would need to properly notify the jury and put the withdrawal on the record, the judge explained. So that update was about if this is her local time, I'm assuming this was 5:28 Eastern. That was like 23 minutes ago. So there we go. Thank you, Trenton. Thank you. And then, yeah, I mean, and guys, I don't read into it one way or another that the jury's still deliberating, that the jury has questions. I like when juries have questions. And it means they're at least trying to get things correct and accurate and go through the motions, the instructions. Maybe I shouldn't say motions because that could sound like I'm talking about filings and motions. All right, and then they're back to deliberations. So I don't think we'll linger on for an update with that, but if there is a verdict, of course, I'll share it over on X. We'll talk about it tomorrow, and I'll throw up like a quick YouTube post or a short video for a verdict over here. But been really interesting. As much as I wish there were cameras in more courtrooms, I still think it's interesting to consume a trial in the way that, we've really been relying on ABC 20 here. Every morning I'm resharing their first tweet. But if you guys use X, I know not everybody uses X. I think it's great. Show them some support. That support is a signal that this type of coverage is wanted. There's a demand for it. And it's really, really great considering we can't get a camera in the courtroom to have them giving like these play-by-plays. It reminds me, remember the Diddy trial? Oh my God, I should know his name. I read it like Inner City Press, right? Doing the play-by-plays. And it was so appreciated because that was federal trial, no cameras in the courtroom. So show them, show them the support, show them that, we appreciate the coverage. Let them know that it is something that we hope they continue to do in the future. But yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, 620-5100. Love the name. So the jury realized it, but not all of the lawyers. That would be too much. It kind of reminds me of over in the YSL trial during the plea deal phase. We've talked about this a lot recently because of the work that Jim Robichaux and Tiffany Adams are doing for Antonio Sledge's appeal. The lawyers don't notice that there's an issue with the way they're trying to structure the plea agreement based on conflicting, and it would be in violation of the sentencing guidelines the way they want to structure a plea deal. None of the lawyers notice it, and they already have the defendant say he knowingly and voluntarily signs this. But I don't see how it can be knowingly if it's legally void. So yeah, always funny when somebody besides the attorneys notice that something isn't working right. Okay, ABC has another. All right, we've got an instruction. Sweet, cool beans. Let me refresh over. Can I just click the last one, or do I have to like reload? Yeah, let's reload. Let's reload. Okay, so Cadigan re-enters. Judge Cadigan agrees with the state and the defense. He does not want to withdraw any instruction. He thinks sending a note to the jury stating, quote, "They are two separate instructions. The second page is not a continuation of the first page. We'll clarify for the jury." Interesting. I wonder, so maybe they didn't realize it would print that way. They never considered it would come off as confusing. And then the court goes into recess. We'll refresh that article quick to see if they give a different context or extra context. All right, and no update on that article. So that's the context we've got on the jury instruction, and now the jury's back deliberating. So huge shout out again to It's Trenton and for CMISH here, keeping us up to date with what's going on. Oh, okay, and CMISH's cameras are usually allowed in. Not sure why not in this case. I'm always for the cameras being let in the courtroom. I know that can sometimes lead to issues of sensitivity. I think the restriction on access to a public trial and also the defendant's right to a public trial, there's a public right, there's a defendant's right to have a public trial. I think the risk to any particular witness or a party to the case needs to be sufficient and extreme and severe to warrant a restriction on public access. So, because there certainly isn't a technology limit anymore. James Phipps says, after YSL and Karen Reed, the judiciary is afraid to let the public lift the rock and see all the creepy crawlies scatter in the sunlight. And for what it's worth, having a camera in a courtroom might make you a little nervous to do your job, but is that a bad thing? And it should work all ways, right? Some people get nervous on camera. Defendants, the public, the court of public opinion might sit there and watch someone's face on the screen. With the Alicia Andrews trial, the camera's like this on her face the whole time. And unfortunately, people are going to make comments about that. But does that outweigh the right for public access? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the law thinks so. I don't think case law thinks so. So I would like to see that challenged more. I have one more closing thought and we're going to wrap up. Andrea Burkhart, attorney, like I'm an Andrea Burkhart stan. I don't stand for celebrities. I don't have fan clubs, but I really like attorney Andrea Burkhart. That's the closest I'll get to standing somebody. She's been commenting and covering what's going on with the accused shooter for the Charlie Kirk shooting, because there's issues of public access over in that trial. And she's been covering, and in her coverage, she's done these write-ups on her Substack that are bringing in all sorts of case law citations and other cases of interest where cameras in courtrooms, judges are shutting down camera access. It's just been, her writing is great, her legal analysis is great, and then her depth of, like, I don't want to call it trivial knowledge, but trivia in the sense that these like one-off little things that she can bring together. Just really, really awesome coverage. So let me get her Substack link. If you guys are interested in public access, case law that relates to that, if you guys are interested in how that's playing out with not just the recent hearing for the accused, the Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk accused shooter, she's also commented on Richard Delphi and Judge Gold. She went in person to the trial because cameras were kicked out of the courtroom for that. So she went in person and covered that case. Let me share her X first. You'll just learn a ton from what she writes and what she covers. And then let me find her Substack. I'm not really that familiar with how Substack works. I'm usually clicking into the article directly. You can enter your email or you can hit no thanks, and then you can still move forward. So when you open this, you're going to see something like this. Don't think, like, if you don't want to give your email, you don't have to. It'll let you know when someone publishes something new. But there is an option down here that says no thanks. You can click that and continue forward. So if you want to check this out, don't want to enter your email, hit that no thanks. That's my plug for Andrea Burkhart. Love her tons. You'll learn a ton. Robin Tylerson. No. Don't mess me up, Mavka. There we go. There we go. That's my wrap up, guys. 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll get back together to continue with Alicia Andrews and any updates that come into play for the Sean Grayson trial. It is 6 p.m. on the dot. We'll see if Dolly has started his stream. We'll raid him back. He's covering, I think it was a short trial, like a 2-day trial that he was covering. I think another crazy neighbor trial. I forget the guy's name. But we'll redirect over there. Keep you guys trial watching. And it's 6, so I want to look, is Justice Serve TV also? I would imagine Justice Serve TV is talking about the update in the Sandra Birkmar case. Matthew Farwell has now been charged in relation to the death of an unborn child. So a lot of talk, speculation that now no longer seems like speculation, that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant when she died. It was treated at first like a suicide, and now it's not looking like a suicide, and Matthew Farwell might be in trouble 2 times with this extra charge there. And I don't know the ins and outs of that. I just remember the story from several months back, and I'm not surprised to hear this new charge being brought today, personally. The Justice Serve TV. All right, I think they're doing something about Alan Jackson. So I think, is Alan Jackson doing an interview with them today? All right, JSTV. It just says Alan Jackson in the thumbnail and title. I don't know if he's coming on to speak with them, but if that's the case, I'm sure a lot of you guys would be interested in checking that out. Love Justice Serve TV over there. They keep my coffee, my iced coffee, cold all day long, or soda sometimes, depending on what mood I'm in. We are going to get over to Dolly, though, who's already live. If YouTube wants to play nice. Let me talk. All right, it's Ohio versus Carl Klaus. So he's doing the rest of day one. It's a short trial, and they are getting to verdict already. So quick one, if you want something to do, you can probably catch up on part one and then Dolly's part two today before the end of the night. So yeah, you mean pop, right? No. All right, guys. Putting on my walk-off music. We've had a lot of objections. We had some sustains today from the judge, so we're going to go back with our objection sustain song. You guys take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. See you guys all tomorrow.
Objection. You're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From songs to letters, they got no trace. Objection, you're ruining my case. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt. State says anything goes, spinning theories around. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Letters on the table. Custody fights in July. TPO dismissed, and they never asked why. Action glass saw, borrowed or stole, but no proof at all, just a story they told. Waffle House nights, Brookline Street, torso missing, but they called it complete. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Doubt. Every path's open, they're throwing it wide. Can't rule it out. When the facts don't align. Objection rising. Cross on the stand. Every new theory slipping out of their hand. Christmas dinner missed, jail in the fall. 30 cops stormed in, but no answers at all. Paint chips, fibers, DNA won't stick. They're dancing around the truth, playing legal tricks. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. From source to cars, they're spinning it out. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. From letters to songs, from cars to tools, theories on theories, rewriting the rules. If every path's open, then none of them prove. Reasonable doubt is the courtroom groove. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it loud. Can't rule it out. Rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Say it proud. State's got no limit, but the truth still stands. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. Case closed. Not today. Objection. Sustained. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. can't rule it